Bren, did you see the email that I sent you on the motion from Attorney Chambers? I'm gonna have Mr. Chambers, I'm gonna call his office and ask him to zoom in and see if we can handle the motion part this morning, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Hamilton, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with a clerk to get some information.
Okay, are you able to hear me right now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, I haven't got the video set up yet, but I'm trying to get my video to where I can see you guys. Are you able to see me yet or no?
Nope, we can't see you. So I'm gonna put you in that room and the clerk is gonna speak with you, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Bren. Wayne County, if you want to get Antoine Harris in front of the screen, as soon as his attorney signs on, we're gonna get that one going.
He is here live and in person.
Thank you so much.
The Deputy Provence.
Yep.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning. Good morning, Mr. Harris. We're just waiting for your attorney to join us.
Okay,
Should be momentarily.
thank you, sir.
Judge, and then on Tyler Rowrich, he's the one with a stack of files at 8:30.
Yeah.
He's COVID positive, so we're gonna have to adjourn. So we have to wait for his attorney. I just wanted to give you a heads up. You don't have, we have to wait for his attorney, and I don't know who it is to adjourn that one
He's
out.
in custody too?
Correct, yes. Rin.
Is she in the building or is she zooming in this morning?
Nope, she is in the building. She's got here at promptly at 8. Bryn, just so you know, we're going to be starting with Mr. Harris. We're waiting for Hannah to log in. Antoine Harris at 8:30. And Judge, on the exam sheet for October 19th, where it says 11:30, there's only one
Yep.
spot because we already have
I see
some
that.
scheduled.
Yep, I see that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Erica, I'm putting you in a breakout room with a clerk real quick.
Okay.
Mr. Harris, sorry, your attorney was unable to pull over real quick, so she is going to get on as soon as possible. It's just not going to happen within the next minute or two.
Okay. Hey, Madam Clerk?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not supposed to be in person till 12,
Okay.
but it takes about 2 hours to get somebody transported. So we got some wiggle room. But if
Okay.
you
Yep.
guys, you do this as a priority so I can get him down to registry and get him on the bus.
Yep. That's fine. We'll take care of you.
Thank you.
Yep. Good morning, Sona.
Good morning.
Mr. Murray? Mr. Murray, can you hear me?
I can now. Good morning.
Good morning. Is your client with you or no?
He is, we're actually in a car this morning. He's seated behind me.
All right, I am going to put you in a breakout room with the clerk because she needs to get information on your client, okay?
Okay, sure.
Good morning, Hannah.
Good morning.
Judge is coming out now.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, don't be.
Good morning, ladies. Appearances for Mr. Harris, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Hannah Barron, P85265, representing Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris, give me a thumbs up if you can hear everyone.
Can you give him a thumbs up?
You're muted.
Okay.
Thank you. And Ms. Barron, today's a PCC date. What are we doing?
Judge, I have paper discovery. I have a 911 call. I am missing body worn camera footage, so I'm requesting that from the people. They did just send over the rest of that discovery yesterday.
Your Honor, that discovery was sent weeks ago
I didn't
on the
Exactly, was it-
31st.
Okay.
Sorry?
Regardless, I'm requesting body worn camera footage. So, Ms. Bailey, are you saying that you sent over body worn camera footage?
No, I was saying that the discovery you already have was sent over weeks ago, not yesterday.
Okay, so I'm requesting body worn camera footage.
Okay.
All right, next Wednesday, 21st, 8:30.
Okay, for a probable cause conference, Judge?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And if I could get a breakout room with Mr. Harris.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Sona, are you gonna need to speak to Mr. Murray on coolest?
No, I actually just emailed him back, so we should be all set.
And, okay.
Good
Hey, good morning.
morning.
Good morning. Judge is coming out right now, Mr. Murray, and we'll handle that.
Mr. Murray, I just responded to your email.
Okay.
Good morning. Appearances on the coolest file, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sona Malsisian on behalf of the people, P83923.
Good morning. Mr. Murray, your appearance.
Your Honor, good morning. May it please the court. James W. Murray, P48047, on behalf of Mr. Kulas, who's physically present with me.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
And what are we doing today, Mr. Murray?
We're looking for a date for a preliminary exam.
October 19 or October 26?
October 26th is clear.
How about 11:30?
11:30 is fine in my book.
That works for me. Thank you.
All right, we'll see you then. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good day.
Mr. Bulahanis, do you know what you were going to do with your client today? Because she is here. I'm just waiting for her to be done with the clerk.
Yeah, we're gonna, we haven't received a discovery, so we're gonna ask for a 3-week adjournment for the PCC.
All right.
And I also have a FOIA in besides the discovery request, so we haven't received a response to either one.
I don't deal with FOIA. This is on Braham Council.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Bailey, is this your file?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the problem with discovery?
Your Honor, I'm not
This
sure.
date's
My
been
notes
set
say,
since August 3rd.
Your Honor, my notes say that it was sent
We didn't receive anything, Your Honor. I don't know.
How was it sent?
via evidence.com like all of our evidence is, Your Honor.
Mr. Bulahanis, you've checked evidence.com?
Yeah, Your Honor, yeah, we get an email on all these. I just asked that a discovery order be entered and that, because I don't know if I think the discovery order was entered, but I don't, we didn't receive it. And I have a lot of these cases, we do receive them regularly, but I didn't receive this.
I'll adjourn it until next Wednesday. Let's call it 9 a.m.
Okay, 1 second, Your Honor, 1 second. Okay. Okay, Your Honor, can we do it at 8:30? I have another hearing.
I can't do 8:30. I had to keep that morning slot open for the jailers, but I can do it a little later.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Could we do it at 11 a.m.?
Nope. I can do it 10:15 is the latest slot I got.
Yeah, I'll just I'll just be late to the other one. That's not a problem. We'll just do it 9 a.m.
Which one you want to do? 9 or 10:15?
9.
Okay. I mean, get
And
in
then,
early. If you get in early and they can slip you in while they're waiting for a jail to come through or something, we can get you out of here.
Okay, Your Honor. Can we ask the prosecutor to resend that on evidence.com?
Yes, I will resend it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep.
You want to go into a breakout room with your client when our clerks are done with her so you can explain what's going on?
Your Honor, I'll just call her. We'll just leave so you don't have to fool around with this. I'll call her and let her know what's going on. Thank you so much.
Have a great day.
You too.
Hey, Heather, you need to make me co-host so I can move people out.
Oh, sorry, Judge. And
Heather,
yes.
I do have Deborah Blackburn now, so I have all three defendants, Blackburn, Clark, and Edgar at Division 1 ready.
All right, thank you. Mr. Noakes, your client is in Division 2, so they have not signed on yet, so it's still going to be a few.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I just called Mr. Brown and
Miss Braham, if you heard you were in here, if you want to leave, you're all set.
Good morning, Heather. Could I get a breakout room for with Mr. Boyer?
Yes, first I'm going to ask you who all you have because I don't know anybody that I have like 10 that I don't know who are on. Who else are you on today?
Justin Boyer, Edsel Steele, Jennifer McMullen.
Wait a minute, let me find Steele and McCullen. Steele, McCullen, same time. Okay, next.
That's it.
Okay. So
And Mr. Steele will be appearing in person. He's 90 years old and Zoom was not going to work for him.
all right, that's fine. We have a Zoom room downstairs that somebody can help and or he can just go straight into the courtroom. All right, I will put you in a breakout room.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Wayne County, do you have Mr. Edgar? I have Miss Dunn coming in.
Mr. Edgar is on camera now.
Thank you very much.
There we go.
Good morning, Miss Dunn.
Good morning.
Appearances for Mr. Dunn's file or Mr. Edgar's file, please.
Is there a prosecutor here, Judge?
Good morning. Brenda Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
There she is. Thanks, Miss Bailey. This is Attorney Susan Dunn. My P number is 58696. I represent Mr. Edgar.
And what are we doing?
Judge, I've spoken to Mr. Edgar. He's going to be waiving these exams and getting the case bound over to circuit court.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Edgar, you understand the purpose for a preliminary exam, sir?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
You've discussed with Ms. Dunn your rights and the options those rights give you?
Yes, I did.
Understanding all of that, are you entering a waiver today and are you doing so freely and voluntarily?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
You understand that a waiver means your next court date will be scheduled at the circuit court level, not the district court level where I sit.
Yes, I do.
Ladies, are you satisfied with the waiver?
I am, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
AOI date will be September 21 at 9 a.m. Anything on bond, ladies?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing from the
Bond
people.
will be continued. Mr. Edgar, I'll wish you luck downtown.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. Bye, Sean.
Hannah, are you able to tell me who all you're assigned to today?
Yep, I'm here on Tommy Robinson, which is scheduled for 8:30, and then Gary and
I
Campbell.
have Mr. Noakes on Robinson. Mr. Noakes just came in and said he's on Robinson.
Oh, I'm actually on Robinson.
No, I'm not on Robinson. I'm on Richard Holly. I'm sorry.
Oh. I'm sorry. I read Hannah's note and thought it was from Mr. Noakes. Okay. So, okay. So then did you hear me say that he's in Division 2, so it's going to be a few?
Oh, okay. I'm going to log off for a little, but I'll be back.
So he's your only one?
And then Gary and Campbell, he's not in custody. That's at 9:15.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Noakes, is Mr. Holly the only one you're on today?
Yes, and I put Robert instead of Richard. But yes, Mr. Holly is the only one in PCC.
Perfect. And what do you plan on doing with it? Do you know?
I have not been able to reach Mr. Holly, so if he comes in on Zoom, I'd like to be in a breakout room with him
Sure.
to discuss the matter.
Yep. When he comes on, I'll put you right in.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, Royce.
Good morning. How are you?
All right. How are you?
Good. Just looking to talk to Sona real quick.
Sure.
Morning, Royce.
Morning, Judge.
If you want to just pull her in.
Nothing for me yet, Heather.
Nope, nothing, Judge. Thank you. Royce, do you want me to move you guys?
Now I can move myself to my own room, but the only option it gives me for Sona is to assign her to a certain room, and it's not giving me an option to actually just put her in my room.
Oh, I'll put her in your, do you want your meeting room?
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
Yep.
This is a case almost 2 years, was over 2 years old. He had about 10 or 11.
Hi, Mr. Chambers. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. I have the judge come out.
Okay, thank you.
No, I'm not ready.
Okay. Thank you, Bryn. Bryn's not.
What is this doing?
Sophia, did you need something or you're good?
I mean, I need discovery from Brand, but we can address that on the record.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah. Mr. Glazer, do you have your client with you?
No, she's not with me. She
All
should
right.
be signing in on her own.
All right, we'll wait for her.
Thank you.
Yeah. Attorney Nelson, are you able to tell me who is assigned to Rowrich?
Rowich?
Yeah, Roehrich.
RoeH.
Rich.
Hey, Kel, I'm here, Pastor Johnson on Marcus Last Wilson. As Wilson, Wilson last. Good. Thanks. Yeah, good morning, Wilson. Good morning. He's height eligible.
Chiron.
So
Becker.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you able to check one more?
Sounds good.
Yep.
Clarity Clark, Clark. First name Clarity, Cleartry.
CLE?
Clark. Clark.
Yep.
And then it's Clarity.
Yeah, yes, sir. There's in the gallery a person by the name of Lucretia Maxwell. I don't think she's on the docket. She was here. She had a case last week and got an APCC.
Is Clarity spelled Clearity?
I have it Cleartry.
Okay. He's oh yeah, you're right. You're back. Okay. Yes. They gave you a date to return last week. Well, when I got out of on my bond, I had 2 court dates. I had the 7th and the 14th. You were here last week, right?
Eric Gozi has that case.
Who is that? I'm sorry.
Eric Gozi?
GAU.
No, GOZE.
Is he NDS?
He is now, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Bryn, let me know when you're ready on that, Mr. Chambers, so I can have the judge come in. Mr. Noakes, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with your client.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Attorney Nelson, did you want to call the Justin Boyer case?
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to get him. Oh, here he's in now.
Appearances on Boyer.
I guess I'll go first. Sophia Nelson of Neighborhood Defender Service, on behalf of Mr. Boyer, P77960. Is this not Bryn's case?
Yep, Bryn, this is your case.
Are you guys able to see me or hear me?
Just please wait until your name and your case is called, Mr. Hamilton.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Ms. Nelson, what are we doing with this file?
I don't have any discovery. I don't have digital or paper. If Bryn could acknowledge whether she can get that to me.
And this one needs to be arraigned to, Judge.
I'm so sorry. Which one? I accidentally had my volume off.
Boyer.
Justin Boyer.
Can we set this up for a PCC on September 28th?
That's fine with
No
people, Your Honor,
discovery
whenever
votes
works.
changed yet.
Yeah, that works for me, Your Honor. Does that work for you, Mr. Boyer?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's call it 9:30.
I have a sentencing at 9. Could we do 10?
I can go a little later than that. Well, yeah, I guess 10 is about as late as I can go that day. Yeah, let's do 10. Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute. I'm looking at the wrong file. I can go 10:15 if that helps.
That would be great. Thank you.
All right. Would you waive formal reading?
We do, Your Honor. It's concerning bond. I would just note that Mr. Boyer does not have a vehicle right now, and his entire criminal history involves operating while intoxicated. He's not driving right now. He does not have access to a vehicle.
I'm inclined to a personal bond with a no mood altering substances condition. Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Boyer, I'm going to put you on a personal bond. Couple conditions. First one's the obvious one, stay out of trouble.
Okay.
Second one, cooperate with Ms. Nelson so we can move your file along. Third one, do not purchase, possess, or consume any mood altering substance unless you've got a doctor's prescription for the substance. That includes alcohol and or marijuana. And then obviously be at the next court date, which will be on Zoom.
Okay.
Got all that?
Yes.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $1,000 if you violate those bond conditions?
Yes.
You're all set unless you have questions.
No.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Mr. Gozzi, do you need to speak to your client?
Yes, very, very briefly.
Wayne County Jail, do you have Clarity Clark?
Mr. Clark is on camera one now.
Thank you. I'll put you in a breakout room. In the meantime, Judge, we have Hamilton. We're ready on.
Okay, appearance on Hamilton.
Roy Snelling on behalf of the defendant. Sorry, Sona.
No, you're fine. Sona Movsesian on behalf of the people.
Right now, Your Honor, we are just asking for an adjournment so that I have an opportunity to receive the discovery and review it with my client.
What time is Hamilton scheduled?
9 o'clock.
There we go. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Pretrial dates, 9/21 or 9/28?
Judge, this is on my misdemeanor docket.
Oh, Judge, sorry. So this is going to be on a Tuesday. So we either have September 27th at 10:30.
I'm looking.
Yeah, I didn't give you any domestics. I didn't know for sure. But I have September 27th, Royce at 10:30 or October 11th at 9:30.
September 27th would be better for me.
Okay.
All right, 9/27.
Yeah.
It's going to be at 10:30 with Judge Martin.
And bond will be continued.
One brief issue, Your Honor. My client did just get out of the hospital recently. He has a whole bunch of medication, a whole bunch of things that he needs to get from the house. He says that his debit card and there's just a lot of things that he can't really live without. He hasn't had an opportunity for a civil standby yet. So he was asking if he would be allowed to go do a civil standby for the purpose of picking up some necessities.
I'm assuming there's a no contact order at this point.
That's correct.
Judge. And I've spoken with the complainant about him having to do a civil standby to retrieve his things. She feels comfortable as long as the police are present. She knows that he's going to have to do that.
Yeah, he's got to get it set up with the Sumter PD then.
Did you hear all that, Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, I did.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you,
luck,
Your Honor.
Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, sir.
Heather, I've got Mr. Steele in the courtroom. Who's his attorney?
Sophia Nelson.
Okay. Why don't you chat her and let her know he's in the courtroom?
All right.
Mr. Steele, why don't you come up here next?
Are we ready on Clark?
Yes.
That way you're by a microphone, sir. Appearances on Clark, please.
Eric Gozzi for Mr. Clark, Judge.
Sorry, good morning. Sona Movsesian on behalf of the people, P83923.
And what are we doing?
Judge, I just received the discovery last night at approximately 11 p.m. It appears to be paper and digital discovery. So at this juncture, I guess we'll be scheduling for a preliminary exam. However, I would like to address bond when we get a moment.
All right, so let me make it clear. You want to get the exam date now. You don't want to set it for another PCC?
Well, I would love to set it for another PCC. However, I don't want to have Mr. Clark being languishing in the jail at the interim.
Well, that's a bond issue. That's not determined by what we schedule.
Fair enough. Well, then a new PCC would be great so that I can make sure that I have everything that I need to make sure that Mr. Clark is aware of what the allegations are so he can make a decision to waive it.
All right, Ms. Moisesian, can we get the discovery to council quick so we can do this next Wednesday?
Judge, everything's already been sent over. I think he said he received it. He just hasn't had a
Oh,
chance.
you've got it. You just haven't had a chance to go over.
Right. It came in last night at around 11 p.m.
Okay, 9:21, 10 or 10:15, your choice.
If we could do 10 o'clock would be fine, Judge.
10 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay, let's
If it
talk
would-
bond.
Thank you, sir. Judge, Mr. Clark is charged with a serious offense, as we understand. However, I would point out that he does have some physical as health issues that are not being addressed at the jail. He's a lifelong resident of this community. He would ask the court to consider a personal bond with a tether if the court is inclined. He has no indication that he's going to be contacting or have any contact with the
All right,
complainant.
I'm having, counsel, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm having a real hard time understanding you.
Okay, let me see.
I'm
Let me
getting
see
some
if I
kind
can.
of a feedback going on.
Okay, let me see if I can get to a more.
So currently, I believe the bond is 75,000
Yes.
cash, surety, or 10% with a no
Yes.
contact.
Yes.
Okay, and can't return to the address on Merriman. All right, so we're all starting from the same spot.
Correct.
Let's try that again.
Yes.
I caught the fact that he's got some serious health issues.
Right. Yeah, he has serious health issues. He was scheduled for surgery. He's an elderly gentleman. And given the fact that he's going to be contesting these allegations, nevertheless, we would ask the court to consider a personal bond so that he was actually scheduled for shoulder surgery before he was arrested on this as well.
Ms. Moissistian, any response?
Judge, we would object to a personal bond. I mean, the defendant is a habitual third offense notice. These allegations are pretty significant. There was a witness to the incident and the witness was also a victim. So there are two victims in this case. Therefore, we would object to any sort of personal bond.
Other than his priors, do you have any reason to object? Is there some reason to think he's not going to show up or some reason to think he's a threat?
No, I don't know.
Well, I mean, he has a prior obstructing, resisting arrest. The danger would be the severity of the two charges against him now. I mean, if he's released, at least if he'll be released on a tether, that would probably be better. So I guess I'll leave it at that.
All right, counsel, anything else?
I just stated what I had indicated before, Judge.
All right, so did you say he had surgery scheduled or
It was
he needs surgery?
He was scheduled. He was arrested, and the surgery, I think, has been obviously been delayed now.
When was it scheduled for?
Mr. Clark, could you unmute yourself and answer that question? I did not write it down. I apologize, Judge. You're still on mute, Mr.
You're
Clark.
muted.
Wayne County, can you unmute him, please? I had to mute him because there was so much background noise. Pravanshi's running.
Easy, Corporal.
That's all right. I'm a Marine. I can run.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Clark, when was your surgery scheduled for, please?
It was the 20, I was getting prepared on the 23rd for a surgery schedule of September. And I get like injections in my back. I was in a car accident in my back and my neck every month.
All right, so surgery was scheduled for September 23rd?
Yes.
Counsel, I'm not going to go to a personal, but I'm going to reduce the bond to a 25,000 cash surety or 10% and add a GPS tether requirement.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Okay, good luck, Mr. Clark.
And the 21st will be a probable cause conference.
Correct.
Thank you. And lastly, Judge, before I escape, I also had a Julius Koulas that was assigned to us. I spoke to Mr. Koulas yesterday. He indicated that he is retired from counsel. And
Correct, yes.
So didn't we already take care of Koulas?
We already took care of Koulas.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, thank you, everybody, and everybody have a good day.
Yeah.
So what
Thank you. Heather,
So
what's
what would
next?
it be?
Next week is your hearing, Mr. Clark.
And your bond is 25,000, 10% with a GPS tether. All right, I'll talk to you soon. Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
Corporal, can you put Miss Blackburn in front of the camera now? Her attorney's ready for her to go into a
He's
breakout
sitting
room.
down as we speak, Ms. Blackburn.
Perfect. And Hannah, did you need to speak to your client?
Yeah, I'll speak with him briefly. Thank you.
All right. On Division 2, that is Mr. Robinson, correct? No answer. Okay.
Yes.
And I'm
Yes.
ready on Christopher Wiley.
All right. I'm going to move people around if you guys want to handle that one.
Okay.
It is-
This is Mr. Noakes. I'm ready on Mr. Holly.
All right.
Good morning, Heather.
Appearances on Christopher Wiley, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning, Your Honor. Arnie Chambers on behalf of Christopher Wiley, P63956.
Good morning. Thanks for coming in early. I wanted to get you in early because if I grant the motion, then obviously neither one of you need to get witnesses lined up for 1 p.m. That's why I wanted to get you in early. Ms. Bailey, you've had a chance to read counsel's motion, correct?
Very briefly, Your Honor, I got it this morning.
Okay. So this case was originally set for a PCC on June 23rd. On July 20, it was in front of Judge Martin. Her note says discovery requested. Here we are. It's August 14th. I understand there's still no discovery been exchanged. Is that correct, Mr. Chambers?
Judge, I have paper discovery. I've had that for some time. The issue has always been the videos. This issue was acknowledged by Michael Kazak, I believe, at the first probable cause conference. It was acknowledged again at a second probable cause conference by Mr. Kazak. And I believe, I could be wrong, Ms. Bailey, if it were you at the third or maybe fourth probable cause conference, but every time I've requested these things, Judge. And upon the last time, I requested a final time and indicated that I would be filing something if I don't get it. And this court indicated that, you know, it may very well grant my motion, or perhaps would grant my motion.
So let's do it this way. Ms. Bailey, give me one good reason why I should not grant the motion to dismiss.
Your Honor, to be quite honest, I'm not sure I have one. I have in my notes here, I requested it. I requested the digital 3 separate times, and I called this morning again and was not given a solid reason by the officer in charge as to why it wasn't uploaded and sent over to me.
Dismissed.
Thank you, Judge.
Obviously, we won't see you at 1 o'clock.
I appreciate it. Have a great day.
And
all.
it's dismissed without prejudice, correct, Your Honor?
Correct. Only way I can
Thank
do
you.
it.
Understood. Thank you.
Heather, what's next?
Next is Holly.
Appearances for Richard Holly, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
May it please this honorable court, William Noakes, P42796 of the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, on behalf of Mr. Richard Holly, who is present via telephone this morning. Mr. Holly, please tell the court your name.
Unmute yourself, please. Sorry, counsel.
He's on a phone. I don't know if he's going to know how. Mr. Holly, hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Mr. Noakes, what are we trying to do today?
Your Honor, I've had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Holly for just a few moments. Given that I don't have discovery, given that I don't have discovery, and I'd like to meet with Mr. Holly to go over the circumstances of this case, I'm asking that the PCC be adjourned 1 week.
Ms. Bailey, we're going to get discovery that quick?
Should be able to, Your Honor. I at least have paper right now.
Okay. So I'll do 921 PCC, council 9:30.
Give me just a moment, Judge.
Mr. Holly, we adjourn your court date till next Wednesday. Work for you? Is that a yes?
Mr. Holly?
Yes, I'm sorry. I lost you. Something's wrong with my phone.
That's all right. We're looking at
Are you there?
adjourning.
Hello?
We're adjourning your case until the 21st. Is that okay?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. The
Okay.
judge is going to adjourn your case till September 21st at 9:30. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Your Honor, 9:30, September 21st will be just fine.
Mr. Holly, if you can't get better communication equipment before next Wednesday, just show up in person.
Sir, the problem was I was having a problem logging on to the Zoom
I don't care. I don't care. Either get here in person or fix your audio.
We'll see to it that he does either of those, Your Honor, and will be present on the 21st.
Thank you, Mr. Noakes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Enjoy your day. Heather?
All right.
Yep. We should be, are we ready on Robinson?
Yep, I'm ready on that.
Appearances, please.
Good morning, Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Hannah Barron, P85265, representing Mr. Robinson, who's on Zoom and in custody.
Mr. Robinson, give me a thumbs up if you can hear us. Thank you, sir. Ladies, what are we doing?
Judge, this is a case that was dismissed without prejudice on, I don't have the date in front of me because unfortunately I'm in my car, but was dismissed without prejudice a few weeks ago because we were missing digital discovery on the listed date of the preliminary exam. I still don't have digital discovery. So I would ask for an order I would ask for Your Honor to order that digital discovery to be provided.
What's the problem? Ms. Bailey, what's the problem?
Your Honor, I'm not sure I've requested it. I just haven't found it yet.
And Judge, again, I would ask for Your Honor to order that the digital discovery be turned over.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Counsel, are you available next Wednesday?
I am available next Wednesday. And I do want to alert the court to just one more issue. And I realize you've already issued that order and that's what I'm requesting. But Mr. Robinson is currently being held on a VOP, or excuse me, he's being held on a warrant from out of state. So he's been not permitted to sign extradition papers until this case is resolved. So that's what he's currently being held on. So that is why time is of the essence. But we'll be here next week for the PCC.
Got it for, he's in custody, 8:30.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right, counsel, this is not in front of me next Wednesday, but I did make a note in the file that this is the second go around for this file for the same issue. So if you don't have your discovery tomorrow, next week, make a strenuous argument in front of Judge Martin. Actually, it's Judge Green next week.
Thank you, Judge.
If it was in front of me, I'd dismiss it next week again.
Thank you.
Good luck. Mr. Robinson, you understand what's going on?
Yes, sir.
All right, have a good day.
Miss Barron, we have Mr. Campbell. Did you want to handle that case right now?
Yes, that'd be good.
Okay, Judge Campbell, which was at 10:30.
Appearances. Ms. Bailey, do I have to ask twice on every file before I can get you to put your name on the record?
Your Honor, I don't think this one's mine.
Bryn, this is a 1999 case. I think it is. Yeah, it's just a fail to return rental property, but it's a 99 case. So you probably don't have paperwork.
I have nothing on it.
Right. So Miss Bailey, you have appeared on it before. I think that that's the issue, that there's nothing on it.
Yep, there's nothing on it.
So are you moving to dismiss, Ms. Bailey?
No.
How are you going to prosecute it?
Your Honor,
This is the
I've
second
made,
time you've been in front of the court for a PCC and you haven't been able to do anything because you have no information. So now you want to actually schedule an exam on a case that you can't find a file on?
Your Honor, I'm not making any motions at this time.
Ms. Barron,
And
make a
Judge-
motion. Case dismissed.
Thank you.
For the record, notes on the ROA show that this case was heard by Judge Martin on August 17th. Judge Martin again saw it on August 31st, and here we are, September 14th, and the prosecutor's office still hasn't located a file. And what's next, Heather?
Thank you, Judge.
Heather, you lose me?
I'm sorry, I'm talking away. Mr. Jadala, what are you here for?
Good morning, guys. We have a trial scheduled at 11 o'clock for Carrie Smith. Spoke with the prosecution yesterday, and we're going to put a dismissal on the record if you guys don't mind.
Ms. Bailey, could I borrow you whenever you
I'm
have
almost
it?
always going to go along with a dismissal.
I appreciate that,
Who's the
Judge.
prosecutor on that one?
That would be Ms. Bailey. Your Honor.
Case dismissed,
morning.
is that what I'm hearing?
Yes,
That's
Your
correct,
Honor,
Judge.
if I just might make a record of this.
Go ahead.
After extensive conversations with the complaining witness's mother, it is my understanding that they do not want to proceed with prosecution at this time for reasons that are personal, Your Honor, and I will not share on this record. However, I just ask that this case be dismissed without prejudice.
Granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. May you and your staff have a wonderful day.
You as well. Heather, I've
Good
got a
luck, Officer
Blackburn
Smith.
scheduled at 8:45. I don't seem to have a file. Did we already handle that one and the file left there, or did it get adjourned before I got the file?
Let me grab that.
Oh, no, Blackburn I set aside because I'm not sure why.
Your Honor, Crystal Marie Medina here on Ms. Blackburn. I have had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Blackburn this morning. I just need to follow up with Ms. Bailey, Your Honor.
All right, so you need a breakout?
Yes, if I could. Thank you.
I
That's why
also need
said
to
the
break
file
out with
outside.
Ms.
You wanna
Bailey.
Break out with your client. Okay, thank you.
Bryn, can you grab Royce and Crystal? And then right now I'm going to find the Mosley case for the Glaza so that we can handle that case. Judge, so it's not, I didn't put it out there. I'll grab it right now. The Mosley.
Thank you. All right, appearances on the Mosley file, please.
Zach Glaze on behalf of Geraldine Mosley. Sorry, might be a obsession.
Good morning, Judge Sonam Movsisian on behalf of the people, P83923.
And
Ms.
Zach Glaze
Mosley,
on
give me a
behalf of Ms.
thumbs up if
Mosley.
you hear everybody. Thank you. What are we doing, folks?
Judge, today we'll be accepting a plea. This was scheduled for a trial. The parties have come to an agreement. And so let me just make sure this is, because we have them at two separate times. I'm sorry, is this one's for Geraldine Mosley, right?
That's correct.
That's the file
Okay.
I've got.
Yes, so that one is going to be a plea under 769.4A. Judge, the only thing I would request is, I believe my complainant was waiting, was checked in, but I don't see her on.
She's in your waiting room. I'm gonna jump in there and tell her to join this room.
Okay, yeah.
I've been trying. Thank you.
Present, thank you.
All right, Ms. Mosley, could you unmute yourself, please?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am. Do you understand the possible penalty for this charge?
Yes, I do.
Have you discussed your rights and options with Mr. Glazo?
I have.
Do you understand those rights and options, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty to this charge today freely and voluntarily?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Mr. Glazo, would you like to do the voir dire? Give me the factual basis I need for the May 3rd incident date?
Sure thing, Your Honor. Ms. Mosley, I want to bring you back to May 3rd, 2022. At that time, were you in Van Buren Township?
Yes.
Is that in the county of Wayne?
Yes.
And at that time, did you get into a confrontation with Erica Landers in which you assaulted Miss Landers?
Yes.
And at that time or previous to, were you in a dating relationship with Miss Landers, a domestic relationship?
Yes.
Does the court require anything further?
I'm satisfied if counsel's satisfied. Ms. Moisesian?
Yes, the people are satisfied. Thank you.
Mr. Glazo, you satisfied?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Ms. Moisesian, the 7694A, what was the time period that was agreed?
Yes, Judge, the people are requesting 12 months probation, the batter's counseling, and of course, following all other terms of probation.
And Ms. Landers, anything you want to tell me before I sentence? You are muted.
No.
Thank you. Counsel, anything from you or Ms. Mosley?
Yeah, I just note that Miss Mosley has no criminal record. This did arise out of an incident where there was an argument that just kind of boiled over. Both parties were injured in the altercation. I'm confident that both parties are very regretful for what happened and very apologetic. I know that Miss Mosley has taken responsibility for her part in this, and she's very remorseful for what happened. And I would just ask the court to sentence under 7694A with a probationary term. I do have a travel request that I'd like to make as well at some point when the court is ready.
Go ahead. This is a good time.
Okay, I would like to ask permission for Miss Mosley to be able to travel to Punta Cana October 5th to October 10th. This is for a previously planned birthday trip, a 30th birthday and wellness retreat that she had booked in March of 2022. She would be flying to Punta Cana, staying at a resort. We could certainly provide the court with itinerary information if so desired. And she's happy to be subject to whatever conditions the court would like to impose regarding this trip.
I'm not anti-vacation, so I got no problem with her going out of town.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Mosley, anything you want to add? Don't feel that you have to.
I just want to apologize to the court. I take responsibility for my actions, and I do want to apologize for being late. I did not intend on that happening today.
All right. Ma'am, are you working?
Yes, sir.
Where do you work and how long have you been employed there?
I start a new job on Monday. Currently I work at a hospital, and I also work as a foster care caseworker.
Okay, what's the new job? Where you at? Where you going?
I will also be working, I'll be working for a large health system as an administrator.
Okay, good luck. All right,
Thank
I'm gonna
you.
go along with the 7.6, you're welcome. I'm gonna go along with the agreement for the 769.48 delayed sentence for 12 months. During that time period, you stay out of trouble, ma'am. No new criminal offenses. Batter's counseling is ordered as per the agreement. Court costs are assessed in the amount of $750. Those court costs are due within 5 days. So within 5 days, either pay the money or make arrangements with the court for something other than 5 days, a longer due date or a monthly payment plan. Understood?
Understood.
You can do that in person at the court, or you can do it through our website.
Okay.
Any questions, ma'am?
No, sir.
All right. You have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, Ms. Landers.
You have a great day. Judge, so the other portion of this case is going to be called at 10. So Ms. Landers is just going to wait for the second defendant to be called.
Oh, all right. I just kicked her out, so hopefully she'll call back in.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Nunley, are you ready on Watson?
Yes, I am.
It's a misdemeanor, Judge.
Appearances.
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor, we'd waive a formal reading and stand mute for purposes of the pretrial, or for purposes of the arraignment. For purposes of the pretrial, she is going to plead responsible to the civil infraction registration plate violation in exchange for dismissal of the misdemeanor security failure.
Wonderful. Ms. Watson, is that correct?
Yes, that's the correct, sir.
Excuse me. I'll accept your plea on the registration or plate civil infraction. Fines and costs on that file, $150.
Okay.
That is due 5 days from today. Or you need to make other arrangements within 5 days. We've also got another file from June of 2018. Excuse me, same charge, registration or plate violation. That one's 206. Are you in a position to set up a payment plan on both these files?
Yes, sir.
All right. You can do that in person, or you can contact the court through our website under the Contact Us tab, and you can start an email conversation about a due payment plan or whatever you need to do.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Any questions?
No questions.
All right, your misdemeanor is dismissed. Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Judge, do we want to tell Miss Smith, Carrie Smith, she is on now? I know Mr. Jadala is gone. Just let her know that her case is dismissed.
I'm a male, miss.
I'm sorry. The case is dismissed.
Well, thank you very much. Will I be receiving any paperwork?
Talk to your attorney.
Okay, so it is completely dismissed. Can I ask a few questions to you?
You can talk to your attorney.
Okay, well, there was a trespass charge, and I just wanted to
You can
know.
talk to your attorney.
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you very much. You have a wonderful day.
Heather, what are we doing with Mr. Steele? He's waiting patiently in my courtroom.
Sophia, is Mr. Steele yours?
Yes, Your Honor, or yes, Heather.
Don't
Sorry, Judge.
elevate her. Are you ready on that one, counsel?
Yes, I am.
All right. Put your appearance on the record for Mr. Steele, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sophia Nelson of Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Mr. Steele.
Bryn is in a breakout room.
Do we need Ms. Bailey for whatever we're going to do, Ms. Nelson?
No, I just need digital discovery.
Of course you do. Everybody else does. Pick a Wednesday. How far out you want to go?
October 5th. I'm sorry, I'm in a jury trial and then have other matters that following Wednesday.
That's all right. How about October 5th, sir, 9:30 in the morning? 9:30, counsel, that work for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Bond will be continued. Heather, remember, we'll tell Ms. Bailey what we did on that file.
On
And
the
Ms.
5th,
Nelson,
who will
you have
that be?
contact-
Who will that
Go
be
ahead, I'm
before
sorry.
on the 5th, Your Honor?
I gotta look.
Judge Martin.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you've got contact information for your client, correct?
Yes, he and I have spoken. It's just
Okay.
he preferred to appear in person.
No, I don't blame you a bit. I prefer to be in person too. Okay. Any questions, sir?
No, sir.
Have a lovely day. Heather, what's next?
Looks like we're ready on Blackburn.
All right, counsel, one more time, your appearance on Blackburn, please.
Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Blackburn. Ms. Blackburn is present via Zoom, Your Honor, at the Wayne County Jail. Ms. Blackburn, would you please say your full name for the record?
Deborah Blackburn.
All right,
Your
counsel,
Honor.
what do we, I've got 3 files in front of me. We'll talk about the 2 misdemeanors in a minute, or the 2 warranted files. What are we doing on the domestic violence that's scheduled today?
Your Honor, I apologize. I was not privy to 2 warranted files with regards to domestic violence. I did have an opportunity to pre-try this matter with Ms. Bailey. My understanding is that Ms. Bailey is prepared to make an offer to a plea of disorderly person with the agreement that the sentence would be credit time served, Your Honor, if the court is willing to accept that.
Sure. Ms. Blackburn, you understand the possible penalty for that charge?
Yes,
You've discussed your rights and options with Ms. Medina, correct?
correct.
You understand all those?
Yes,
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty to this added charge freely and voluntarily today?
yes.
Counsel, why don't you do some voir dire to give me a factual basis, please? Incident
Most-
date is July 19, 22.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Blackburn, on July 19th, 2022, were you in the city of Romulus?
Yes, I was.
And on that date, did you and your actions cause a disturbance?
Yes, they did.
Would you agree that you acted in a disorderly manner?
Yes,
I'm satisfied, counsel.
Satisfied,
Ms.
Your
Blackburn,
Honor.
how long have you been in custody, please?
I'm sorry. I didn't-
How long have you been in jail?
I've altogether about 2 months almost.
All right.
So
30
it
days
was,
in jail. 30 days in jail, 30 days credit. That'll close this file. Satisfied, Ms. Medina?
satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right, Ms. Medina, the other 2 files I've got are both misdemeanor larceny files from Huron Township. One from May, or actually, they're both from May 23rd, 22. If you want a breakout, I can let you talk to your client, but I'm inclined to take a plea on those and do the same thing, credit for time served, if she'd like to resolve them today. If not, I'll give her a pretrial date.
Your Honor, yeah, so I have not had the opportunity to look at these. I honestly would need, I
that's all
think,
right.
yeah. I think I would need some time, but would the court be willing, now that this matter has been resolved, to consider a personal bond on those
Oh,
matters?
absolutely.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
thank you, Your Honor. We are aware they're pending now. I will track them and I will make sure to stay in contact with my client, Your Honor.
All right, why don't you waive formal reading if you don't mind, because he's already scheduled for, these need to be arraigned, so I'll arraign her, give you a court date. I'm looking at October 13th, if that works for you.
That works, Your Honor. We would waive formal reading and stand mute, Judge.
I'll enter not guilty plea on both these files for Ms. Blackburn. Pretrial date, as I said, October 13. These are going to be in front of Judge Green, courtroom 3, that's 9:30. Are you
Thank
catching
you.
this, Ms. Blackburn?
Yes,
All right.
And I am
So
going
let's
to,
talk bond. Go ahead, Ms.
Okay.
Medina.
thank you, Your Honor. With regard to bonds, we would be asking for a personal bond, Your Honor. My understanding is that Ms. Blackburn has 3 children that she helps with the care 4, my understanding is that she has gone through the process to evict the complainant in the case we previously discussed, so she could return to her home, Your Honor, with no issue. She was undergoing treatment, Your Honor, but due to a COVID diagnosis, that was cut short. She is making efforts, Your Honor, to take care of herself and her family. I would ask that the court consider a personal bond, Judge, and I'm sure she looks forward to resolving everything.
All right, Ms. Blackburn,
Yes.
were you working before you went into custody?
Yes, I was.
Where at?
Amazon,
How long had you been there?
since March 3rd, I believe.
Okay. And counsel says that before COVID, you were in treatment. Where were you in treatment at?
Naomi's Nest.
Okay. Substance abuse?
No, I was placed there because I couldn't go. I didn't have anywhere to go.
Okay. All right. So what were the underlying larceny charges I'm dealing with? You know, you're not a 16-year-old shoplifter. So what was going on in your life that you were charged with larceny back in May?
I believe it's from the ex-boyfriend. I believe he reported that he stole his credit card.
And Your Honor,
circumstance?
I would, just general circumstances, ma'am. I don't want you to state anything on the record involving the actual allegations or what may or may not have occurred.
Okay.
All right. Counsel, I'm just always concerned when I see those types of charges with somebody this age that we've got a substance abuse issue. I'm assuming you're on top of that and that's not a concern.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't think that is a concern. Thank you. And
I understand.
And Your Honor, I have put my telephone number in the chat. If Deputy Pravanchi would be so kind to provide that to my client, I would greatly appreciate that, Deputy.
Ms. Medina, what's your number?
Corporal.
It is in the chat, but it's 313, it's fine, 346-5844. It's my Googleable number.
So it's 313-346-5844.
That is correct. Thank you.
Yep, I'll give it to her right now.
Thank you, Corporal. Ms. Blackburn, I'm going to put you on a personal bond on these two files. If you raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $1,000 on each of these files if you violate bond? Bond condition 1 is just stay out of trouble. Bond condition 2 is cooperate with Ms. Medina so we can move your files along. And condition 3 is show up for a pretrial on October 13th. Actually, that's going to be Judge Green, so that's still Zoom. So show up on Zoom October 13th.
Okay.
Got all that?
Yes.
Okay, you're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All the best to you and your staff.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you,
Your Honor.
Corporal, as always, for your efficient and speedy action.
He's amazing.
Appreciate you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you,
I'm
Judge. Thank you
surprised
so much.
moved that fast. I saw you run down the hallway. I was very impressed.
All right.
And thank you, Heather.
Thank you, Crystal. Mr. Mays, are you ready on Holbrook?
On Holbrook, I would like to, well, let me pass on that for just a few minutes, and maybe meet with the prosecutor. That would be helpful.
Okay, does any other attorney need to speak to a prosecutor?
I'm ready to go. No prosecutor needed.
I'm also ready on Joshua Adams.
And I'm also ready on Mr. Raines.
I'm ready on Keith Taylor.
Okay, so we'll start with Taylor because Miss Ripley was here the longest.
Is that Keith Taylor, a misdemeanor?
I'm sorry, Judge?
Is this Keith Taylor, a misdemeanor?
Is the application is set aside? Yes.
Oh, we probably need the prosecutor with that one, Miss Ripley. So that's going to be a few minutes because she's tied up. If we have any cases that don't need a prosecutor,
Yep, Miss Joshua Adams, we don't need a prosecutor.
And we don't need the prosecutor pretty much on Mr. Raines. We're just setting for exam.
All right, which one are we setting for exam? I didn't catch a name.
Mr. Raines, Your Honor, is the one we're setting for exam.
All right, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name again.
Alan Raines, Your Honor.
Raines, thank you.
You're
Go ahead,
welcome.
put your appearance on the record for Mr. Raines, counsel.
Thank you. Attorney Kiana Franulik, P73015, on behalf of Mr. Alan Raines, both appearing via Zoom Mr. Raines, please state your name for the record.
Alan Rains.
Thank you. Council, I'm looking at 19th of October or 26th of October.
26th of October, Your Honor.
How about 12 noon?
Noon works, Your Honor.
Mr. Raines, that work for you?
Yes, sir.
Bond will be continued. Enjoy your day.
Judge, if I may on that file, I believe I'm listed as APA just because I signed the warrant, but it's a non-domestic. And so I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Yes, I
Thank you,
believe
Sona.
Ms. Bailey is our prosecutor.
That is correct. Yeah, it just still has me listed.
Okay.
Noted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Joshua Adams.
Roy Snelly on behalf of the defendant. For purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading and stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, this case is going to be dismissed outright. Ms. Bailey indicated that if my client had taken care of the issues with his insurance and his plate, that she would dismiss, which he has done.
And Mr. Adams, I'm assuming that's okay with you.
Yes, of course.
All right. And while I've got you on Zoom, I show that you've got a speeding ticket. You've got a payment plan that starts next week.
Yeah, $50 each month
Okay.
until it's paid off.
Okay, you're all set. Enjoy your day.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, we're ready on Joshua Blair as well.
Was that Blair?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor, and may it please this honorable court, Sundar Jabber, P8333, I'm standing in on behalf of Miles J. Giroux, who represents Joshua Blair. Today's the date set and time for a PCC. Your Honor, we're just looking for a preliminary exam date.
19th or 26th of October, counsel.
26th, Your Honor.
12 noon.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Mr. Blair, that work for you?
Mr.
Give me a
Blair,
thumbs up.
His screen is dark.
Mr. Blair, that should work, Your Honor. We can work it out with our client. Mr. Blair, does
Mr.
October the
Blair,
26th?
There's my thumb.
October the
Thumbs up.
26th at noon, Your Honor?
Yep. Bond
Thank you so
continued.
much. Thank you so much, Your Honor. Have a great day.
Mr. Blair.
Yep, you too.
Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Zelnick, are you ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Mr. Zelnick, who was your client? Marshall Judge at 9:15.
Judge, I was in the
All right,
wrong
good morning,
courtroom
Mr.
too. I
Zelnick. Put your
apologize.
appearance on for Demario Marshall, please.
Edward Zelenak, P27611 for Demario Marshall. He's present at his work on a separate device. Mr. Marshall, give your name to the judge. We consent to proceed whatever way you like, Judge.
Mario Marshall.
Apparently, he's got no picture, Judge. I don't see a face.
That's all right. What are we doing today?
Your Honor, they have made an offer, and I don't know if you're entitled to take pleas on an attempt felony or if we should just waive the exam, send it downtown. We've worked out a deal, but it's an arrangement, I'm sorry, and it's got to be sentenced downtown, I believe, because it's one of the counts is an attempt CCW. So if that's the case, we'll waive the exam and take note of the offer in the file, which will never get worse than that, from what I understand, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Marshall, you understand the purpose for a preliminary exam?
Yes.
And you've discussed your rights and options with counsel, is that correct?
Yes.
Understanding all of this, are you waiving your exam freely and voluntarily today?
Yes.
You understand a waiver means the file goes downtown for the next step,
Yes.
and you want to waive.
Yes.
All right, I'll accept your waiver. September 28 is your next court date, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's 9/28. That's a Wednesday, right?
Correct. Bond is
And-
continued, and I wish you fellows good luck downtown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day, Judge.
Miss Nelson, are you able to get a hold of Miss Anderson? Mr. Bilski's been on here for probably about an hour now, waiting for Miss Anderson. so that we can-
Lauren?
Correct, yes, please.
Yeah, I'll work on it. Did you get my message regarding Miss McMullen?
No, I did not. I haven't been able to get a hold of her.
It's in the ROA that she's in treatment. So I'm hoping we can just adjourn it out until such time that she's not an inpatient anymore.
Judge,
Which
on
file is that,
McMullen,
counsel? I'm sorry.
McMullen at
McMullen is in-
9:15.
All right, McMullen's the one that's in treatment?
Yes.
All right, how far out you want to go with the next date?
Can we do October 19th?
She's still at the Home of New Vision?
Yes.
Must be going well. Yeah, 9 o'clock on the 19th work?
Yep.
Judge, that's your day, so
That's
just
not a date. Yeah.
October 19th is.
Oh, it is. Then why isn't it on my list? Oh, you didn't go out that far.
I didn't go out
So
that far.
October 19th, 9
correct.
a.m.
And those ones are in person.
Oh, we're moving back by then?
I am. My docket's moving live in October.
Okay.
Miss Anderson is here. Thank you, Sophia, if you were the one that worked that. Lauren, did you want to speak to Mr. Bilski?
Yes, that would be great.
Thank you. So, Miss
Ready.
Nelson, you're all set? Or you still have any more?
No, I believe I'm all set. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for helping out.
Heather, have you seen Mays, a 915 misdemeanor?
No, we have not seen Mays yet. Miss Fulmer,
Yes, good morning.
good morning. Do you need to speak to your client or are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Judge, this is on Salters, S-A-L-T-E-R-S.
Got it. Counsel, your appearance for Salters, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. And may it please this honorable court, Allison Fulmer, P 60236, appearing on behalf of Sade Salters. Please state your name for the record, Ms. Salters.
Sade Latoya Marie Salters.
Your Honor,
morning,
good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, respectfully, we have just received the competency evaluation from the Forensic Center, and I mean, I'm literally just receiving this, but I take issue with some portions of it.
Excuse me.
And I need to know, I need to see if we need to have our own expert, an independent expert to possibly testify. So, because my client has had, has been declared incompetent to stand trial previously. And furthermore,
You want to adjourn a PCC, or you want to just put a
Sure.
conference review date? What do you want to do?
yeah, let's adjourn the PCC, Your Honor, if we can do that, that would suffice.
How much time do you need?
I need at least, I need 30 days, Judge.
I mean, I guess it don't really
Judge,
matter.
that can be October 26th. That would be back with you.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Ms. Fulmer, how about October 26th, 9 a.m.?
Yes, Your Honor, that works for me.
And Miss Fulmer, if you feel that we need to reschedule this because you don't have what you need, please get a hold of me, Judge Oakley's recorder, Heather.
Okay, okay, very well. Thank you, Heather.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Counsel, stick around for a second. I've got something outside of this file. Ms. Salters, do you have any questions for your attorney?
No, not at all.
Have a nice day, man.
Thank you, y'all too.
Counsel, are you a Detroit area born and bred?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you know the name Leonard Fulmer?
Yes, that's my cousin.
No kidding.
Yeah, he's in Vegas now. He's a little distant cousin, but I'll talk to you about that. We're related to it. There's another
'Cause
judge.
Leonard goes back, Leonard goes back, Romeo's politics back 40 years with my father.
Well, he's related to Judge Giles too. Did you know that?
Oh, I did not know that. It's a small world, no doubt about it.
I found that out at Judge Giles' father's funeral.
Well, when I saw your name, I just had to ask where you were from.
Wow, I have to let him know.
Yeah, do that, please.
Okay.
And do me a favor.
Yeah.
Let him know that my mother is still healthy as can be, and she's going to be 93 in November.
Wow. I will reach out and I will let him know that.
Beautiful. Tell him I said hello. He probably
I
won't
will,
remember
Your
me. I
Honor.
was probably in short pants last time he saw me.
Yes. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Great day.
You as well. Thank you.
Heather, what's next?
Miss Anderson, are you ready? Bielski, Judge.
Okay, I'm ready. Appearances.
Brenna's still in the breakout room, so Miss Anderson, if you want to put your name on the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Lauren Anderson, P85191, on behalf of Brandon Bilski, who is present on Zoom.
And Mr. Bilski, you can hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. What are we doing, Ms. Anderson?
We just need to set an exam date.
October 19 or 26?
Sorry, Judge. Somebody drove by and I couldn't quite hear you. What was the date you said?
October 19th or 26th?
Judge, the 19th is perfect.
Mr. Bilski, that worked for you?
Yes.
How about 1:30 in the afternoon?
That's fine.
All right, Mr. Bilski, you're all set. Enjoy your day, sir.
Thank you. You too.
Lauren, what about Mr. Curry?
He should be on
He's
here.
here.
I know he was trying to sign on.
He's here. I'm sorry.
I'm ready on him as well.
All right, Curry, Judge.
I've got it. Counsel, your appearance for Curry, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Lauren Anderson, P85191, on behalf of Sean Curry, who is present on Zoom.
And Mr. Curry, can you hear us? Give me a thumb up. Thank you. What are we going to do today, Ms. Anderson?
Just setting for an exam, Judge.
Let's do it the same date.
Perfect.
October 19th at 1:30.
Thank you so much. That's perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Curry, that work? Thumbs up. Have a great day.
Have a good one, Judge.
Mr. Bowditch, do you need to speak to Mr. Fraser, or are you ready to go, or do you need to speak to Miss Bailey?
Miss Bailey first, please.
All right, I'll put you in a breakout room with her.
Thank you, ma'am.
You are welcome.
Did we lose Mr. Mays?
We did not. He
Attorney
is
Mays?
still in there with Bryn. I'm gonna go jump in Royce's meeting room to see if he knows if Mr. Batar is gonna jump on.
Okay.
He's away from his desk and it's not till 10:15 anyway, so we need to wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ready on Keith Taylor, the prosecutor's back.
She's not back yet. Judge, while we're waiting for the attorneys, I'm going to step away for 1 minute.
Okay.
Heather,
Yes, Jeff.
I just need Mr. Frazier for a second. His matter is going to be dismissed. I just want to give him good news.
All righty.
Ready on Frazier, Heather?
Frazier,
Yes, Your Honor.
got it. What are we doing?
Your Honor, this is going to be a dismissal per the prosecutor. Defense has no objections. Neither does Mr. Frazier.
Mr. Frazier, are you there?
I think he's on a phone, Your Honor.
I don't see him at all.
He was in a breakout room with me. So he's here.
Did you
and
leave
he
him
was on.
there?
Beg your pardon?
Did you leave him there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you go retrieve him?
No,
Because Heather's not at her desk, so she can't do that.
I'm on a device that can't retrieve people, Your Honor. I apologize.
All right.
I'm telling him to come in now. Let's see if it works.
Thank you.
Yep, here he is, Judge.
Mr. Frazier, you there?
Yes.
Okay with you if I dismiss your file?
Yes.
Enjoy your day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Are we free to end the call?
Yes, sir. Heather, I don't have anything else till an 11 o'clock trial.
All righty then. I'll see you then.
You want me to hang out for a little bit?
No, I don't show you having an 11 o'clock trial.
It's a Scott Hattie.
Oh, you're in for
Miss
Leanna. Oh, okay. Is it by Zoom?
No, it's going to be in person. I believe Mr. Hattie will be here. I'll be here.
Okay, then
I'm
we'll
not
see you
sure.
then. Okay.
I'm not sure the prosecutor is ready to proceed.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Parker, are you ready on Sims?
Ready. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Parker. Your appearance, please.
Good morning. NDS Detroit by James Parker on behalf of my client, Brianna Sims Neal, P 53832.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Parker, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we do want to set this for a preliminary examination. I still did not receive that criminal responsibility report yet, but we
They
can
said
set
it
a
won't be
date.
for another month.
Okay, can we set something past another month so I can at least have that? Then I'll make my decision whether or not I'm going to actually hold that exam.
Yeah, Heather, can we give a date for me in November? We got a felony
Sure.
date for me?
Yep, let's see what we got for November. November 30th, Judge.
How's that, counsel?
Albert Paul, I do have a client in 36th District Court that has a walker and stuff. That's going to create a problem unless we do something in the afternoon.
That's what it would be. Yep.
Okay,
How
then,
about 1
yes.
o'clock?
That'll be
1
perfect.
o'clock?
Yep.
Ms. Sims Neal, that work for you?
Yes.
All right. Bond is continued. Enjoy your day, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're finished, Ms. Neal. I'll give you a call.
Alrighty.
Enjoy your day, Mr. Parker.
Thank you.
Everything's just waiting on the prosecutor.
Thank you.
Miss Bailey's in. Mr. Mays, are you ready on your cases?
I am not. I'm still going through things with Mr. Holbrook, but I will be in less than 5 minutes.
Perfect, that's fine. Then we are ready to go. I'm Taylor, Keith Taylor. And that's at 9:30.
Yeah, looking for a file. Got it. Appearances for Keith Taylor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009. And good morning, Your Honor. Rachel McRipley appearing on behalf of Keith Taylor. My P number is 76222, and I'm standing in for Attorney Gergis with Project Clean Slate. And Mr. Taylor is here and ready to
Thank you,
proceed by Zoom.
Mr. Taylor, thumbs up if you can hear us. Thank you. Counsel, what are we doing?
Your Honor, this is a motion to set aside a conviction. It was for operating license suspended, revoked, or denied back in 2007. Mr. Taylor does have his driver's license. He's been doing very well since then. He's been working at GM. The court should be in receipt of the Attorney General's response as well as the Michigan State Police result.
I do.
Okay, and the statutory period has passed.
The AG sent a distinctive letter that said he may be eligible. So
Correct.
helpful.
Yeah, they say that because it's a traffic case, they normally raise the objection when there's injury or death, or if a crime was committed with a commercial license.
Right.
And those did not exist in this case. So.
All right. Do the people have an objection to the motion?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, did your office send in a proposed order? I don't see one.
I can send one to the court.
If you email one to Heather, we'll get it signed and get it back to you.
Okay. Can I get that email address?
Mr. Taylor, you win.
I'll put it in the chat, Miss Ripley.
Thank you.
All right, thank
All right, thank you, ladies.
Thank you so much, Judge. Good to see you.
You as well, Counselor.
You can log off, Mr. Taylor, if we're done.
Okay, thank you.
could you put me in a breakout room with Miss Bailey, please?
I'm sorry, who did you want to speak to? Oh, Mr. Edwards. Yep. You want breakout room with Mr. Edwards?
No,
Mr.
with Miss Bailey.
With Miss Bailey. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll head back into my room.
Heather, we're ready on both of my cases now.
Unless you need me to
Start with
stay for these,
Holbrook, 'cause That's
please.
the one I got in front of me.
Mr. Holbrook, Your Honor?
Yeah, can we start with that one? That's the final.
Yes, we can.
Appearance.
morning, Your
William
Honor.
Mays, on behalf of Mr. Holbrook, who appears with us via Zoom this morning. Mr. Holbrook, state your name.
Anthony Allen Holbrook.
Your Honor, the prosecuting attorney has agreed to dismiss one of the counts, the high BAC, in exchange for a guilty plea to operating while intoxicated. I've described for Mr. Holbrook what the maximum possible penalties are for OWI, as well as the collateral consequences, and I've gone through with him his rights. It's my understanding that at this time he's going to waive and give up his rights and enter a plea of guilty to the count of operating while intoxicated in exchange for that dismissal of the high BAC.
Thank you. Let's find out. Mr. Holbrook, you understand the possible penalty for operating while intoxicated?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand your rights and options after discussing those with Mr. Mays?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understanding all of this, are you pleading guilty to that charge freely and voluntarily, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Mays, would you like to voir dire July 31, 22 incident date?
Sure. Mr. Holbrook, on July 7th, 2022, were you operating a motor vehicle in Huron Township?
Yes.
Had you consumed alcoholic beverages before operating that motor vehicle?
Yes.
What do you recall drinking before you operated that vehicle?
I recall having several alcoholic beverages.
Can you be more specific?
Probably 12 or 13.
Okay. And did the alcohol that you consumed before operating the motor vehicle materially and substantially affect your ability to operate the motor vehicle?
Yes.
And how did that affect your ability to operate the vehicle?
It impaired me from being able to drive correctly and to stop the vehicle. Yes.
All right. There was an accident. And was that accident caused at least in part by the alcohol you drank?
Yes.
And did you take a breath or a blood test after you were arrested?
I took a breath test.
And the results were 0.23, 0.24?
Correct.
And we agree that, at least for purposes of the judge's consideration as to whether there's a factual basis, that those test results are accurate.
Yes.
Your Honor?
I'm satisfied. Sir, I'm going to accept your plea to the count 2 charge, dismiss the count 1 charge. I'm going to refer you to our probation department. You'll be contacted by probation. They'll schedule a pre-sentence investigation with you. They'll put together a report and recommendation. You'll have a chance to look at that report, go over it with Mr. Mays. I'll look at it, go over it, and then you, Mr. Mays, and myself are going to meet in my courtroom for a sentencing. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Bond is continued. Any questions?
None from the
No,
people.
Mr. Holbrook, I'll give you a call.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day, sir. Ready on Doran?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
I don't see him though. Oh, Mr. Doran, start your
He's here.
camera,
Mr.
please.
Doran, activate your camera if you have one. Thank you. Mr. Mays, your appearance.
William
and what are we
Mays, on
doing?
behalf of Mr. Doran, Your Honor, who appears with us via Zoom. Mr. Doran, state your name, please.
James Edward Dorn.
And Your Honor, if the prosecutor wants to put her appearance on, she can. I cut her off with that last case. Sorry.
Go ahead, Ms.
Thank
Bailey.
you. Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
So, Your Honor, the prosecutor and I have resolved this case. There's an offer to dismiss the OWI second in exchange for a plea to OWI first. I've described to Mr. Doran what the maximum possible penalties for that are, as well as the collateral consequences. I've also gone through with him what his rights are, and it's my understanding that he's going to avail himself of the prosecutor's offer and tender a plea of guilty to OWI at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Doran, you understand your rights and options after discussing those with counsel?
Yes, sir.
And you understand the difference in possible penalties between a first offense and second offense?
Yes, sir.
Understanding that, are you freely and voluntarily pleading guilty to a first offense operating while intoxicated charge today?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mays, if you would.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Doran, on June 6th, 2020, Were you operating a motor vehicle in Huron Township, Michigan?
Yes, sir.
Had you consumed alcoholic beverages before operating that motor vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What did you have to drink that was alcoholic?
Vodka.
And how much vodka do you think you drank?
Probably a pint and a half.
Okay. And there was an accident as a result of the consumption of the alcohol?
Yes, there was.
Did the alcohol contribute to the accident?
Yes.
Were you materially and substantially affected by the alcohol you'd consumed before operating the vehicle?
Yes.
Did you take a breath or a blood test after you were arrested?
Just blood.
Okay. And the result was 0.28?
Yes, sir.
And for purposes of the judge's consideration of acceptance of the plea, we're stipulating that those tests were accurate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor?
Satisfied. Mr.
Satisfied,
Dorn,
Your Honor.
I've accepted your plea. Thank you, Ms. Bailey. I've accepted your plea to the first offense, dismissed the second offense. I'm going to refer your file to the probation department. They'll contact you and schedule an interview. Based on that interview, they'll prepare a report and recommendation for sentence. You'll see that report, get a chance to go over it with Mr. Mays. I'll look at that report, and then you, Mr. Mays, and myself will meet in my courtroom for a sentencing. Do you understand all that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Any questions today?
No, sir.
Bond is continued.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Dorn, I'll give you a call in a little bit.
Okay, thank you, Mays.
Enjoy your day, Mr. Dorn.
Thank you.
Judge, we have Mr. Batty, Attorney Batty here for the other Mosley case, which is in the misdemeanor pile. Miss Sona, do we still have you? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm just going back and forth.
All right, appearances on, is it Jeremus Mosley? How do I say that?
Yes, Jeremus Mosley, sir.
Okay. Appearances?
Good morning, Your Honor. Sonam of CCN on behalf of the people, P83923.
Good morning, Judge. Danny Batty on behalf of Ms. Mosley, P84624.
Thank you. And Ms. Mosley, give me a thumbs up if you can hear everybody. Thank you. What are we doing?
Judge, this is connected to the case that we took earlier. There was a jury trial scheduled. We have come to a plea agreement in this matter under, let me make sure I have the correct statute, 771.1, because this one is a assault and battery, not a domestic violence.
All right,
That is
Ms.
correct.
Mosley, you understand the possible penalty for this charge?
Yes,
You've discussed your rights and options with your attorney, correct?
yes,
You understand those rights and options, ma'am?
yes, I do.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily today?
No contest.
Ms. Boycissian, any objection to a no contest?
Judge, I believe Mr. Batty indicated that they were going to be doing a no contest order. I would like for him to indicate why, and then I would leave it to the court's discretion for the no contest plea.
Counsel?
Yes, Judge, just for the nature of the charges and potential civil liability, we feel that a no contest plea satisfies the same outcome as the plea of guilty in this matter.
I'll accept the no contest if one of you attorney types can give me a factual basis. I don't have a report in file.
I can do that if you'd like, Judge. I can budge your decline. I just don't have the date of the incident in front of me, Judge. Do you have that?
Oh, the date of the incident is May 3rd, 22. Or Ms. Boycissian, do you have an incident report in front of you?
I do, yes, I do. It's May 3rd, 2022.
Go
Were
ahead.
you-
If she's
Sorry.
going to plead no contest, I don't think anybody should be asking her questions. I just need
That's-
somebody to give me a factual basis.
That's true.
So give me the high points out of the incident report that give me the basis I need.
Understood. So on May 3rd, 2022, it is alleged that Jeremus Mosley was at the Service Drive in Van Buren Township, and that an assault and battery was committed against Erica Landers, to whom she had no intimate partner relationship with. She was present during an altercation that occurred with Geraldine Mosley against Erica Landers.
Mr. Batty, are you satisfied with those facts?
Satisfied, Judge.
I'll accept the plea. I'm willing to consider a 12-month delayed under 771.1. What should I know before I set the terms?
Judge, that is correct. Our request would be for 12 months. Additionally, I would request an anger management course to be completed as a part of her terms of probation.
Judge, any consideration for a sentencing date to be set so that I may provide the court with a brief on Ms. Mosley?
I've got no problem with that. Ms. Boycissian, no objections?
Yeah, no objection to that.
All right, we'll pick a date. And then Ms. Boycissian, if you want to give the complainant a chance to weigh in, she can do that as well. Heather,
Okay.
when do we got a probation date coming up?
October 4th.
Mr. Beatty, how's that?
I'm just checking that calendar right now, Judge, and that looks, what time?
Heather?
Yeah, that's good.
I apologize.
Ms. Mosley, that work?
I'm sorry. Say the time again.
October 4 at 8:30 in the morning.
So Judge, I have an in-person at 9 a.m. at the Third Circuit. I'm gonna have to probably do it later.
I don't think I need you if you're not taking any position beyond the anger management.
Okay, and if I need anything, I guess I can submit it through the, like if the complainant and I discuss anything that needs to be submitted, I can write it.
Yeah, and the complainant certainly welcome to be here.
Okay.
This is gonna be scheduled live. I'm doing my sentencing dockets live, so.
Got it.
She wants to be here, she can be here.
Judge,
Understood, Ms. Mosley?
would there be any consideration for an afternoon docket? Ms. Mosley does have a
Nope.
teaching.
Well, you know what? I could do that. I don't have to do this with my regular probation. What time?
1 o'clock.
Yeah, Heather, pick a date. Doesn't have to be with the regular probation stuff. We can do a special one on this. You want to stick
Okay.
with October 4 and do it at 1 o'clock?
Yeah, we can do October 4th at 1.
All right. That work for everyone?
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Agreed? Ms. Mosley?
Yes, that works. Thank you.
Okay, we'll see you then.
Thank you. Erica, I'll follow up with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. I will see you this afternoon.
All righty.
Heather, we're ready on Edwards whenever the court is.
Which one is that, Mr. Jadal, Mr. Qatar?
Stefan Edwards, Your Honor.
I am ready.
Great. Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Edwards, Your Honor. Mr. Edwards is present on Zoom. Mr. Edwards, can you state your name for the judge?
Stefan Edwards.
Judge, Mr. Edwards is going to plead guilty to assault and battery, stipulation for 6 months of probation under 771.1. He will also have to successfully complete a drug and alcohol treatment program.
All right, so he's going to plead to a simple assault. The domestic charge is dismissed.
Correct, Your Honor.
Correct. All right. Mr. Edwards, you understand the possible penalty for the added charge, sir?
Yes, sir.
You discussed your rights and options with counsel?
Guilty.
You understand those rights and options?
Yes.
All right, understanding that you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily to the added charge?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Batar, June 28, 2020 incident date. Would you board here for the facts I need?
Yes, Judge. What was the jurisdiction on that? Was it Romulus?
Yes, it was.
Mr. Edwards, on that date and time, were you located in the city of Romulus?
Yes.
And did you come in contact with your mother at that time?
Yes.
Did you put your hands on her without her consent? Did you hear that, Mr. Edwards? Did you put your hands on her without her consent?
Yes.
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Oh my. Is Mrs. Elders or Mrs. Edwards available, or has she been contacted so I can sentence today?
She is here, Judge. I will pull her back out of Bryn's waiting room.
Thank you. And Mr. Batar, The delayed sentence, was there an agreed upon time frame?
6 months, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else I should know about Mr. Edwards before I sentence?
No, sir.
Judge, the incident was from 2020. As you know, it involved his mother. He's straightened out himself since that time. He's working full-time at Detroit Thermal Systems right now. We're asking the court to adopt the agreement.
Which will include drug and alcohol assessment and treatment.
Okay. Ms. Edwards, can you hear me?
Yes, Judge, I can.
Yes.
Ma'am, before I sentence your son, is there anything you want me to know?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. My son, he needs help. And I think if he is put away, he'll be able to get the help that he needs because he has just really been doing a lot of drugs and alcohol and threatening me.
All right, ma'am, part of what I'm going to order is that he have a substance abuse evaluation done and follow any recommendations from the agency. So if the evaluation leads to a recommendation that he do outpatient treatment or inpatient treatment, then that'll be court ordered as well. Understood?
Okay.
As far as contact with you, do you want to have contact with your son?
You know, he is my son, and I do love him in spite of how he has treated me. But I want him to have the help that he needs to get off the drugs and the alcohol, because it just changes him into someone that's frightening. That's very frightening to me.
Ms. Edwards, I've got three options. I can remove any order that relates to contact between you and your son. I can leave it on that he have no contact at all, or I can say he can have contact, but if he gets abusive or confrontational, that's a violation of the bond. You understand that?
Yes.
Which one of those options would you prefer, ma'am?
If he gets help, if he's not abusive to me, and the last time we came into contact, I was very frightened of him.
And let's do it this way. If you're all right with it, I'm going to change his condition. So instead of no contact, he can have contact with you. But if it gets to the point where he's harassing or threatening or confrontational along those lines, then that could be a violation of his terms, and you'll have to contact the prosecutor's office and they'll contact the court. Understood?
Okay, Stefan, you understand that?
Yes.
Well, I want to make sure you're okay with that first, Miss Edwards.
Okay.
I know you're in mom role, but right now I don't need you to advise him.
Okay. I'm gonna go with the change the no contact. What's that? The third option?
No, it'll be non-assaultive contact. So as long as he's on his best behavior, he can have contact with you.
Okay.
You're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want to tell me, ma'am?
So is it going to be court ordered that he gets the help for his drug use and his alcohol use?
My order is going to be that he goes to an agency of our choosing to be evaluated. If the evaluation comes back that he's got a substance abuse issue, they're also going to recommend a treatment plan, and that plan will then be ordered. If the evaluation comes back and says he's got no issue, then I'm not going to require any treatment at that point. Understood?
Yes, and also he has been advised to get treatment since March, and he has not followed through with that, with the guidance counselor down here in Brownstown.
Well, the guidance counselor can't throw him in jail if he doesn't do what he's told. I can.
Oh, okay.
And I'm pretty sure Mr. Stefan Edwards understands that. Correct, Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, Mrs. Edwards?
No, but thank you very much, Your Honor.
You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you for your time. Mr. Bitar, anything else before I set terms?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Edwards, I'm going to go along with the 6-month delayed sentence. recommendation. During that 6 months, you stay out of trouble, no new criminal offenses. Obviously, your substance abuse evaluation, as I've discussed, my probation department will reach out to you and get some information to you so you know where to go to set that up. If you don't hear from us in a week or so, you contact Mr. Bitar and he'll put you in contact with the people you need to talk to at the court.
Okay.
You've already posted bond. I'm gonna, excuse me, I'm gonna apply that bond towards your costs. So all you need to do is stay out of trouble, do the substance abuse evaluation, and then do the followed recommendation or the recommended follow-up, if any. Do you understand all that?
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
No. No, sir.
All right, and I've also got a couple files here. It looks like traffic matters. It looks like you got a payment plan that was supposed to start Monday, 2 days
Yes.
ago. All right, did you get your payment in?
No, not yet. I get paid tomorrow, and I'm gonna give it to him tomorrow.
All right, you might want to adjust your payment plan if you need to adjust it so your due date falls in a better place so you're not running late on your pay. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good luck.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome, Counselor. Heather?
Judge, Mr. Bickert, are you here for Mr. Rorich?
Yes.
Okay, luckily he had COVID and he didn't need to appear because he's in Wayne County Jail and they would have been on for quite a while. So we need to reschedule this. What day are you able to be here at 8:30 in the morning on a Wednesday?
On a Wednesday. Let me
Correct.
let me check that real quick. I apologize. I need to
Yep. Next
get my
week would
computer.
probably be best because he's in jail.
Let's go ahead with next week, please.
Okay, so 9/21 at 8:30. That's going to be in front of Judge Green. County is very, very prompt. If you need to be here like about 8:15, if that helps,
Okay.
then maybe do that. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we'll see.
Just so I'm clear, your understanding that was provided, because I just spoke with his family. They didn't indicate anything about that Mr. Rorick was not able to be brought for a Zoom because of COVID.
Yeah, well, but the problem is if he would have been on Zoom, we would have still been waiting for you since 8:30 this morning.
I understand that.
Yeah. Okay.
My question was just that whether it was COVID. He has COVID.
Yep. He has COVID. He was tested COVID positive. So we'll try next week at 8:30 with Judge Green if you want to be a little earlier. I don't know if that will help with your schedule because county is very early. Okay.
Understood. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. You too.
Heather, I am ready on Jody McWhirter whenever you guys are.
All right, Mr. Nunley, you're ready on Miss McWhirter?
Yes, I am.
And that's at 10:15, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Nunley, your appearance, please.
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant. For purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading and stand mute to the charges. Purposes of the pretrial, we just need an adjournment so that we can obtain the police report and any videos that may exist.
Okay, Ms. McWhirter, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Oh, let's see. Let's go September 28th, get a little time for the discovery.
September 28th. Okay.
That work?
Yeah.
Yes.
What time?
Oh, I don't know, 10 o'clock?
Okay.
Let's talk about bond.
We'd ask the court to consider a personal bond. My client has absolutely no criminal history. She has informed me of that. She is here of her own fruition. I think that a personal bond is appropriate in this matter. She did ask me to ask the court for permission to go to Cedar Point this weekend.
Why would you want to do that?
For fun, of course.
because I bought tickets last year.
And you want to use them. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I'm not an amusement park guy, but I'll let you go.
It's for the haunted houses.
All right, well, be safe. All right, I'm gonna
All
put you
right.
on a personal bond. Couple conditions. The first one is just generally stay out of trouble. Second condition, cooperate with Mr. Nunley so we can move your case along. Third condition, be on Zoom September 28 at 10 a.m. And lastly, do not purchase, possess, or consume any mood-altering substance unless you've got a doctor's prescription. That includes alcohol and/or marijuana. You understand all those terms, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $1,000 on each of those, excuse me, on each of those two files for a total of $2,000 if you mess up on bond?
Yes, I understand.
You're all set unless you have questions for Mr. Nunley or myself.
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
I have a quick question. On the 28th, is that with you, Judge?
Judge
What date did I
Green.
just give you?
The 28th.
Thanks.
Okay, Judge Green, got it.
Yep. Mr. Duncan, are you ready?
Judge, I think I'm ready. I'm gonna ask to get discovery, so we can certainly do the arraignment and the probable cause. And I was asking to adjourn it. I'm gonna try to send a letter in for a misdemeanor once I get discovery.
Do you have your client with you, Mr. Duncan?
Yes, she's right here.
Hi.
Okay,
Good
when
morning,
we're
ma'am.
done, I need to put her in the breakout room with Michelle so that we can get her information. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Heather, thank you.
Is it here?
Mr. Duncan, would you waive formal reading?
Yes, I do, Judge, and she stands mute for purposes of arraignment.
All right, let's schedule this for September 28th, if that works for you.
Judge, just let me check. For some reason, I'm thinking that's not good.
It's all right.
I only say that when I got more than 3 things at one time. So. Yes, Judge, I've got 4 hearings that morning. Can we go to a different date, please?
Next week might be too tight for the discovery. How about we go to October 5? 9:45 in the morning?
Judge, I have a jury trial. My first jury trial coming up is that day. I apologize.
Seriously,
Judge.
that's your first one?
Yes, well, I've had a couple. I picked juries twice, but both of them resolved prior to the jury trial.
Huh. How about October 12?
That's fine, Judge. That's a good day.
Nine a.m.
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Any reason why I should not put Ms. Collett on a personal bond with a no mood altering substances condition?
No, Judge, I believe this is her first offense, or her last offense was about 20 years ago from what she tells me. So.
All right. I think I lost her.
Nope, she's right here, Judge.
Oh, there she is. Yeah, she's with you.
Yes,
Ma'am,
Judge.
I'm going to put you on a personal bond with a couple conditions. The first one is stay out of trouble, just generally stay out of trouble. Second condition, cooperate with Mr. Duncan so we can move this case forward. Show up for your court date on October 12th. And lastly, do not purchase, possess, or consume any mood altering substance unless you've got a doctor's prescription, and that includes alcohol and/or marijuana. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $1,000 if you mess up on bond?
Yes, sir.
You're all set. Enjoy your day.
Judge,
Thank
can
you,
I,
Mr. Duncan.
Judge, can I
Go
just
ahead.
ask the prosecutor if she can email me discovery?
Ms. Bailey?
Your Honor, yes, Your Honor, I have sent over paper and I've requested digital.
Thank you.
Right. And Mr. Duncan, if you could, we'll put Ms. Collett in a breakout room so we can confirm her contact info.
Yes, Judge, that's fine. Thank you, Judge. Have a good morning.
You as well. Heather, we got anything else ready?
Ms. Kirkland, we're not ignoring you, but your client has not appeared. Have you had any contact?
I understand. Yes, I had contact as early as last week. I am trying him right now and I'm not getting a response right now. To be fair, the number that I do have is a text now number, a text free number, but yeah, I'm trying him right now.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bailey, may I speak with you in your meeting room? Thank you.
Heather, have we heard from Hopkins or Layla?
I'm sorry, from who, Layla, no, Hopkins. That's who Miss Kirkland is speaking about. She's checking with Mr. Hopkins right now.
Thanks.
And then Jonathan Jones signed on, said that he will be back in about 15 minutes. He's handling a case and his client is here, Miss Hall. So we're just waiting for Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
I'm ready on Hopkins. I've been trying him since yesterday, and I've tried him consistently for the past 30 minutes via text and phone call. So, yeah, I'm ready.
So no luck contacting him, counsel?
No.
All right. And this is on Gianni Hopkins, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, put your name on the record, counsel.
Neighborhood Defender Service by Kashava Kirkland on behalf of Mr. Hopkins, P84015.
All right, I'll note for the record that it is now 10:34. This file was scheduled at 10 o'clock. If he doesn't show up by end of call, he'll lose his $300 and a new bench warrant will issue. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you ready on Chapman?
Yes, we are. 9:45.
Go ahead.
Roy Snelling on behalf of the defendant, we'd waive a formal reading for purposes of the arraignment, stand mute to the charges. We just are asking for a brief adjournment so that Ms. Chapman may clear up her license issue.
How much time you think you need?
Couple weeks.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
How about October 5?
Did we adjourn one for you already, Royce, if you want that same day or no?
Yeah, we did. I forget where it was. October 5th is no good. I think it was, we did something in, September 28th. Is that possible?
That's
Sure.
good with me.
Okay.
That works for Ms. Chapman?
Yes, it does.
10 a.m.?
Yep, that'd be perfect. Will I be able to get an email with this information?
You might get a notice, but this is pretty quick, so it might not make it to you.
Let me write it down then, if you don't mind.
No.
What was that date?
October 28th.
October 28th at 10 a.m.
Correct. And I want to put you on notice that you've got a probation hearing scheduled on October 4.
Yep.
You know about that one?
Yep.
Okay. Have a nice day.
You too. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I hang up on right?
Hi, Heather. How you doing today?
I am just fine. And how about you?
Great. I'm calling victims as the new dates is set.
Very
Other
good.
than, do you know, have a date for a couple of hearings? Clark,
Clark is next week, September 21st, Judge Green.
at what time?
It would be 8:30.
And that's a PE, right?
PCC.
Oh, it's just adjourned. Okay.
Yep.
And then Harris,
Same thing. PCC 9/21, 8:30.
and Hamilton.
Hamilton.
Ronald Hamilton at 9.
Oh. Let's see. There it is. Pretrial 9/27 at 10:30.
Oakley as well.
Nope, that's going to be Judge Martin.
Okay, and last but not least, Lucas Kunis, Julius Kunis.
I remember that one. What time was that one at?
It's at 9. It was a PCC.
Oh, there it is, right underneath. Live exam, October 26th at 11:30.
With Judge Oakley.
Yep.
Okay. And Bren, I got your message. Bren. Oh, you're on mute. Hey, how you doing today?
I'm good.
I got
How are you
your
doing?
message about the 11 o'clock. I called all the other ones. Because I left that one alone.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm glad you sent me a message. Because I did call everybody yesterday. Let's see. I don't know. I think the only one is yours is Whitfield, but I don't know. I just probably left a message for them. Yeah. No, I got a new address and phone number. She will be here.
Yep.
I'll give you the address and phone number when I get there.
Perfect.
She's taking a red eye from Vegas.
Yes.
And we just have to make sure she's in a separate room and, you know.
Yep. There's plenty of rooms.
Yeah, I told her that. Okay, so I just wanted to let you know about that. I spoke with her.
Thank you.
All righty. I think I'm done and I will see you at 12.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, I'll see you at 12. See you later, Heather.
Bye. See you later.
Hey, Heather, are you in the courtroom?
I am not, but I can be if you need to go in there.
Oh, I've got a nice little stack of PCCs that I didn't get any dates on.
Yep, I can meet you in there.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Yep. be in there in just a minute.
That's like low.
Jonathan, do you need to speak to the prosecutor?
Yeah, if I can do that for 1 second.
Okay, wait till she gets in her office.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right,
Brandon, yep, I'm gonna put Mr. Jones in there with you.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah.
What's that? I don't dismiss anything. I don't dismiss anything. I'm gonna write it, I'm gonna write it. Pardon me? Reckless, careful, imprudent, and operating more than a reasonable speed.
How you doing? What's Jonathan's file, brother? Mr. Jones, good morning.
Hi, Judge. How are you?
Wonderful. Are you ready on Hall?
We are.
And Miss Hall, if you have a camera, please activate it. Mr. Bowditch. Mr. Bowditch.
Hello?
All right, Mr. Jones, what are we doing?
My client's going to plead guilty to the drug crime at the airport. In exchange for that, the prosecutor is willing to give us an opportunity where she would pay a $300 fine. It would be on a 90-day review delayed sentence where presumably she doesn't have any other issues. The case would ultimately be dismissed. We will, of course, stipulate the probable cause.
All right, so that would be under 7411?
Yes.
Okay. And Miss Hall, you understand the possible penalty for this charge?
Yes.
Have you discussed your rights and options with your attorney?
Say that one more time.
Have you discussed your rights and options with your attorney?
Yes.
Did you understand those rights and options?
Yes.
Understanding all of this, are you pleading guilty to the charge freely and voluntarily today?
Yes.
On August 2nd, 2022, were you at Metro Airport?
Yes.
And did you have something you should not have had there?
Yes.
What was that?
Marijuana.
And Mr. Jones, you satisfied?
Absolutely. I believe you established the factual and complied with the court rule.
Any prior criminal convictions for Miss Hall?
No.
All right, and you say fines and costs were agreed between you and the prosecution at 300?
Correct.
I'll take this under a 3-month or 90-day delayed sentence. Fines and costs 300, or excuse me, court costs $300. Ms. Hall, that $300 is due within 5 days. If you can't pay it within 5 days, then you need to make other arrangements with the court within 5 days. Understood?
Yes.
Do you have any questions?
No.
Mr. Jones, as always, a pleasure. Ms. Hall, enjoy your day.
Great to see you, Judge. Stay safe, you and staff.
Jonathan, I'm going live with my criminal docket mid-October, so hopefully we'll see each other in person.
That would be great. All right. Stay safe, Judge.
Bye-bye. Royce, you got anything ready?
I don't know if there's anything else for me.
Let me look. No, I think we're done with you. Thank you.
Okay, something pops up, just give me a call.
Enjoy your day.
You too. See ya.
So the 22nd, we got nothing now. That was just those 2 co-defendants on the jury trial, right? Who else is in custody?
And then Whitfield is in custody. He was in custody, but
You know if Bailey's in the breakout room?
Oh, five.
Do I need to speak with the prosecutor on Rockwood or on Roberts Pipeline?
Do you want me to put you in the breakout room with her, Steve?
That'd be great, Heather. Thanks.
Yep.
Obviously, you're the prosecutor. You can do whatever you want. A $7,000 overweight ticket. Can't get an officer to show up on a formal hearing. Sure. Yeah, okay. Never heard of Roberts Pipeline. Roberts Pipeline Construction. Piece of equipment. You don't say, just got all the axle weights. I wanted to walk away from home. Well, not to the county, I guess. Mr. Bowditch, your appearance for Scott, is it Haiti? Sir, how do you say your name? Hattie? And I'm gonna give you a little bit of an explanation. This was originally.
You're gonna give me an explanation why you won't give me your name?
Oh, no. Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch, appearing on behalf of, and with Mr. Adam, who is with me. Your Honor, there's a lot of last minute going on. I apologize. But this is a case that I took over from Ms. Belcher.
Understood.
She did the initial work, and I only had the last week or so to talk about it.
Right.
But I believe we have a plea agreement.
Let's find out. The offer is?
Morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of people, P84009. Your Honor, at this point, the offer is to plead responsible to both of the civil infractions with a sanction that will remove Mr. Hattie's ability to operate a boat vessel, thank you, for a period of time that I'll leave up to Your Honor, and I will dismiss the misdemeanor.
I don't know that I have the authority to do that. Do you?
Your Honor, I do.
I mean, I've only been doing this 30 years, but I've never been asked to do this. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Put
So,
your name first, name first.
Deputy Brent, BRENT.
Yep, go ahead.
MYTYCH, Wayne County Sheriff's Office, Marine Division. So, Mr. Haddon, actions, may I approach?
Not unless you got some authority, so I can do what I'm being asked to do. That's all I need to
Well,
hear.
I just know we want to see any of the documents.
You got a statute?
Or the pictures.
No, that doesn't help me
Okay,
find authority.
all right,
I'm not asking you to convince me it should be done. I need somebody to tell me I have the authority to do it.
Okay.
That's my issue.
Yes, sir. So the state actually has the authority to remove individuals' privileges to operate a marine vehicle.
Okay.
They do.
Okay, I'm not the state though.
Pardon me?
I'm not the state. I don't authorize him to operate a vehicle, a watercraft, so I don't know that I have the authority to stop him. If she can find the authority in the statute and lets me do it, that's fine, because otherwise I'm hearing you might have to petition Secretary of State or whoever issues those certificates.
All right, sir.
I mean, I'm perfectly fine with doing what the agreement is. I just got to know I got the authority to do it. Otherwise, it's not very effective agreement.
Well, Your Honor, I think Mr. Hattie will agree. It's going to be at least 9 months until he ventures out on the water again. So maybe that's enough of a sanction.
Well, it's enough for them, but I'm not going to order a sanction that I have no authority to work.
I understand.
I'm not going to do a wink and a nod on. But if they're okay with just knowing he's not operating the motor vehicle the rest of this warm weather season, on his word, then
Yes, that's fine.
I'll take the plea to dismiss the misdemeanor and sentence on the civil infractions if that satisfies the people.
I think so, Your Honor. I'll have to do more research, and it might be that Deputy Mytek and I need to file a motion with the Secretary of State if we.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to put you on the spot because I know this isn't something we see very often, because I've literally never been asked to do this. Both as an attorney, I've never seen it, and on the bench, I've never seen it.
I wish I had more of an answer for Your Honor, but at this point, my quick.
Well, let me do this. You understand, sir, that I'm going to take a plea to the misdemeanor. Excuse me, I'm going to take a plea to the civil infractions, dismiss the misdemeanor. That's it. I'm going to issue fines and costs. If they have to do something to remove your privileges, they're going to do that on their own. If they find out that I've got the authority to do it, they're going to ask me to do it, and we'll send you a notice that says that's going to be scheduled for a certain date and time. You want to show up and argue it, you can.
Sounds fair, Judge.
Does that work for you guys?
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine.
Okay, all right. So you're pleading responsible to the civil infractions. Okay.
Correct, Your Honor.
Those are $180 times 2. That money is due 5 days from the day of issuance, which means today. If you can't pay it within 5, then I need you to make other arrangements with the court. You can do that downstairs. Understood?
Yes.
Can you pay $360 today?
No, I cannot.
All right. Mr. Bowditch will walk you down
Oh, yes.
to collections and hook you up with one of the clerks so you can make arrangements with them. Misdemeanor is dismissed. And Ms. Bailey, I hope you can find something and let me know.
I will, Your Honor.
All right,
Thank you,
thanks,
Your Honor.
guys. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Be safe.
Yeah, there actually is either that or I can send it to you.
We might just need to have a motion. The Secretary of
Yeah,
State.
that's fine. Yeah.
Excuse me, guys. Ms. Bailey, have you heard anything on your overweight ticket on Roberts? Heard from an officer?
I have not heard from anybody, Your Honor, no.
$7,000 ticket. I lost the attorney. I'm looking. Yes. Move to very bottom. Does it take a while?
If they have to click a button.
I'm gonna guess I don't have the authority to do that. You know why? I mean, I don't have much authority over your driver's license anymore,
Yeah.
as far as to actually order a suspension. You know, we send information to Secretary of State and they order.
That just might need to be what it is that either
I wonder if it's not
Mytek
a
or
petition.
myself reaches out. It's
Yeah.
just basically, I just have to find it.
Right, yeah.
Um,
Let me know.
I will.
I bet it's, you know how you can file paperwork with Secretary of State to say this person's unsafe on the road, their privileges should be taken, they schedule for a hearing.
Yeah,
I
it should
bet
probably
I
be
bet
the
it's-
same
I
thing.
bet it's just like that. So I'm next to his name, hit move to, click main session, but he still,
Yeah, he has to click a button to come in, and so that's why a lot of times I'll say, Judge, I'm gonna go in
yeah,
there,
yeah.
because I tell them to hit join.
Well-
So he might be talking to his client on the phone, telling him
I got his client. Mr. Halcombe, can you hear me? I can't talk.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, you don't have your attorney on the phone, do you?
I do not.
All right, can you?
Yeah, I can. You want me to call him?
He seems to be stuck in a breakout room and I'm trying to bring him in, but I think he's not clicking on the right button. So if you can call him, tell him to go into the main waiting room.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. We'll try to get him in here so we can do something. I was gonna just kick him out, but I can't do that when he's in the waiting room. I can't just remove him completely. I told his client, so you can get him on the phone and tell him I'm trying to get him in the I can't get in the main session.
That's ready to go. Prosecution has their witnesses.
Thank
Can we go back in the breakout room again? I'm sorry.
you. I don't think you need to. We don't have an OIC.
Oh, okay, then I'll just make a motion to dismiss.
Dismissed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Enjoy your day. Thank you, Mr. Halcombe.
Thank you.
Miss Bailey, are you prosecuting on Lowry?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
All right, I've been told that everybody's out in the hallway, ready to go.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Thanks. Bring him in. Have a seat, gentlemen. Good morning. Morning, Judge. Good morning. All right, appearances on the People versus Aaron Lowry, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Hey, good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Center Service by Andy Sullivan, P84261.
Mr. Lowry, you can sit down.
Here representing Aaron Lowry. We're here present in the court. Mr. Lowry is seated to my left. Mr. Lowry, can you state your name for the record? Aaron Lowry. Judge, I'd also like to introduce the court to a colleague of mine, Jonathan Roberts. Good morning.
Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, just
Good
joined the
morning.
office last week.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome. Are we ready?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, the people are ready.
Who's your first witness?
Your Honor, all right, my first witness is going to be Officer. Just a second. Officer Ali Nali, and I'm going to ask that Sergeant Thomas Hickman exit the courtroom while Officer Nali is testifying.
Thank you, Sergeant. Officer, come on up. Watch your step on the ramp. Raise your right hand. Swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth today. Settle in right here. Like that suit. Go ahead, counsel.
Could you please restate your name for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name's Officer Nally. I work with the Huron Township Police Department.
How long have you been working with the Huron Township Police Department?
Approximately half a year now, transferred from a different department.
Spell your last name.
Nahli.
L.I.
And I'm sorry, where did you transfer in from?
City of Wayne,
City of Wayne. How long had you worked at Wayne?
at 1 year.
1 year. Okay, so you've been a police officer for a year and a half
Correct.
in total. Were you working and employed by Huron Township on June 24th, 2022?
I was.
Were you by yourself or with a partner?
I was with a partner that day,
What was your partner's name?
Sergeant Thomas Hickman.
And can you spell Hickman for me?
Yes, ma'am. Hickman.
And do you have something in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
It's my case report for this matter.
Can you please turn it over
Sure.
for me? Thank you very much. And now there's no writing or anything on top?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Did your duties were you on foot or in a scout car?
We were in a fully marked scout car.
What does that look like?
It's a black Explorer with lights and sirens on the top and markings on the sides that say Huron Township Police.
And were you in full or modified uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
Which one?
We were in a full uniform.
What does that look like?
Class A uniform with a badge and gun, holster, taser.
Body cam,
body
everything that you
cam.
need?
Yep, the whole 9 yards.
Okay, everything that you need to be a police officer for Huron Township.
Correct.
And your patrol car, were you driving or your passenger?
I was driving. We were stationary.
And did your duties as a Huron Township police officer take you to Inkster Road and Prescott Road?
Correct.
Is that in Huron Township?
Correct.
Wayne County?
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, brought you to that location?
We like to sit in that location and just watch cars go by at night. We, stop cars there's a red light in the area. for defective equipment and just, patrol the area and do traffic enforcement.
So on June 24th, 2022, were you just on routine patrol at this time?
Correct.
And whilst at Inkster and Prescott, did something occur that drew your attention?
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, did you observe?
I observed a vehicle that day where defendant Laurie was a passenger and the driver was Unica Hill. That vehicle was traveling southbound on Inkster, while another vehicle was traveling northbound in the opposite lane. I observed the vehicle defendant Laurie was in to have its high beams on, to where the oncoming vehicle going northbound had to flash their high beams to, notify the other vehicle of its high beams being on. So
And is leaving high beams on something that you would stop someone for?
yes,
Okay. And
yes,
did you, in fact, after observing this, stop that vehicle?
correct.
What, if anything, did you do immediately after stopping that vehicle?
I approached the driver's side of the vehicle and made contact with the driver of that vehicle.
And I believe you mentioned that the driver was of the name your Unica Hill.
Correct.
And how many other people aside from Miss Hill were in the vehicle?
There was a baby in the back seat, I believe, and then defendant Lowry was in the passenger seat.
Okay. So do you see? So you keep saying defendant Lowry is who do you see in the courtroom that you saw in the car on that day?
Mr. Lowry,
What is he wearing?
he's wearing a white t-shirt and a tie.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Noted.
So what, if anything, did you do after making contact with the driver?
I asked her for her driver's license, registration, insurance, just like I would on any other traffic stop.
And did she provide those documents to you?
She provided her Michigan ID card. She did not provide a registration or insurance.
Okay. So after not receiving a driver's license or any of the other documents that you received or that you requested from Miss Hill, what, if anything, did you do next?
I asked her if she had a valid driver's license. She advised that she did. I also advised Mr. Lowry to identify himself to my partner that was on the passenger side of the vehicle. He advised he did not have any identification on him. I advised him to lower his window and give his full name to my partner.
Did you observe him do that?
Yes.
Okay. And after gaining this information at the car, what, if anything, did you do next?
I went back to my vehicle and, started running everything, the driver and the vehicle.
Okay, so let's start with Miss Hill. When you ran Miss Hill, I'm assuming you ran her in like lean,
Correct.
SOS, all of that fun stuff?
Yes.
Okay. What, if any, information did you discover about Miss Hill?
She had a suspended driver's license. The vehicle plate was improper.
And did you also run the defendant, Mr. Lowry's
Correct. Yes, ma'am, I did.
information?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn about Mr. Lowry upon running his
He
information?
had several warrants for his arrest.
Okay. Do you recall from where?
Yes, out of Detroit and Wayne County.
And I'm sorry, Wayne County?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do after gaining this information?
I went back up to the vehicle, approached the vehicle from the passenger side, being defendant Lowry's side. My partner approached from the driver's side. My partner advised the driver, Unica Hill, of her driving status. We had her exit the vehicle. She was placed under arrest, taken back to my partner's car, placed in the back of the patrol car. She was advised why she was under arrest, having a suspended driver's license, as well as the improper.
I apologize to interrupt, but could the witness be instructed just to clearly identify what they did and what their partner did and refrain from using we?
Yeah, so when you say we, it's unclear if it's the sergeant or you that's actually taking the action. So be clear.
Yes.
So you observed Miss Hill be arrested and taken back to a patrol vehicle.
Yes.
And what did you do?
I advised Mr. Lowry on his warrants, and then I asked him to step out of the vehicle, and I placed him under arrest and took him back to my vehicle.
And he complied with all of your requests?
Yes.
And after detaining, did you arrest him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After arresting Mr. Lowry and taking him back to your patrol car, what, if anything, did you do next?
I was in my vehicle while he was in the backseat of my vehicle, and
He being?
Mr. Lowry.
Okay.
And we just waited to confirm on his warrants while my partner, Sergeant Hickman, was running an inventory search on the vehicle prior to being towed.
Okay. Did you partake in the inventory search?
I did not.
Okay. Did you confirm those warrants?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do after the confirmation of the warrants?
He was being advised, they wanted to advise and release him on those warrants.
They advised to release him?
Yes.
Okay. So I know you didn't partake in the inventory search, but did something happen during the inventory search that continued your investigation or continued your contact with the defendant Lowry?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After whatever information you learned from the inventory search was relayed to you, what did you do next?
So the way this happened was while defendant Laurie was in the backseat of my patrol car and we were waiting confirmation of the warrants, I approached my sergeant that was doing the inventory search and just, watched him. Because we didn't want to both be in the vehicle safety thing. I wanted to keep a lookout. And I observed the backpack, which he was about to open.
Okay, so let's talk about this backpack. Did you see where in the car this backpack was?
Yes, ma'am. It was in the passenger seat on the floor where Mr. Laurie was sitting.
And what, if anything, did you observe done with this backpack?
My sergeant opened the backpack to search its contents, and we observed a black handgun in there.
Did you observe a black handgun?
Yes.
Okay. So what, if anything, was done with this black handgun after it was found?
We rendered it secure.
Who rendered it secure?
My sergeant did.
Okay, so you observed your sergeant render it secure. What did he do with it?
He placed it into his vehicle, which we were sharing the vehicle. We took it back to our vehicle, and
Do you know if the handgun was loaded?
it was loaded.
Okay, with one in the chamber and magazine, or just in the magazine, or just in the chamber?
There was a round in the chamber as well as a full mag.
Thank you. What, if anything, did you do after this gun was made secure?
I advised Mr. Laurie that we found a gun in the car, and he was kind of nervous.
Why do you think he was nervous?
He just
Subject to speculation.
Well, Your Honor, a layperson can testify as to a person's body language and facial expressions to portray an emotion. That's
I'll allow
not
the question.
speculation.
I'll allow the question.
Why did you think he was nervous?
He was really shaky, was reluctant to talk at first. He was really sweaty, looked very scared. And then after I read him his Miranda rights, he advised me that he would like to talk.
Okay. So where was he when you read him his Miranda rights?
He was in the backseat of my vehicle.
Now, when you read him his Miranda rights, do you have like a standardized form or a card that you read off?
Correct. I have a card verbatim that I read off of that I keep in my duty vest.
Okay. And is there anything for the suspect of the Miranda warnings to sign?
No.
No?
No, it's a verbal waiver.
Okay. So how did you obtain this verbal waiver?
I read defendant Laurie's rights verbatim from the card. I asked him the several questions that go after the Miranda
Let's
rights.
talk about those questions that you asked him. What were those questions?
If he understands his rights, he advised that he did. I asked him if he would still like to speak to me, having those rights in mind, which he advised he did. Therefore, that pertains to him waiving his Miranda rights.
So how long had this traffic stop been going on at this point? Do you know?
If I had to, I can't give you an exact number, but if I had to approximate at this point, it would probably have been at least 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Yes, 25, 30 minutes.
And now this was after you had already arrested him for the outstanding warrants that he had in, I believe you said Detroit, and then just a Wayne County one? Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
At any point, did he indicate that he didn't want to speak with you?
No, he did not.
At any point, did he ask for an attorney?
No,
Did he ask for a break, water, food, anything of the like?
no. He was fully cooperative and he was very talkative. He was very honest with us and told us exactly where he got the gun and that he.
So I'm going to stop you right there. Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to turn the witness over for voir dire as to the voluntariness of the Miranda waiver.
Okay.
Judge, I don't have any questions.
Okay.
So let's talk about the question, was it, strike that. So the defendant waived his Miranda, yes?
Correct.
Now, was your conversation with him a conversation, or was it in a question answer format?
It was a little bit of both. At first, it was a question, and then it was more of a conversation later on.
Now, let's talk about the gun that you found, or that you observed found.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you ask the defendant about that gun?
So I questioned him about the firearm first, and then my sergeant followed up with some questions after. But I'll speak on what I asked him myself. I asked him if that gun was his. He said yes. Asked him where he got the gun, and he advised that he bought it at a gas station in Detroit.
In Troy?
Detroit.
Oh, Detroit.
Yeah. And then I asked him the big question if he had his CPL, which he did not. He said he did not.
Now, after obtaining that information, what, if anything, did you do next?
I advised Mr. Lowry that he would be under arrest for a CCW violation.
Now, do you know of either the first time you ran lean, or did you do a subsequent lean search of whether or not the defendant has a CPL?
I believe we advised this. I advised dispatch to run Mr. Lowry to check if he has any CPL on record, and he did not.
And did you do any further investigation about the gun in question?
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, did you do?
I later queried the gun at the station. I ran it by serial number, all that kind of stuff. It came back to as a lost firearm in Madison Heights. I contacted the Madison Heights Police Department to get a copy of the case report for that matter, which they faxed to me, and I actually attached it to my case report.
Okay. Now, were you present when Sergeant Hickman was questioning the defendant?
Yes, ma'am. I was in the driver's seat while Sergeant Hickman was speaking to the defendant through the back seat window.
Okay. Was he in the passenger seat?
No, he was outside.
He was outside. Okay.
Yes.
So, but you could hear their entire conversation.
Yes.
What, if anything, did the defendant tell Sergeant Hickman about the gun?
The same things he told me, that the gun was his, that he had purchased it on the street, and he did not have a CPL.
Did he,
And he asked it if, I believe, if I recall correctly, Sergeant Hickman asked the defendant if he had ever fired the weapon, which the defendant, I believe, if I recall correctly, stated that he had fired the weapon.
Object to speculation.
Previous,
Hold on.
would reviewing your report refresh your recollection as to what the defendant told Sergeant Hickman?
No, because Sergeant Hickman did his own supplemental report where he put in there his own encounter with the defendant.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Sullivan, questions?
Just a few questions, Judge. First, Officer Nolly. This traffic stop that you're discussing, this was in the area of Inkster Road and Prescott Road, correct?
Correct.
And that's Inkster Road is a 2-lane road there.
Correct.
Were you pulling over? Was the vehicle that you described? The vehicle that you described, was it traveling on Inkster or on Prescott?
It was traveling on Inkster Road.
Okay. And that's a residential street, correct?
Yes, correct.
There's only one lane of travel in both directions.
Correct.
There aren't any street lights illuminating.
There are, but not in that area, I believe.
Okay, and it was pretty late at night. It was 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct.
So it wasn't atypical that a person would be driving with their high beams on.
No, it is not, but it is a motor vehicle violation. If there's oncoming traffic, you are not to have your high beams on.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was that passed the vehicle Mr. Lowry was occupying?
No, I don't recall that.
Was it one car? Was it multiple cars?
It was one car.
What was your perspective on the vehicle? It was a Toyota Corolla, correct?
Correct.
What was your perspective on the Toyota Corolla?
I don't understand your question.
Were you behind the Corolla? Were you perpendicular to it? Were you in front of it?
I was perpendicular to it. I was stationary.
Okay. Stationary at Prescott Street?
Correct. No, I was stationary at Inkster in Pennsylvania.
Inkster in Pennsylvania.
Correct.
And when the two cars that you described passing each other, were they north or south of your location when they passed each other?
So there, it's a corner over there. Okay, I was sitting on Inkster Road on the east side of Inkster Road. Okay, and the defendant, the vehicle he was in, they were traveling southbound through Pennsylvania, through Pennsylvania on Inkster Road. And the vehicle in question was traveling northbound on Inkster Road through Pennsylvania in the opposite lane.
Okay.
If that answers your question.
Okay. So you initiated the stop. Was it your decision to initiate the stop or your partner's?
It was my decision.
You said that you approached the driver's side of the vehicle and spoke to the driver, correct? And it was your decision to remove the driver from the vehicle?
Yes.
And the reason for removing the driver from the vehicle was that she didn't have a driver's license?
She had a suspended driver's license.
Was she arrested?
She was arrested.
Was she transported to jail?
No, she was not. She was cited and released.
Okay, so she was released. Was there any other reason for removing her from the vehicle?
No, that's our protocol when we run into a suspended driver.
Okay.
We usually take them out of the vehicle.
Protocol is to remove them from the vehicle. Is protocol typically to give them a citation for driving on a suspended license?
Yes, that's not something we arrest anymore on. When I say it's not something we arrest on anymore, we don't take them, we don't transport them to jail and fingerprint them unless there's a exigent circumstance that we have to take them to the station.
Okay. You said that your partner was the one that was speaking with Mr. Lowry, is that correct?
Correct.
And it was your partner's decision to remove Mr. Lowry from the vehicle?
It was both of our decision after we had queried his name in lien and observed that he had several warrants.
Okay.
It's protocol to get that person out of the vehicle, put them in handcuffs, place them in the back of the patrol vehicle and confirm on the warrants.
And you were able to confirm on the warrants?
Yes, if I recall correctly, yes.
But your testimony today is that the whomever you were calling about those warrants told you to release the individual?
If I recall correctly, it was Sergeant Hickman that was going over the radio and asking about his warrants while I was dealing with writing a citation for the driver and with the whole improper plate for the vehicle. But I believe they were advised us to release him on his warrants, and we transported him to our jail. I don't know if they ended up picking him up from our jail later on or not. I'm unaware of that.
You're testifying about a couple different things, though. When you're testifying about transporting him to jail, you decided to transport him to jail because you discovered a weapon, correct?
Correct.
But that happened much later in the sequence of events.
Correct.
At the time that you were checking whether or not the status of his warrants, there was no other reason to arrest him, correct?
No.
Okay. At that point, was it you or your partner that decided to do an impound search? Or excuse me, inventory search?
It's both of our decision because the driver of the vehicle had a suspended driver's license. Therefore, we automatically tow the vehicle.
Is there is a procedure or a policy governing whether a vehicle is to be impounded, correct?
I believe so.
You believe so? Are you trained on that policy?
No, I'm not.
The Romulus Police Department gives you no training on whether or not to impound a vehicle?
He works for Huron, so Romulus wouldn't be training.
My apologies. Thank you for the correction, Judge. Huron Police Department, they don't offer you any training on whether or not to impound a vehicle?
Of course they do, but what kind of policy are you talking about? Like, you mean like discretion if we release the vehicle to somebody else, or what policy are you referring to?
The information that you've just provided is helpful. So you said that sometimes there is discretion to release the vehicle to another person.
Correct.
Is that discretion, the discretion that you have making that decision, how are you made aware that you have that discretion? Is there a policy that governs?
No, there is not.
There's no policy issued by Huron Police Department on when cars are impounded.
Cars are impounded when there's a violation, such as a suspended license, or there's guns in the car, or drugs, or an improper plate. Not only did the driver have a suspended driver's license, there was also an improper plate on the vehicle. So automatically, there's two things right there that that give you the authority to impound the vehicle, if you will, especially having an improper plate.
Okay, so the things that govern your testimony today is that if there is a civil infraction regarding the vehicle, it can be impounded.
Correct.
Any civil infraction.
Not any civil infraction, there's particular ones.
Only a subset of civil infractions determine whether or not you can impound the vehicle.
Correct.
So there is a policy.
Correct.
And do you receive training about which civil infractions?
Correct.
You do. Does the policy take consideration of whether the vehicle is legally parked?
Yes.
Does the policy take consideration of whether the vehicle is obstructing traffic?
Yes.
Does the policy take consideration of if there is a driver available to relocate the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. Were those things considered in your determination to impound the vehicle?
Yes.
And you're impounding the vehicle because you want, excuse me, so you made a decision to impound the vehicle, and now you're conducting an inventory search, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of an inventory search is to document everything that's in the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
To ensure that no property is lost when the car is impounded, correct?
Correct.
The inventory search is not in pursuit of evidence, correct?
Not necessarily, but if evidence comes of that inventory search, that evidence is admissible in court.
Okay. I'm not asking you to make an admissibility decision. The judge will do that. I'm asking you, when you conduct this search, are you looking for evidence?
Not necessarily, no.
Not necessarily. In this case, are you looking for evidence?
No.
Okay. Officer Nally, was your body worn camera operational on this evening?
Yes.
Was your partner's body worn camera operational on this evening?
Yes.
Would you recognize that body worn camera from that evening?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach?
Sure.
I'm first approaching opposing counsel. Officer Nally, I apologize that, let's see if I can turn the brightness up on this.
They're looking for their stuff on we get the dash.
I have a video here playing from the 30 seconds, 31 seconds. Do you recognize this yet?
Just a second. So we have audio and the video being played and Mr. Sullivan talking all at once. That's gonna make for a very messy transcript.
It is.
Can we just split that up a little bit? So audio, Mr. Sullivan answer so that the transcript is nice and clean. Please.
Sure, Judge. At this point, I'm just asking the witness whether he recognizes the footage.
Turn the audio off.
So at this point, I'm playing the video without audio. Do you recognize this video?
Yes.
This is the video from your partner, Sergeant Higman's perspective approaching the vehicle in question, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm gonna play this same video from the timestamp. Uh, 21 minutes and 5 seconds. I'm gonna turn the video on just so that the witness, or turn the sound on just so that the witness can hear the sound, and then I'm gonna ask questions about
That's fine.
what it is with the witness.
Just shut the audio off before you start speaking.
She said, and her were just like, she don't know him that well, they're just kind of like acquaintances, just that type deal. I think there's gonna be something in the car, what about you? 1000%, I think we should, get our boy out the car.
All right, I'm pausing the video now at 21 minutes and 22 seconds. You just heard yourself on the video, correct?
Is that a
you said-
yes?
Thank you.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
You said to your partner, you think there's gonna be something in the car.
correct.
So you were looking for evidence in the car.
No, sir. The reason I said I think there's gonna be something in the car because of the mere nervousness the defendant had the entire encounter me and my partners had with him. He was, from my training and experience, when someone is extremely sweaty, extremely nervous and scared, being a mere passenger in a vehicle, and he is sitting and grabbing onto a backpack that's between his legs, that raises my suspicion. That draws red flags for me immediately.
So you're testifying that you were suspicious that you would find something in the vehicle.
Yes, it was just a suspicion that I would, during an inventory search, whoever conducted it, that something may come up.
Okay.
But were we like looking for evidence? No, not really. But when you do inventory searches sometimes on vehicles, as police officers, we might run into paraphernalia, drugs, weapons, and we can't just overlook that kind of stuff during an inventory search.
You don't use a drug sniffing dog to conduct an inventory search.
No, it was not used in this case.
Okay, I'm going to continue playing the video from 21 minutes to 22 seconds. Turning the, excuse me, I got back up. Sound back on.
I've never seen a dog search. Oh no, that dog ain't searching that car, bro. That dog's out of certification. What do you mean, you guys search him real good? Yeah, because she made it a very good point to tell me that she don't really know him like that and everything else. So it's good. Talk something either up in his shit or somewhere or something like that. So I guess let's get get the kids out, put them with mom, and then we'll search the car. How young is that? Is that like an infant in that car seat? No, not like a too young, but like a 2-year-old. So, what I do is, I'll run the dog around and just, we have every reason to.
At this point, your partner is telling you that he's going to have the dog in the
Objection,
vehicle,
hearsay.
correct?
Correct.
Objection to hearsay.
Judge,
Response.
I'm asking the question, not for the truth of the matter, but for the effect on the listener, the witness's understanding of what's going to happen next, why it is that they're conducting this search.
I'll allow it.
So I asked you the question, your partner is telling you that he's gonna have a dog run around the vehicle for shits and gigs, right? And that's, you said, not something that you do in an inventory search.
Not necessarily, but for whatever reason, my sergeant had a feeling that we could do that. I mean, he's got more experience and training than I do. He's got more knowledge on this job than I do. So if he felt that we had enough, I wasn't gonna argue with his decision to run the dog around, even though we know that dog is not certified. So, you know, even if we had come up, even if the dog would have hit on something, we couldn't use that. And it's only a drug sniffing dog. You know, the gut.
Can we get back to Q&A? I've got about 5 more exams today.
We didn't find the gun in the
Officer.
car.
Wait for a question.
All of this conversation took place before your partner did any search of the vehicle. Correct?
Correct.
Just a minute.
No, I got 8 more exams scheduled. Which one? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No other questions, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Bailey,
No redirect.
you can sit down out too. Thank you. Watch your step on the way out. Any other witnesses from the people?
No.
Defense witnesses?
No witnesses, Judge.
I'm ready for argument.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move to bind over as charged, and I will reserve argument for rebuttal.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan.
Brief moment, Judge. I apologize for that delay, Judge. I just want to make sure that I have the proper citation for you, because I think that this is extremely important.
Go ahead.
The constitutionality of a search, right? Officers have to either have probable cause to conduct a search or a warrant, or an exception to the warrant requirement. Here, the officers are asserting that their exception to the warrant requirement is the inventory search exception, which is proper when the vehicle is being impounded. But Michigan Supreme Court has issued a very clear standard as to when an inventory search is constitutional, and there are 2 prongs. The prosecution must prove both that the inventory search was, 1, conducted in accordance with established departmental procedures, and 2, that it's not a pretext for criminal investigation. And in this case, it's clearly a pretext for criminal investigation. The officer is not real clear on the policies regarding whether or not which civil infractions allow for the vehicle to be impounded. But I think that to the side, the officers are having they're having a discussion about the fact that they suspect they're going to find something in the car, and they're conducting a search because they think they're going to find something in the car. And that's so evident as that the officers are discussing having a dog, a drug sniffing dog, walk around inside of the vehicle to search for something. I think that this is not a inventory search. It's clear on the officer's body worn camera and in the officer's testimony today that they're searching the car for evidence. It's a pretextual search, and it's in clear violation of this 2-pronged standard by the Michigan Supreme Court articulated in People versus Toohey, that's spelled Toohey, 438 Mich 284 from 1991. Judge, for that reason, I'd ask that you find that this is a unreasonable search in violation of my client's Fourth Amendment rights, and that you dismiss this case.
Ms. Bailey.
So, Your Honor, firstly, Your Honor can't consider the body worn camera. It's not been entered as a piece of evidence into this court's record. Questions were asked about it from the officer, but certainly any substantive information yielded from that vehicle can't be determined as evidence. That's the first thing, Your Honor. Secondly, Your Honor, suspicions doesn't mean pretext. We have a driver with no license. Their license is suspended. We have another person, no license, and multiple warrants out for their arrest. They only have an ID. I don't even believe they had an ID on them. No. The defendant didn't even have an ID on him, Your Honor, to identify him, to be allowed for that vehicle to be released to a subsequent driver on the scene. Secondly, there was also an improper license plate on the vehicle. Both of these are ticketable offenses that do allow for the impounding of the vehicle. It's not a pretextual search, Your Honor, just because officers might have suspicions that they might find something doesn't mean that they are using valid reasons to have a pretextual search of the vehicle. Now, do I know why the dog was brought out of the car to do a run around? No, I don't. I have no reason for, but there's no information and no evidence being gleaned from the use of that dog, Your Honor. Therefore, it's irrelevant and doesn't violate the rights. And the stop wasn't pretextual. The inventory search wasn't pretextual. There were valid reasons to stop the car, remove the driver and passenger from the vehicle, not release it to either of them, and then subsequently impound and search the vehicle. They were all valid reasons and valid information and reasons to impound and search the vehicle, Your Honor. The people move it back over.
Response?
I appreciate the opportunity to respond, Judge.
Sure.
I do think that the officer testified that both people in the vehicle were given were in a cite and release status before the search of the vehicle. We didn't hear any testimony about whether or not these officers gave either the driver or the passenger an opportunity to call somebody else, to themselves have the
Counsel,
vehicle.
you're missing one big point though. They could have had 15 licensed drivers show up and the car was illegal to be on the road.
They could have called themselves a private tow and removed the vehicle themselves. There was no reason for the officers to immediately jump to an impound. And again, Judge, even if it's a two-pronged test. So even if, and I don't think that we have all of the information that we need today to decide whether or not departmental procedures were followed. I don't have copies of those departmental procedures. Certainly I could request them in discovery.
Not my job to prep for your exam.
Right. Okay, fair, Judge. But my point is that it's a two-pronged test. And so we can't focus only on the first prong of whether departmental procedures were followed, whether this is a situation where the car must be impounded, or whether it's discretionary, or whether officers must at least make one attempt at a phone call. Right. That's, I think, all of those questions fall into the category of the first prong. But there is this second prong about the search not being pretextual, and where we have the officer is here, understanding the body worn camera is not admitted into evidence today, but the officer's sworn testimony is that they had suspicions about finding something in the car, and that it motivated their search.
Let me, and I'm enjoying this, so thank you. Let's just assume that the policy is that that vehicle had to be impounded because of the plate situation only, which means there had to be an inventory search. If that's the case, if 15 cops show up and say, you know what, let's go see what else we can find, that doesn't make the search pretextual at that point, because they have to search it for the inventory. So the fact that they might have all kinds of reasons why they want to go, maybe they don't like the look of the guy, you know, maybe he's got beady eyes, I don't know, maybe they just really want to get him on something else. It's not pretextual if they have to do the inventory because of the circumstances that are leading up to it.
If I may.
Yeah.
I understand your rationale, Judge. My argument is that though that I think is a sort of reasonable way to approach the situation, legally speaking, the Supreme Court has a different view. And the Supreme Court's view is that there are two prongs. And so,
But hold on, you're not prepared to argue the first prong because nobody's got the policies. So I have to assume the testimony I got from him was, we always impound and we do an inventory search.
and my argument is not regarding the first prong, but both prongs must be satisfied according to People v. 2B. And the second prong cannot be satisfied based on the testimony of the officer today. And in
I think it can, because I'm saying they've established the first prong, that policy says inventory that vehicle. For me, once that's there, how bad they wanted to find more in the car does not turn that search into a pretextual search, because it had to be done anyhow because of the inventory.
I
I mean,
appreciate.
I'm trying to make a clear record so you
Yep.
can appeal me, because I'm
Right.
always willing to learn something new.
Right.
But what I'm hearing is he had to inventory that car under those circumstances. And once that's true, I don't care if they had a gazillion improper reasons why they thought and wanted to find something else. They still had to inventory the vehicle.
Yeah.
Pretextual for me is, yeah, we don't have to do it, but we can kind of hang our hat over here because we really think this guy's hauling drugs in the backpack. That's pretextual for me. I've got to inventory the search under my procedures, and I'm hoping I find some drugs in the backpack. Doesn't turn into a pretextual search. Clear record?
I think you've made a very clear record, Judge.
All right, appeal me. I'd love to know I'm wrong. Anything else?
No, Your Honor, I think Your Honor summarized what the people would have argued.
Okay. AOI date is 2 weeks from today, the 28th, 9 a.m. Bond is continued. I wish you luck downtown. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I've got a question for you. When you run somebody in lien, isn't the CPL status automatic, or is that a separate query?
It's a separate query. We can do it from
Through
our
lien.
vehicle, but yes, sir.
But it's not just automatic when you put
No.
somebody's name in.
No. So just to save ourselves time, we just have.
No,
to
I
just
get you.
one.
I get you. If you don't have any reason to ask the CPL question, you don't.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Well, Judge, I have 12 o'clock on.
I'm ready.
So. Andrew's fine.
I'm not questioning if we will be.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because I called over there and neither of the people that should have been here today live were being ready to be transported. So I'm thinking he won't be, I mean, we'll give it, well, it's already 12.
Right. If they ever bring by, they don't do Zoom or anything.
No,
Yeah,
not for an exam, they wouldn't.
yeah.
Yeah, and the jails are always here before now. I mean, they're not gonna wait a half hour
Because I
before
called and
they're
they said, no, they weren't even prepared to bring them,
Okay.
so.
Well, I'll be here until 12:30 just in case. And then, yeah, I suppose we'll
And
take it
then
up.
we'll
And
probably
Is Burton here?
Burton, I talked to him yesterday. He's to be here.
Okay.
According to Ms. Movsisian, she hadn't had any contact, even been able to subpoena her witness. So.
Yeah, why don't you find out where we're at so we can move that one along? Thank you.
Yep.
Seriously, let me know on that issue.
Hey, I do really appreciate the clear record, and I don't know if Your Honor remembers, we had a.
Almost never when that starts the question.
Right, we had another sort of interesting legal debate on a question of, there is the Michigan Rule of Evidence that allows for the prosecution to admit hearsay on questions of ownership, value,
Right.
and authority to use. And you might remember, we had this interesting case where my client was in someone else's house, and the was it that case? Yeah. And the owner of the house wasn't here, but the officer testified that the owner of the house told him, the officer, that that there was a gun and that it was my client's gun, right? And so actually Judge Bossie ruled that the scope of that rule allows for the owner of the property to testify that as to their property, that it is theirs.
But not someone else to
but
say
not
it's
somebody-
his.
Like, which is
I can claim it for me, but I can't claim it for you.
right.
Okay.
If you're the declarant in hearsay, obviously if you were here, if she was here.
Yeah,
she
different
would've
story.
said, I've seen him with that gun.
Right.
But for it to come in through the officer,
Right.
it's different, a hearsay statement, that's mine versus
Right.
that's his.
Has it-
And
Has that gone through the appellate courts though?
I don't know that.
Sounds like a new issue.
Yeah, it was Judge Bossie granted the motion to quash, but then the client was still in custody MDOC custody on a violation of parole, ended up serving time on the, but they still got him on a violation of parole. I
Yeah,
don't think
so
when
the
he comes
prosecutor's not
appeal-
gonna push
yeah,
that issue.
Yeah,
Yeah, interesting question.
yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, he knew it was kind of a novel argument. She would have. Yeah. Yeah. Just different personality.
You really like it, so you're like, come on.
Yeah. We don't get enough. We don't get enough good arguments. Yeah, I did. Yeah, he did a great job. Yeah, he did a great job. Yeah. Well, and part of the reason for that is his questions start.
Yeah.
You're always better off just yes or no. Always. And I'm thinking, maybe they just wanted the dog to get a little exercise. Like, go ahead, run the dog around, see what he does. Perfect little gentleman, as far as I'm concerned. Let the dog play a little bit, you know. Hey, Brian. You got a Vic on this one?
No. I have 0 for 3 actually.
We have those days, don't we?
Feel really good about that. It's not my life trying though, so.
Yeah, some days you get a little down, like nobody wants to come to my party.
No one, no one cares.
Yeah, it's like, when you're 6 and they have a birthday party, nobody
Yeah,
shows
no,
up.
oh, yeah. Yeah, just be myself and I.
All right, appearances on the People versus Prentice Burton.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sullivan Mosisian on behalf of the people, P83923.
And good morning, afternoon, I'm not sure, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Andrew Sullivan, P84261, here on behalf of Ernest Burton, who's present, seated to my left. Mr. Burton, can you state your name for the record?
And Ms. Moisisian, you have no complaint today, correct?
Correct, Judge. Just for the record, so this case was from August of last year, actually, and then it was issued, I believe, in November, and then we were just able to locate the defendant. So when I had initially issued this case, I had spoken to the complainant since these court dates were scheduled. We have not been able to locate or contact her, so she was never served with a subpoena, and I was never able to contact her, and because of that, we are unable to proceed with this case.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Given that, Judge, we understand that it would be dismissed without prejudice, but we are moving to dismiss the case without prejudice.
And you've explained without prejudice to your client?
I will, yes.
All right, dismissed.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, next one is Lewis.
I think we're just waiting for his attorney. Because he's
You got a complaint on that one?
Nope.
Oh, that's part of your 0 for 3?
That's my reference.
Whitfield's not coming from the same place as Broomfield?
Whitfield is moving out. I think he's like in Brooklyn County Jail or something.
So on Broomfield, I'm gonna write down transportation screw up. And we'll reschedule. All right. Report this report now in session. You gotta do it in signing. Have a seat. All right. Ready on Lewis? Yes. Appearances.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. So I'm assisting on behalf of people, P 83923.
Good afternoon, Daniel Arm, behalf of Mr. Lewis, P61807.
And Ms. Moisisian, based on our earlier conversations, I believe you have no complaint.
Correct. The complainant, Jessica Mass, was made aware of today's date and time. She was served a subpoena. I was able to speak with her. She indicated she no longer wished to cooperate and was not going to appear today. So we
Mr.
cannot
Arm?
move forward without her.
Motion for dismissal, Judge.
Dismissed without prejudice. So that means the prosecutor could refile the charge. Understood?
Yes,
All right. You all set?
Thank you.
Do we know who's on the bus yet? We're assuming. Yeah. All right. More TV?
We're going to Broomfield and talk to the attorney.
It's so nice when people are nice downtown.
Because you're nice. You're not bossy. When you're not bossy, things get done. Only one boss.
We haven't heard anything about Monday's trials, have we? Jeff had one.
The Jeffs is the one that they're still.
Jeff and who else? Who was the other one? Was it Dan or Sam?
Sam.
So Sam's is pleading. Jeff's, was Jeff's the driving case?
No, Jeff's
It was the boat case, watercraft?
No, Jeff's is the lady.
Hmm.
Yeah, they want to turn on the house.
The ordinance violation. Yep.
They submitted more evidence or exhibits.
Yeah, prosecutor has.
Oh, I didn't do it yet.
Awesome. Made a liar out of me. I said, no way they're bringing this one. But they're still, actually, they're not late.
And I just talked to them at 11 o'clock. So
They're much closer to on time than most of the attorneys. RJM just posted another auction. Some machine shop. Arms list, yeah. I always thought that was an auction. I did, but you know, it's $7 a month. And so I'm actually gonna look at my inventory. I'm thinking I never sell them. I think I'm gonna dump a couple pistols. Well, the problem is everything's not pricey, you know, and I don't know that I want to get rid of any more revolvers. But right now, that's what's going on. Ruger revolvers are high, not just Ruger, but you know, everybody's got limited production lines. So the stuff that's really selling, you know, because gun sales are still going through the roof, but it's all, you know, the, you know, everyday carry stuff. So it's all nines and little nines and, you know, it's all that stuff. So they're not running revolvers.
I'm gonna go grab that cream star.
You don't care which one? I'll tell you who's got a nice one is Donnie McCausey. Got an original iPod. Yeah, it's not one of the new ones. Not one of the new issues. It's real nice. Is a King Cobra the 44? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. You can't find it, can you? Have you handled one of the Kimber revolvers? Oh my God, it's got so much nicer. Well, I don't know. I can't say the only snake gun I ever shot was that Python. It had the big barrel. But our label law guy, Matt Turby, who's a buddy of mine from law school. Last year he was up for the Bunny Blast and he had his K6 and they make a gazillion models of the K6, but you know, different barrel lengths and all that kind of stuff. Man, that thing had an action on it. Just, yeah. I should bring my newest one, that 45 long Colt I just bought. That's had an action job on it, trigger job on it. Well, I'm not sure if it's had an action because the guy that I bought it from got it in the trade. So all he knows is he can tell by feeling that it's not factory. I wish I had a trigger gauge on it. I think it's less than 2 pounds. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when's the last time with a shooting revolver you let one go before you were ready? I did that day I did this. I'm shooting that one too. And I had one shot, you know, because I'm on the target. But I'm fine tuning my sight picture as I'm breaking the trigger. And boom, I'm like, whoa, that was way before I expected it. It's really light. Man, it's small.
first new gun I ever bought. One of the only new guns I've ever bought was, other than the AR, I built just because I wanted to build an AR, so I had a little familiarity with the platform. Only new stuff I ever bought was pistols. I gotta find somebody to look at it though, because I bought it from the classified section. And it was something some kid built, you know, and I bought it because it was cheap. When they were all going for 900 and 1,000, and I bought it for $500 or $450 or something. And it won't cycle. And I had a couple guys look at it and said they think it's the follower group. I said, what you need to do is take a follower, you know, another, pop that one out, put another one and see if it works right, because I think there's something wrong with the follower. And I'm just not comfortable doing that, breaking it all down. I don't, but it wasn't Mirror's carrier. Yeah. But I'm not that comfortable with the platform. Because one guy, I told one guy what it was, he said, oh, you know, maybe, you know, if it's got an adjustable gas check on it, it probably just needs to be adjustable, or it don't have the adjustable gas check on it, I guess, so. Yeah, I think I did when it first happened. I tried a couple of brands. And I don't want to take it to Smith. I just want to take it to a guy that real comfortable with platforms. See, I take it to a Smith and, you know, $75 an hour just to look at it. Yeah. Grass light, like off 94 grass light. Does he do any custom work? I don't know. Use our department, use our AR. I'm sure it's not the first. Yep. Hey, trust me. I'm so going to get a risk. Let's talk about first. I'm just kind of curious whether there's any. Okay, yeah. Just let us know. You don't look right where you need it now. But they're waiting on the orders. I'm sweating like a pig in here. Really? Yeah. Oh, it's so comfortably warm. I'm eating a hot bevy because I just had a donut. We're gonna take you. No, it's only 72. It's not the temperature. It's not the room temp. It's me. I gotta talk to. It's all now. I know, but I gotta talk to the boss. The boss. Yeah. Oh my God. Well, you know, one of the attorneys elevated her to her honor today. Did you hear me? One of the attorneys called her honor today. Called what, your honor? Yes, your honor. And you were so happy. I said, don't do that. You know, she said, finally, somebody realized. The real seat of power.
just made that hot beverage with the donut. It just like really raised, and hot beverage is supposed to lower your body temperature.
And what is a
Hot beverage.
You know what your neighbors told me? One day I'm gonna learn and I'm gonna.
No, I don't think you will.
Thank you. And now I'm talking to somebody with some common sense. Yeah.
Even when the world was in a mullet, everybody wasn't in a mullet.
Well, they were wrong.
I went through that time period. I didn't have a mullet. Ronald Hamilton? Is in our waiting room? Was it?
He was the guy that was on the phone. They got a turn.
Oh, and I told him to get his audio fixed. Is that him?
Yes, yes,
Maybe he's just testing it out. Let's find out. Mr. Hamilton, are you there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out how to get this to work. I think. Are you able to see me, sir?
I think you got it. No, your camera is, there you go. Now you got it. You're
Okay.
ready for next week.
Okay.
you
Yeah,
got
that's mostly. I was trying to set it up for next week to make sure it was all set up. So I should just leave my phone
But
just the way it
understand,
is, right?
next week, the hearing's not with me.
Okay. Okay. So I'll have a
Next-
different ID number.
It's on the 27th. It's with Judge Martin, and she's courtroom number 4 on our Zoom courtrooms. So if you go to
Okay.
our website, you want to click the courtroom 4 link.
Courtroom 4. Okay.
Judge
All right,
Martin.
Okay. All right. Thank you,
got
very
it
much,
figured out, though.
Mr. Oakley. All right. Have
You're
a good day.
welcome.
Bye.
You too. I wish you would have tried it this morning, but. Hey, Joe, do you know, was he the only prisoner on the bus? You all alone on the bus? Yeah, so we won't get that lucky with Whitfield too. Oh, really? Oh, Ramos went to go get him. Oh, that's what you were saying to Perkins bring it. Yeah. Yeah, Sullivan does a good job. I gotta talk to Bill Mays. The way his beard is, the way his hair is coming in. I mean, have you noticed his hair? It's perfect salt and pepper. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's really, but he's starting to look like he should be doing those cowboy action shooting things. And you know, he used to do a lot of black powder stuff when he was a kid with his dad. Yeah, so I'm gonna tell him, I got the pistol for you, man. It's time for you to get into cowboy action shooting. I don't think my belt will fit him anymore. Yeah. Yeah, that's all he needs is a mullet. His new hobby, single-handedly, he wants to bring the mullet back.
Oh, yeah.
NASCAR, that's okay. Tim would say hillbilly horses.
All right, appearances for the people versus Joseph Broomfield.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of People P84009.
And good morning, afternoon, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Andrew Sullivan, P84261. Here on behalf of Joseph Broomfield, who's seated to my left. Mr. Broomfield, can you state your name for the record?
Joseph Lawrence Broomfield.
Good afternoon, Ms. Broomfield. Counsel, it is always morning somewhere. Remember?
Yeah, okay, fair. That's true.
That's
Maybe
just,
on the West Coast.
it's a factual truth. It's always
Yeah.
morning somewhere.
It's always morning when I'm in court, even if it's the afternoon.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually still morning in the central time zone.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, just as, yeah.
So what are we doing?
I think we're gonna hold Judge.
I'm ready.
Okay. Your Honor, I would just ask for an exception for sequestration for my officer in charge. I have Detective Dale Harrison, but I don't.
You don't have it.
Yeah, I have Mike Long out there.
Okay.
Yes, please. So I'd ask for an exception for him. And then my first witness will be Denise Fisk.
Is the officer in charge at all testifying? He's just.
Not today, and I don't know about a trial, but officers in charge are excluded.
And the OIC on the file is actually Harrison, and Harrison's not here today.
Right, yeah, so I would only object if the officer had not testified at any point.
Okay. Objection noted. And counsel, neither one of you don't have to jump up to talk to me. It's okay if you do, but you don't have to. Detective, come on up front.
You ready for her also?
Yes.
Okay, morning.
Is he gonna testify or not?
No.
Okay, sit. We just figured that out, didn't we? Yeah. And sit where you're at, Mike. This lady is from Myers.
Yes, sir.
What's her name?
Denise Fisk.
F-I-S-K?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Miss Fisk, all the way up front. Watch your step on my incline ramp, please. Way over here. Yep. Don't trip up, though. Would you raise your right hand? Swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Have a seat right there.
Thank you.
When you're ready, counsel.
Ms. Fisk, that piece of paper that I can see writing on, is that just your subpoena?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so there's no information, no testimony, no notes of yours?
No.
Okay, perfect. Can you please restate your name for the record?
Denise Marie Fisk
And Ms. Fisk, how are you currently employed?
at Meyer and Van Buren,
And what is your job title with the Meyer and Van Buren?
store detective.
Is that some sort of loss prevention?
Yes, it is.
How long have you been employed as the store detective in Van Buren?
I transferred in April,
How long have you been a loss prevention detective in total? As your
30
career?
years.
30 years, okay. And the location in Van Buren, is that 9701 Belleville Road?
It is,
Again, in Van Buren Township,
correct.
Wayne County?
Yes,
Were you working on June 4th, 2022?
I was.
And were you working physically at the store on Belleville, or were you somewhere else?
I was at the store on Belleville Road.
And did something happen that day that required your attention?
Yes,
So how were you first notified of something amiss?
I received a phone call from my greeter.
Okay, and without telling me what your greeter told you, what if anything did you do as a result of that conversation?
I reviewed video,
What video?
video of a push out our grocery door.
And would you recognize this video if I showed it to you?
I would.
Your Honor, at this time, the people request permission to share screen.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you recognize what I just put up on the screen?
I do. I do.
What if anything is it?
That's our grocery concourse video.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of the of the concourse video that you reviewed on the date in question?
It should be. I
Do
can't,
you need to see a minute?
I don't think it's playing.
It is not, but I will rewind it up to 109. Oh, maybe not. And I'll just play a couple of seconds and you let me know.
Let you know that that's the video that I
Yes, is this
sent.
the video that you observed
Yes.
and watched? Okay. All right, let the record reflect that I started it at time marker 50 seconds and played through a minute 05.
Noted.
Has anything been changed or altered in any way?
Pardon me?
Has anything been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Is this circle the way that you view it when you pull up the video to review?
It starts like that, but you can zoom in to actually focus.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the people move for the admission of the people's proposed one.
No objection.
That'll come in. Thank you.
Let the record reflect, I'm gonna be starting again at a minute 10 of the minute 25 video. And it will finish at the minute 25.
Correct.
So in this 15 seconds worth of video, we saw a cart come up this aisle right here, correct?
Correct.
Are there any registers in that area?
No.
Are there any points of sale that could have been passed through when coming up that aisle?
No.
And what, if anything, did you do after watching? Was this the first video that you watched?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you do after watching this video?
I pulled up the grocery exit to get identity on the subject.
And would you recognize that video if I showed it to you?
I would.
Let the record reflect that the title of this video is 2022-06-04 T18_43273000C.MP4.
Noted.
Ms. Fisk, what did I just put up on the screen?
That is our grocery exit camera.
And here, I'm gonna just do a quick couple seconds. Now, was this the second video that you watched?
It was.
Has anything been changed or altered in any way?
No, it hasn't.
It's a fair and accurate representation?
It is.
Your Honor, let the record, the people, I'm sorry. Your Honor, at this time, the people move for the admission of people proposed to.
Mr. Sullivan.
No objection.
That'll come in.
And now I'm gonna play it for the record. I'll play the entire 9-second video. And the video stopped at 9 seconds. Do you recognize the person in this video?
I do.
And how do you recognize him?
I've had prior incidents.
Do you recall about how many incidents you would have had with him?
Judge, I would object to habit evidence.
Why?
I would just object to the characterization of my client having prior incidents. I mean, it's not relevant to the theft on this particular day.
Your Honor, I'm laying foundation as to the knowledge of the identification. I do believe that this sort of evidence is allowed for ID purposes.
We talking about prior face-to-face interactions? Ma'am,
Yes,
how long?
You've interacted with this person more than a handful, less than a handful?
more than a handful.
Okay. And do you see this person here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please point to this person and tell me something that they're wearing?
Over here, green. Green shirt.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Noted.
So, Ms. Fisk, after watching these two videos, what, if anything, did you do next?
I then had to backtrack the video to assure that I had selection and no purchase was rendered prior to the two videos that you,
And were you able to accomplish this?
I was.
What, if anything, did you do next?
I reviewed the video of selecting the boots in the cart and heading directly to the grocery center aisle.
Judge, I would object to, if the witness is testifying to something that was observed by a video surveillance, and then that video surveillance is not being presented today, I think that the requirement of the original would apply. I think that's MRE 1102, but I can pull it up. Correct. Excuse me, it's 1002, 1002 requirement of the original to prove the content of a writing, recording, or photograph. The original writing, recording, or photograph is required.
Response.
Did you do anything to preserve these videos that we've just talked about?
Yes, I did.
I just want to be clear. The videos that we haven't seen yet, the ones you referenced that you looked at.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Did you, how did you preserve them?
I have them burned and saved.
Did you turn all of that over to our detective here?
I did.
Okay. So were there more than two videos in total?
Yes.
How many videos do you know?
Well, it's all the same video. It's different cameras. It's all the same incident, different cameras included.
All right, I'll move on.
Thank you.
At any point during your investigations, do you run an inventory of the store's merchandise to see if what you have comports with? At any point during your investigation, did you check the inventory of the store?
I did.
And was the inventory that you had in the store physically match what the computer says you should have?
I didn't check it versus the computer.
What did you check it versus?
I actually went to the aisle there following and took pictures of the boots missing from the shelf.
Now, how do you know that they were in fact missing?
I watched it on video.
Again, I object to the descriptions of what she watched on video without the video.
Did you do anything aside from watching the video to check to confirm the inventory numbers?
No.
Okay. Did you run any sales receipts for any of the cash registers?
I didn't need to. He never approached the registers.
Again, I'm objecting.
No, that video, that actually we do see in the video that people admitted already.
Yeah, the testimony was that the first video showed that he exited an aisleway where there was nowhere to pay for anything prior to exiting.
which I understand, but doesn't preclude the possibility of an interaction at a register earlier outside of the frame of that video. So the testimony that he's never been at a cash register, I don't think is proven by the video that we saw. It doesn't happen in that frame, but it doesn't.
If I might add, you can
Hold on,
zoom.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Do you have copies of any of those videos with you today?
It's all digital. But you can zoom that and turn that
Yeah, hold
whole
on.
frame around.
Hold on. I understand Mr. Sullivan's argument. You want to respond to that?
Your Honor, I believe that would become a question of fact. Sure, it's a possibility, but does it reduce the case out of probable cause? I don't think so. I think it establishes a question of fact that jury would need to decide.
Okay, move forward with your questioning.
How many boots did you determine were missing?
I'd have to refer to my file.
Would that refresh your recollection?
It would.
Please do so.
If I may just see what it is.
Yeah. Ma'am, do you write up some kind of report?
I did.
Okay. Has that been provided to?
It
the
has.
urine? Can you just kind of flash the cover of that report?
It's labeled Meyer Belleville Road Incident Report.
I have it
And
here in my file.
if, detective, if you know, was that part of the discovery package? If you know.
Yeah, it should be.
Okay.
It should have been, but it is not. And I can offer. Nope, I have it. I apologize.
Okay. You need a minute to review?
If I may have 1 minute. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
How many pairs of boots or shoes were found to be missing?
It was 10 pairs of work boots.
And do you know what the value of those work boots in total is? I apologize, Your Honor.
You're all right.
$1,299.90.
And at any point, did you get any of those boots back?
I did not.
No pairs of boots were returned to the store.
No, they were not. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm referring to a different case. I'm sorry. This was the one prior.
Okay, so was the report that you were reviewing to tell us how many boots and how much the correct report?
It's from June 4th.
Okay, so now your recollection as to whether or not the boots were ever returned?
Those were returned.
Okay, same day?
Same exact day. I'm sorry.
Is the witness reading from the report or?
It was my recollection that we were here on the case prior. I had an email. I thought it was on the case that was turned over and a desk report was done.
Okay. So, but your testimony as to what we've already had for today, is that part of your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. And on June 4th, there were 10 pairs of boots.
Correct.
Object to leading.
It was.
Your Honor, I'm just getting clarification.
I know. I'm confused too, so I'll allow you to clarify.
Okay. So, but on June 4th, 2022, that's the incident that we're concerned about.
Correct.
when did you receive the boots back?
Directly after the defendant was arrested.
Were they still in the cart?
No,
Did Mr. Broomfield have permission to have these boots?
no, that he did not.
Was Meyer open at the time?
Yes, we were.
What time of day was it, if you recall?
It was, I think it was 2:45 or a little after.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Sullivan, your witness.
Ma'am, you testified that at some point during your answers to the prosecutor's questions, you recollected that you were here on a different case.
Correct.
What is the case that you thought that we were here on to begin with?
I believe that we were here on the case prior.
And do you know the name of the person on that case?
I do.
You do? What is that name?
Joseph Broomfield.
So when your recollection is refreshed and you're then understanding that we're on a different case, whose case are we here on in the second instance?
Joseph Broomfield.
Okay, so you were in your testimony conflating two events, both involving Joseph Broomfield,
Correct.
and your testimony prior to that moment was regarding a separate incident.
Yes, it was.
Okay. Just a moment, Judge. Judge, I don't have any other questions.
Your confusion about the two incidences. Can you explain that to me? Why are you confused about these two incidences?
Well, originally, I thought we were in court today on a case I had turned over earlier.
Do you remember when?
Can I refer to?
Would that refresh your recollection?
It would.
Okay, please do so.
March 16th.
Okay, and without getting into it too much, do you remember what the nature of the allegations in that case are?
Judge, I understand that we're just trying to clarify the situation, but in all fairness, I've received no notice of any event occurring in March. So I'm not going to be able to do any amount of cross-examination about an event occurring in March. And so I'm objecting to questions about it.
I don't think the record needs any clarification. Bear with me. Was the only testimony you gave today that was about the factual basis for March, about whether or not the merchandise had been returned? Was that the only thing that you misstated today?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So clear, on June 4, 10 pair of boots went missing. Those 10 pair all came back to winners that day.
Correct.
I think that was the only confusion.
Okay, I just wanted, thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear.
Yeah,
here.
clear record.
No further questions.
just based on your honor's question and clarification, ma'am, you testified that 10 pairs of boots went missing, correct?
Correct.
And you're testifying to 10 based on video that you reviewed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Judge, I'm just objecting to again, renewing my objection as to the witness testifying, we've done a fair amount of clarification about prior testimony that we've heard today. And so the nature of my question is just clarifying that the number 10 was drawn out of evidence which I have objected to, right? The video that I've not been able to see. So my intention is just to clarify that with my question, and I maintain my objection to that evidence being considered today.
Any response?
Your Honor, I think the information that she learned from it and not testifying as to the contents, I think is the clarification in the best evidence rule. The best evidence rule, which was cited by Mr. Sullivan, requires that if there's going to be specificity into what was seen in the video, like I saw this person go here and then I saw him go here and they did this, then that's the best evidence rule. Whereas I watched the video and my information, my knowledge was 10 pairs of boots went missing. That's different than what the best evidence rule covers. So I think that the testimony as to the number of boots is admissible.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just disagree that you can glean information from a video that is somehow outside the purview of the video. My information after having watched the video is X, Y, and Z. That's the same as the contents of the video. And the rule is regarding the content of the video to prove the content of a writing, recording, or photograph, the original writing, recording, or photograph is required. So that's my argument.
Well, Your Honor, also, permission to share screen, Your Honor.
Sure.
We also have, Your Honor, the video that the people have admitted. It was indicated that this video was zoomed in upon. And here, you can see 4, maybe 5 boxes this way. And forgive me. And that's on people's one.
Are we in argument or?
Well, I think we are, Your Honor. An objection was made and I'm arguing how people can make that argument and gain that testimony still.
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
And then, Your Honor, the people's 2, forgive me, but I know you can see it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different boxes. This number can be reached by viewing what people have already admitted into evidence.
I agree. It's probable cause.
And that would be all, Your Honor. That's the extent of my argument as to how the 10 boots can remain into evidence, is that people have already admitted it.
And I think I've ruled. Anyone have any other questions for Ms. Fisk?
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you're free to leave. Watch your step on the ramp. Thanks for your time, Dan. Any other witnesses from the prosecution?
Officer Trump, Your Honor.
Thanks, Mike. Seriously. How we doing today?
Good, sir.
Raise your right hand. Good. Swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Have a seat right there. Miss Bailey, give me just a second.
Yes, Your Honor.
They should probably get an order. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, just to cover it. Then on Whitfield. What the hell makes this Netflix for me? I guess we'll find out. Go ahead.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Officer Jason Tront,
Can you spell Trump for me?
Tront.
And is Jason common spelling?
Yes,
How are you currently employed, Officer Trump?
I'm a police officer with Van Buren Township.
How long have you been employed by Van Buren Township?
7 years?
Were you employed and working on June 4th, 2022?
Yes,
Were you by yourself or with a partner?
by myself.
And were you on foot or in a scout car? Did you have a scout car with you?
Are we referring to the first incident or the second incident?
Were you just at any point were you in a scout car?
It depends on which incident.
June 4th.
June 4th,
I took a
At
library report for one incident and I
around
wasn't.
between 2 and 3 p.m.
Is this the first incident or second? One I took a library report for and the other one I was on the road where the suspect was taken into custody.
Were you in the same scout car? Did you have the same scout car on you between
No.
the two incidences?
No,
You changed cars between the two incidences?
I wouldn't have had a scout car in both instances.
Do we care if he had a scout car for what we're gonna get out of it?
No. Were you in full or modified uniform?
Full uniform.
Okay, what does that look like?
Gun
I'll
belt.
take judicial notice if that
vest,
helps.
badge, name tag.
Okay. Did you have occasion on that date to come into contact with a person by the name of Joseph Broomfield?
Yes,
Where did you?
All I see on the file is here. Do we want him in here? I don't know who may testify later. Detective Harrison's actually the OIC on this file.
Yes, there seems to have been some sort of administrative.
I get that, but I don't know, do I have to kick him out because he might be called to testify and there's no witness on the stand? There's a sequestration order in play.
Right, but he is the officer in charge.
Well,
of
you
it.
can only get one of them though, and he's your OIC today.
I'm sorry, that was rude of me. Please exit the courtroom.
It's all right, I just waved him off, he's okay. Go ahead.
Where did you make contact with Joseph Broomfield?
in the Menards parking lot.
Menards?
Yes,
Where is that?
it's on Belleville Road, south of Tyler Road in Van Buren Township.
How far away from the Meyer on Belleville Road is that?
Across the street.
Okay. And what caused you to make contact with the person by the name of Joseph Broomfield?
There's a report of a retail fraud that had just occurred.
Object to hearsay.
Not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the effect of the listener, it's why he's on the call. It's allowed.
Agreed.
So you had information that there might have been a retail fraud.
Correct. We were dispatched to the area Meyer for a retail fraud that had just occurred, and the suspect was said to be leaving in a U-Haul van.
Object again to hearsay.
Same result.
I think it does go to the truth, but I understand the court's ruling.
He's got to explain why it was in Menards.
So what led you to the Menards parking lot?
A U-Haul van was observed on Belleville Road and a traffic stop was initiated. The stop, the vehicle pulled into Menards.
And did you make this stop?
No, I did not.
Did you join this stop?
I did.
And if you know, who made the original stop?
Officer Perez.
Can you spell Perez?
Perez.
And when you arrived at this traffic stop, what, if anything, did you do?
I approached the U-Haul and I could see through the window that there were several pairs of boots in the back.
So let's talk about this U-Haul. Is it a U-Haul box truck?
No, a van.
Okay, U-Haul van, like a minivan?
No, full-size van.
Okay. And there were windows into the back of the vehicle on the sides or in through the front where the driver and passenger would sit?
I would say on three sides of the vehicle, there were windows untinted.
Okay. And which of these windows did you look through?
The side.
And when you looked in through the side, what if anything did you see?
I saw several pairs of boots in boxes. That was the only thing in the vehicle.
Was anyone in the vehicle at this time?
Yes, there was.
Who was in the vehicle?
There's a male driver and a female passenger.
All right, do you see either of those people here in the courtroom today?
I can see the male driver seated at the table.
What is he wearing?
He's wearing green and a mask.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
Noted.
What happened next?
The driver was removed from the vehicle after he was unable to provide identification, and I recognized him from a prior report that I had taken from Meyer for a retail fraud involving boots.
Okay. And those boots that you'd seen in the back of this U-Haul van, what if anything did you do with those?
They were returned to Meyer and they were identified as Meyer property.
Do you know how many?
Just objecting and maybe clarifying whether this is the witness that did that or.
Oh, fair clarification. Did you do that personally or did you just?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Do you recall how many pairs of boots?
No, I don't.
Would you put it in your report anywhere?
Yes.
Did you write a separate report?
No, I did not.
So would your information have been included in Officer Perez's report?
Yes.
How would that have gone about? Would you have just told him what you
Yes.
did and what you, okay.
There should be a property tab on the report as well as a receipt provided by Meyer.
I've shown Mr. Sullivan pages 1, 2, 3, the first 4 pages of the officer's report.
Officer Perez's report.
Permission to approach?
Sure.
Officer, I'd like you to review this silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
It's just for the record, I am objecting to this being Officer Perez's report.
Your Honor, rules of evidence indicate that any document may be used to refresh recollection.
Noted.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
How many pairs of boots?
10.
Permission to approach the.
Please.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Sullivan, your witness.
Officer, you testified that a traffic stop was conducted, correct?
Yes,
But you weren't present for that traffic stop.
that's correct.
So you can't yourself testify to the reason for the traffic stop.
No,
You testified that you have returned some boots to Meyer, correct?
correct.
Did you count them as you were returning them?
I don't recall. I
I
believe so. I just don't recall what the amount was.
Did you yourself hand each individual box over to the Meyer?
Yes, I did. I removed the boxes from the U-Haul van, placed them in my patrol vehicle. I loaded those boots into a cart and returned them to Meyer.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
I'm sorry, say again?
No other questions.
Thank you. Miss Bailey, I'm sorry, any other witness questions or you're working on that?
I apologize.
You have a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Officer, why are you searching inside of the vehicle?
I could see in plain view that there were several pairs of boots and boxes in the rear of the vehicle. Those were the only items in the vehicle.
Okay. There's nothing illegal about having boots in a vehicle.
It was reported from Meyer that several pairs of boots had just been stolen from Meyer.
Okay, so when you're searching the vehicle, you're searching for evidence?
I didn't do a search of the vehicle, no.
Okay, but how were the boots removed from the vehicle?
I removed them.
Okay, so you did do a search of the vehicle.
I conducted no further search.
Okay, but when you were removing the boots from the vehicle, you first had to open the doors of the vehicle.
The U-Haul was impounded, and I believe there was most likely an inventory search done in the vehicle.
Okay, your testimony though is that you're looking, the reason that you went into the vehicle was to get the boots.
Yes.
No further questions.
Any further questions?
When you arrived at the traffic stop, was it your impression that there was a reason to stop the vehicle?
Yes.
And you could see all of the boots that you later recovered through the windows?
Yes.
And it was your information specifically that boots were removed from the mire?
Yes.
Oh, I'm okay. No further questions.
You can step down. Thank you. Stay safe. Watch your step. Next witness,
No further witnesses.
defense witnesses,
No witnesses, Judge.
ready for argument.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move for a bind over as charged, and I'll reserve argument for rebuttal.
I'm ready.
Judge, at risk of sounding like a broken record, we have the same issue.
I kind of expected you would.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We have no knowledge provided today in testimony to the court as to why this vehicle is stopped. And we have a search of the vehicle that's yielding this evidence of 10 boots. There's no warrant, there's no probable cause, there's no basis for an inventory search. And the officer is testifying that when he's conducting the search, he's looking for evidence. So I think that the fruits of that search should be suppressed and it should not be considered by Your Honor today. Understanding the other testimony from another witness that they saw Mr. Broomfield coming in and out of the store, there may be an issue for the finder of fact as to whether what was in that cart was paid for, whether it was stolen or not. But I think that there's an important issue for probable cause purposes as to the value of what was taken, the number of things that are taken. And I think that it was not established in the through the first witness that number exactly. There maybe is a question of fact for a finder of fact, but I'm arguing that there's not probable cause as to a value above $1,000. And I'm also arguing that the second witness's testimony should not be properly considered because it's the fruits of an illegal search.
Ms. Bailey.
So, Your Honor, a couple of things. One, this officer actually did testify that the defendant was not able to provide any sort of identification when stopped. He testified that he observed that himself, therefore that is probable cause to continue. Additionally, there was a call out and a dispatch out for a U-Haul seen leaving Meyer and that subsequently was stopped across the street from said Meyer that was calling out for a potential retail fraud. These boots could be seen through the window, so it's plain view. That is the information that the officers have. Additionally, the officer that we had testify, Officer Trump, had personal knowledge of the defendant from a prior instance. Your Honor, I do believe that there was probable cause for everything to recover the boots from the vehicle that were in plain view. That his lack of identification, as well as the information that the suspect of the retail fraud was seen leaving the Meyer parking lot in a U-Haul truck and was subsequently stopped, according to this this officer barely out of the parking lot, and in fact, just crossing the street and leaving the Meyer parking lot, and then subsequently the stop occurs in the Menards parking lot across the street, does in fact give probable cause for the stop. For the plain view, I see these boots. I know the boots have been allegedly stolen. I think the people have met their burden, Your Honor, and I would ask the court fully bind over.
Thank you. I can find probable cause without Officer Trot. I think the video that was admitted today, I think a reasonable trier of fact could establish 10 boxes in the shopping cart between the top view and the side view. The witness's testimony was 10 boxes at $100 plus per box is in excess of $1,000 total. I don't think I need Officer Trot, but I agree with every argument you just made. I think Officer Trot's testimony is also admissible. So I'm going to bind over. AOI date's going to be 28th, 9 a.m. Bond will be continued. Mr. Broomfield, I wish you luck downtown. 9:21, I did it again, 9:21. Mr. Sullivan, I love that suit.
Hey, thank you. I should give credit where credit is due. There's a store on Livernois in Detroit called Suits for Less. I do a great job.
Kind of place. What?
That sounds like my kind of place.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's just north of 7.
Yeah, I like that large window pane check.
Thank you. I'll do that.
You as well. Always a pleasure, counsel.
I'm gonna make Joe wear 30.
Yeah, just for his own benefit. I mean, seriously, you know, if this makes it on Netflix, I mean, 30 years from now, his kids will be making fun of him for that. His grandkids will be laughing at him.
Guys are nice. We got a ball cap.
Everything's a teachable moment if your attitude is right.
We're ready for the next, am I correct?
I am.
Mr. Whitfield, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah,
You're the boss.
fix your hair. I don't know.
Your Honor.
Is
Go
that
ahead.
Miss Bailey's case too?
Oh, yeah, so she might be.
Yeah. I suppose we should be fair and let her know there might be a camera here. Maybe she wants to touch up her makeup like Heather is.
I don't wear makeup, unfortunately.
That's gonna take a while then. Seriously, Joe, there's gonna be cameras in here, so if you don't want your grandkids making fun of you 30 years from now, if you wanna, you know, step out and have one of the other guys fill in for you.
I can't make it tell Jamie that one.
Heather just wanted to go, you know, touch things up a little bit. I won't see it as a sign of cowardice if you don't want to be in for this one. I can't wait to hear this case. So what the hell makes this documentary worthy? Oh, man. Oh, that's the one. She had to come in from out of state and everything. I guess that makes it, I don't know about newsworthy, but at least makes it more interesting. So, you know Bob Sims? Sims boys grew up on Osgo. Matter of fact, when I was a little kid, I used to go over to their house for Cub Scouts. Bob's been working at Weiser, not what, some kind of IR. I think he runs the back. I'm not sure exactly what his time is. But he's my hookup. You know, anytime I need some scrap. So we're gonna start putting some street signs up at our place where all these different trails are, just so for the guys that haven't been up there for 4 years, when we're trying to explain where things are. Right. So my siblings and I met last week and came up with a bunch of
street name and stuff like that. So I told him I needed some units truck to use for street poles. He's cutting a blade for me. Scrap price. Yeah, yeah. So I don't care what the scrap price is. It's cheaper than going to Van Buren Steel and buy plate. Yeah. Yeah, because then you don't have to draw holes. I have got to order, just order them online. Yeah, I've ordered a couple online. You know, they're not high quality, they're not the kind of quality you get on like a municipal street sign, as far as heavy duty and stuff like that, but they'll be all right for our purposes. Yeah. I thought it was a deal.
Deal, yeah, that's what she said.
Could be
Deal.
deal.
It is deal.
Okay.
He's here, returns. I don't know if there's a, I saw Dale too.
Okay. You want a little problem? There's not enough there to mess up. It's too short. I don't even think you could get that to stand up with pride. Who's this guy that should be playing basketball? Okay. Have we seen him before? He kind of looks like Brandon Boston in the face. I mean, for my bad eyes. Okay. Go round him up on Whitaker.
Whitfield?
Whitfield. So this is the one with the victim from Vegas. That's why it's, yeah, that's why it's, you know, interesting enough to have somebody make a. All right. Yeah.
This is my 30. I had 15
Yeah, that's true. I gave Joe the option. I said, you know, your grandkids can make fun of you over this someday. Did you hear the story on that here, dude? He went to a brand new barber and they screwed it up so bad he had to have a stylist friend of his fix it and there wasn't anything to work with.
Is that camera crew?
Yeah, I can see that, Joe. Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Hi, nice to meet you. Thanks for letting us do this.
No problem.
Is there some place you
Yeah, probably there. It's
Yeah.
probably the most out of way.
Okay.
You can come up this way. Should be room for all of you. How you doing? On this one? Huh. What's that? Yeah, just a one. Before we get everything set up, I've just been told. So I can go ahead and set up if you want to, but there might not be much to film. Well, I've been told they're gonna waive it. It's not done till it's done, but that's what I've been told. I'm just trying to save you the effort. If you,
No, thank you. We'll see what we can get.
I mean, I comb my hair if you want to film.
Yeah.
waive it means it's done here and it'll go down to the next court level, circuit court level. The hearing that's scheduled today is for the prosecutor to prove 2 questions to me. By a probable cause standard. If I say yes to those questions, I just send it down to the higher court. So I'm kind of like a gatekeeper, but if they waive it, it just goes down the drain. Ms. Richards, how are you today?
How are you?
Excellent. You've been hovering out there for quite a while. I don't know. I thought you wanted to come on and like
No,
say.
I was looking for Bryn, and then I thought she was in here.
This one's not yours though. Whitaker? Is this one yours?
No, we're not here on Tyler Miller.
Okay.
Is this familiar? Oh, okay. Sorry.
All right, ladies, your parents.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sonia Moxie on behalf of the people, P83923.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, by Nancy Richards, P68850, appearing on behalf of Mr. Biller, who is seated to my left.
What do we got?
Judge, today's the date and time for the preliminary exam. The complainant, Madison Mullins, was served with a subpoena. I've spoken to her several times in regards to this case. She indicated she's.
Am I correct?
Yes, she has indicated that she will not be appearing today. In fact, her and the defendant are now married, and so we are unable to proceed without her cooperation.
Fence moves to dismiss.
Dismissed without prejudice. You'll explain that if you have not to Mr. Miller.
I will, Your Honor. Thank you.
Technically, this was number 3.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Richards, are you ready on Whitaker or Whitfield? I keep wanting to say Whitaker. Whitfield? I've got another unrelated item I'd like to talk to you about too before you get out of here today. You know if we got anything on Miller? Which is also Ms. Richards? On bodies? On Miller, 130? You said on Deal you got bodies. Oh, that's right.
If we have a bunch of bodies, I have not.
Okay. Yeah. He wishes he had something to stop.
It would take 5 years.
I can ask him not to film me from the back. Seriously, his mission is to bring back the mall.
He's just trying to be young. That's what.
What do you say, business in the front? It means I'm here for business. He believes that. When I put a hat on, it was really good.
No.
Is that like a shower cap?
If you might as well just get one of those hats that got the mullet attached to the hat then.
Yeah, then that's not real. I'm still in the world.
Okay.
Good, the guys got it. Thank you. Seeing it more and more in LA, just like mullets coming back. In LA, even in LA. Yeah, I'm ahead of my time. I'm in the Midwest. When that guy out there comes in, just make sure we have this conversation. It'll really help me. What were you at Nashville? Sent my wife at home.
Who certainly is not on board.
They like it. They discuss. They like it.
Well, look at these two.
Hey, the whole documentary has changed.
Well, the bad news is they said the mullet's coming back in LA. So, you know, if California's got it, it's just gonna move over
Some ways ahead of his time in the Midwest, I gotta say.
or behind. A couple decades.
Better him than us. You guys just made his day.
I'm not anti-mullet users.
Oh, Judge, you don't have to live long as you have.
No, I'm not. No, I'm just, it's not the mullet I object to. It's whatever, the other thing that happened to his head. Yeah, the lawnmower stylist. Yeah.
There was a lot of bad on
I mean, that's like a shaved head with a ponytail. You know, it's just too extreme. But I'm giving him grace on that because I know it wasn't intentional. You know, he just got butchered up and, you know.
Well, he has a story, we just don't know that story.
Well, that's true.
It may have been intentional.
That's true. He might actually ask for that.
Here it was before the hair.
Oh, good. I've been.
He's got.
I didn't know you
This is
did
not
it.
the bad haircut.
I
That's
didn't know
how good my.
No, I want to see the bad haircut.
No, I will not release that photo.
Oh.
That photo is not good.
I'm gonna call Kim.
Joe, that was a joke about the documentary. They're not interested. That was a joke, buddy. They're not interested.
So hold on a minute. Does Kim have the bad, before this,
Kim has the bad.
I'm calling her.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Do you guys need a minute?
What do you make copies? Sure.
Oh, you know, I will, because I have to get my, seal. But I already.
You know, in college, I used to have hair down here. I used to sit for a perm every 6 months. Yeah. I've showed pictures of that to people, you know, in the last 20 years, like, that's you? I'm like, yeah, that was me. Yeah. People find out that Susie and I were both at Michigan State at the same time. Oh, did you know each other? I said, no, because she wouldn't have anything to do with me then, and I wouldn't have nothing to do with her. We met in law school. Yeah. She looked like a school librarian at State. You know, I ran around for 4.5 years with no shoes, long hair, earrings. We should at least make them go around and film the building and send us that footage. Get some good, you know, professional photography of the building. So who's the tall guy there? Deal. You know what they're doing? Are they waiting for witnesses? Okay. Yeah, see if they're gonna do a waiver or if they're gonna do a dismissal, we'll do it and get it done. What's it like outside today, Brian?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Is it?
Yeah.
Heather and I've been stuck in here all day.
It's been nice. I've been able to walk my dog for the past 3 days without dying outside.
Yeah.
And then we're driving to North Carolina Saturday.
Oh, nice. So
you are going, you got the okay to go?
So, yeah, I got really sick, so I had to cancel my own vacation and we just postponed it.
Travel safely.
Okay.
Tell your dad I said I too.
I definitely will.
Your dad still maintain a house up here?
He built his house and up there or down there. And,
Yes, so he doesn't have a place up here anymore?
Nope.
He used to live on, what was, he had a real nice pole barn here.
Martinsville or Riggs?
Martinsville, I think it was.
Yeah, that's where my mom lives still.
Wasn't that where the house and you had the nice black and white floor in the barn and?
Yeah, no, that's Riggs.
Was that Riggs?
Yeah, Riggs, yeah, his house on Riggs.
Yeah, that was a hell of a barn. I don't remember, I couldn't tell you anything about the house, but I
Yeah.
think I was knocking door to door and he was out in the barn or something.
Yep.
If I remember right, the barn was pretty new at that time.
Mhm.
It was a really nice barn.
Yeah, now he's tripled that size in North Carolina. It's like.
Yeah, and his
Oh.
taxes are probably a third of what they were up here.
Oh my
right?
gosh, that house is like,
Good for him.
well, it's his wife, but yeah. I don't know how big the barn is, but I know their house is like 45. It's massive
For two of them?
for two of them. And then they just put in a brand new indoor pool or in-ground pool and they got horses. It's just like
Nice.
Swansboro, right? It's like it's on the intercoastal. It's like near the Outer Banks.
You've been in North Carolina.
I'm excited.
Or South. Yeah, give me some more. Too long a day to be standing around. So you guys all from out of state? Just for this? And then back out tonight. Travel safely. You probably do a lot of that, right? Live out of backpack most days? Living out of a backpack. Okay. It's okay when you're.
Just to let them know.
I think it would get old real quick though. Yeah.
So, Your Honor, my information is that Whitfield is going to be holding, as well as the trial that we have is also going to be holding this case.
Okay.
So whichever Your Honor wishes to handle
Yeah.
first.
Whitfield was scheduled at 1, so let's do that.
All right, yes, Your Honor.
Your trip was not for nothing. I was a little surprised Nancy was going. I was a little surprised Nancy was going. Ladies, if you would, your appearances for the People versus Kevin Whitfield.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Nancy Richards, P68850, appearing on behalf of Mr. Whitfield, who is seated to my left.
Thank you, ladies. I'm ready to get started.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people would request for an exception for this sequestration rule for the officer in charge, Detective Brian Perkins, who is seated to my right.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. And ladies, you don't have to jump to talk to me. It's okay if you do. Who's your first witness?
Your Honor, at this time, people would call Melissa Spiletti.
Thank you, Detective. All the way up front, man. All the way up here with me. There's an incline ramp right here. I want you to be careful you don't trip. Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today? Have a seat in that chair right there. Settle in the chair, state your name, and spell your last name for me.
My name is Melissa Ann Skivoletti, Skivoletti.
Thank you.
And Ms. Spiletti, thank you for being here. I'm going to ask you a series of questions today. My name is Bryn Bailey, and I'm with Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. My questions, I'm going to need you to answer me in the verbally, okay?
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
or anything of the like, and as well as shaking or nodding your head.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're doing a great job so far. I'm just going to ask you to keep that up for me, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Ms. Spiletti, do you remember January 19th, 2022?
Absolutely, yes.
And on that date, were you at 30,559 Lynn Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that here in Romulus?
Yes, ma'am. It's the Marriott.
Do you know if that's in Wayne County?
I'm not sure. I'm not from here.
Where are you from?
Well, I grew up in Litchfield, Michigan, but I live in Las Vegas, Nevada. At the time, on that date, I lived in Florida.
Okay.
I lived in Parkland, Florida.
So you're just not familiar enough with Wayne County to know if that specific area?
No,
is-
ma'am.
Okay, perfect. And you said that this was a Marriott?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you at the Marriott?
I was seeing clients. I am a adult film star, and I was booking appointments to see fans on that day. So that's why I was in town. I had also went and saw my mother because my mother still lives in Michigan. So the day before that, I came into town to see her, and then I came to Detroit before I flew out to see clients.
Okay.
Mhm.
So let's talk about the 19th of January this year. Did something happen whilst you were at the Marriott with one of your clients?
Yes, ma'am.
When did it start?
I believe that I received a text around 4 p.m. to book a call for 6 or 6:30. I believe it was 6 o'clock. I received a text. And so I booked the call for 6 o'clock. A gentleman arrived around,
What time did this person arrive at your hotel?
he arrived pretty much right on the dot. It was like 5:58, 5:59 that he arrived.
And do you see this person here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point to him and tell me something that he's wearing?
He's wearing a orange jumpsuit right there.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Noted.
So he arrives at your room. What happens next?
So he arrived at my room. He was very nice. As soon as he walked in, he handed me $500. He paid me for a half hour of my time, and regular normal session. He was very respectful, and
Did his respectful behavior and demeanor, did that change at some point?
absolutely.
Now, had you said something and then it changed, or did it just kind of change all of a sudden?
No, ma'am. After we were finished with the session, we both had fully got dressed. He was wearing a pretty large coat, like I don't even know, it was a very big puffy coat. We were walking to the door. I was in front of him. He was kind of like on the side of me.
Which side of you? Your left or your right hand side?
So it'd be my right hand side, but he was behind me. So when I went to open the door, he slammed me against the wall. And
All right,
when
so let's stop
Yes,
for
ma'am.
just a minute there. So you made a motion with your right arm
Okay, so it would have been the left.
So
his
he used
left.
He used his left arm.
Yes, ma'am.
And did he touch you with his left arm?
Yes.
Where on your body did he touch you?
It was in my chest.
Okay, so he uses his left arm, his
Yes.
forearm?
Yes. But when he swung, he also had a gun in his hand. So when he swung this way, the pistol was already in his hand, or whatever kind of gun he had was in his hand.
Okay.
When he slammed me against the wall.
So let's take a minute there. How far away from the wall were you before you were?
The space that we were walking out of, it was kind of like an L shape, so it was kind of like a really, really tight space. But I was probably maybe like this far away from the wall, and then
Just a second. 2 feet? Can you do that again?
probably like this far away from the wall.
2.5.
2.5 feet?
But how that room is set up, it's kind of strange. So when he slammed me, I kind of like fell into the wall, but then I fell back because it was like an L shape.
Did you fall into the corner of
Yes.
that L shape? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So after you made contact with the wall, what happened next?
That's when I saw the gun. As soon as I saw the gun, I immediately peed on myself. I've never had a gun in my face
Okay,
before.
so let's take a minute. Which hand was the gun in?
The left hand.
And what, if anything, was the defendant doing with the gun after he moved you out of the way of the door?
The whole entire time, he never took the gun off of me, but he had the gun directly pointed in my face.
Okay.
And my arms immediately went up, like, please don't, hurt me.
So can you do that again for me, just 1 second?
Okay.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
my
For the
arms
record-
went like this, like, please don't shoot me. I have kids, like, whatever you want, you can have.
All right, just a second. So let the record reflect that the witness put both of her hands in an X formation above her face.
Noted.
So the gun, was it pointed at in your face or at another part of your body?
No, it's in my face.
Was he saying anything during this time?
After I said what I said, he said, give me your Rolex. That was the very first words out of his mouth. I took my Rolex off, and then I had my wedding and my engagement ring on. He told me to take that off and give it to him. He ripped my necklace off of my neck.
Okay, so let's take a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Which wrist was the Rolex on?
My left.
So you removed that yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And what, if anything, did you do with it after you removed it?
I gave it to him.
What was the next piece of jewelry?
It was my wedding ring and my engagement ring.
On your left hand?
Yes, ma'am.
And what, if anything, did you do with that?
I gave it to him.
And then you were talking about a necklace. What kind of necklace?
I had like kind of like the same necklace that I have on today. It's a gold chain, pretty thin gold chain. It had 3 charms on it. It had my grandmother's picture. It had a cross on it that my other grandmother had passed away with. And it also had this charm on it. But he dropped this on the floor when he was putting it in his pocket, so I still have it.
So did you take your necklace off and hand it to him, or did something
No,
else
he
happen?
ripped it off my neck.
What happened next?
And then he told me to get up, and he walked me into the bedroom where there was a bed and a chair and like an ottoman in front of the chair. And he told me to sit on the ottoman, and he kept yelling at me, "Where's the money? Where's the money?"
Did you sit on the ottoman?
Yes.
So after you sat on the ottoman, what happened next?
After I sat on the ottoman, he kept asking me like, "Where's the money at? Where's the money at?" And I'm like, "I don't have any money." And he just kept screaming at me, "Where's the money?" He's like, "Be quiet," and he held the gun on me the entire time that he was in my room.
Now, how long after you moving to the ottoman did the defendant remain in your room?
An hour.
An hour?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, he kept asking you about money. What, if anything, I know you said that you didn't have any, but did you end up producing any money?
He found it.
Where did he find it?
I had my suitcase covered with a blanket that I always travel with. It has like my kids' pictures and stuff on it. He removed the blanket, and that's when he started going through literally all of my things. So the money was in my wallet, which he took my wallet.
He took your entire wallet?
Yeah, he took my entire wallet. I did ask him if I could please have my ID because obviously I'm not from here. And he was, he did give that back to me, which I was grateful for
So
that
let's,
because
let's stop for a minute. How much money was taken?
$5,500 or $5,600.
More than $5,000.
Yes, ma'am.
What else was in your wallet?
I had debit cards in my wallet. My social security card was in my wallet. I have pictures of my family in my wallet, things that I can't replace.
And did he, aside from your ID card, did he give anything back to you?
No, just my ID card. That was it.
What happened did anything happen before he went through your suitcase?
While he was like holding the gun on me, while he was going through my purse, I asked him if I could have a charm back that had like my grandma and grandpa on it.
So did he go through your purse before going through your suitcase?
Yes, and because my purse was like sitting on top of the suitcase. So he did, that was the first thing that he grabbed off of my suitcase was my purse.
And did he remove anything from your purse and keep it?
Only my wallet. The wallet and the things that were inside of the wallet is what he took.
Did you have any electronics or anything inside of your purse?
Not inside of my purse, no. But in a backpack, yes, I did.
Where was the backpack?
The backpack was underneath, but that was the last thing that he went through.
Okay, so he went through your purse?
Yes.
Did he go through anything before the suitcase and your purse? Anything between those two?
No, only when I had given him the money back, I opened up a little bag that I had sitting on the side of the table where I always put my money. And I opened that up and I had given him that money back. But no, he never went through anything prior to going through my purse.
Now, when you say the money back, do you mean just the money that he had paid you back?
Yes, ma'am. The $500 that he had handed me when he walked into my room, I always put that money inside of another bag. So, God forbid something like this ever happened to me, which has never happened, but
it's
it's
not with the rest
separated.
of your money.
Correct.
Okay. So what if anything happened after he went through your suitcase?
So he went through my suitcase. He demolished my suitcase. I mean, he went through everything, every single thing that was in my suitcase. He asked me what size my shoes were because he was going to steal my shoes. Like he dumped out my tampon box. Like he really went through everything inside of that suitcase.
So after going through your suitcase, what if anything did he do? Did he start searching the room, the bathroom, something else?
He was kind of like erratic. So it was like he would go to the suitcase and he would go to the drawers and like open the drawers again and like.
Was there anything in the drawers?
No, there was nothing in the drawers. It was just everything was right in my, in my suitcase in that vicinity and right in that area. And then at the last minute, he saw my backpack, which had my laptop computer. It had all my hard drives because, like I said, I do adult films. So all those hard drives have my films on them. So when he found that, I asked him, please.
So let's stop. Where was his backpack located?
It was located underneath. So like when you go to a hotel, they have it's like a little thing that you can set your bag on top of. It's like a metal thing that you can set your suitcase on top of. And I had it underneath my luggage on that luggage rack. So it was located underneath the luggage.
So when this backpack was found by the defendant, what if anything did you do with it?
He opened the bag up and when he saw my MacBook, he said, oh yeah, well, I need this. He took the MacBook out and he made me unlock the computer. He tried to unlock it himself, which my password is so easy, and he couldn't get it open. So I showed him like, no, this is what it is.
And where was the gun at this point?
It was still pointed on me. It was still pointed, at me the whole entire time.
So what if anything happened with the computer after you unlocked it?
So he folded the computer back up and then I asked him like, listen, my hard drives are in there that has all my content on it. You're not going to be able to do anything with it. Can you please let me at least have my content? I don't care about the computer, but those hard drives have every single thing that I've ever done on there in my whole career. And he gave them back to me. Okay. He said, just take that out of there and put the computer in the bag.
All right. Was anything else taken from you?
He also had took like something so random. I live stream a lot, so I always travel with like it's it's like a tripod, and he had saw that sitting on the table by the television, and he asked me what it was, and then he also told me that to put that in the bag,
What bag are we talking about?
in the backpack.
The backpack.
Yes,
So he
ma'am.
took your backpack
Yes, he took
after
it.
taking the hard drives out.
Yes, ma'am. So he took my backpack also.
Was your computer the only electronic device of yours that he took?
No, ma'am. He also took my cell phone.
Where was your cell phone?
My cell phone was in my hand, but at the time he told me to lay my cell phone on the bed. When he started going like through my bag and all that kind of stuff, my cell phone was placed on the bed.
Now, was this before or after you sat down on the ottoman?
This was before I sat down on the ottoman. He asked me to place my cell phone on the bed, yes.
So, let's go back forward. He's now collected all of these items of yours and put them either in the backpack or is carrying them somewhere, somehow, right?
Yeah, most of the smaller things were in his coat, because like I said, he had like a big puff jacket on. So most of the small things he was placing inside of his jacket. Like, I think even my wallet he put inside of his jacket.
So, the computer, I think, is the last thing that we talked about, or the selfie tripod thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he take anything after that?
No.
All right. So now he's got all of your belongings that we've just gone through. What
Yes.
does he do next?
I'm sorry, he did take something after that, but it wasn't mine. He took the hotel room phone also before leaving the hotel.
Okay.
Yes.
And the hotel room phone in your room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And aside from asking you where things were, was he saying anything else?
He was telling me to be quiet, shut the fuck up. I'm not gonna hurt you. He did keep saying that. But I thought I was gonna die.
Why did you think you were gonna die?
He stays in somebody's room for an hour without a mask on. I thought he was gonna kill me.
Do you need a minute? And you need tissues. We can get you this. Just take your time and let me know when you're ready.
Just kept telling him like I have kids, like they depend on me, and it's like I'm not gonna hurt you, just be quiet, because I was crying. I also asked him if I could get up and use the restroom
Did he let you
several
use the
times.
restroom?
No.
Okay. So he's taken the hotel phone. What happens next?
Well, when he took the hotel room phone, that was like right before he left. He unplugged the room phone.
And then he left your hotel room.
Yes.
What did you do next?
I stayed in my room because I was scared.
How long did you stay in your room after he left?
Probably 30 minutes.
What did you do next?
Well, I'm married, so when I wasn't answering my phone and my phone was turned off, my husband called downstairs and said, my wife.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter, asserted, Your Honor, but I do understand that it is hearsay. So without telling me, were you privy to that conversation? Did you hear that conversation?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so
But
did something happen
yeah,
later that night after?
security came to my room and said, hey, we just had a call that, somebody said that you needed a wellness check. And I told them, listen, I just was robbed. Can I use your cell phone? Immediately called my husband, and then I called the police.
And did you talk to the police that night?
Yes.
Did you provide them with a statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you write out that statement or was it just a verbal statement?
No, I wrote out a statement.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Ms. Richards, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Is it Ms. Scivoletti?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now you indicated that you were in the area for other reasons, but also that you're an adult film star and you were seeing clients.
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated that my client or was one of your clients and he paid you $500.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was for a half-hour session.
Yes, ma'am.
And was that session recorded at all?
Was it? No, ma'am.
Okay. But that session did involve sex, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you indicated that after your session was over, that you both got dressed.
Yes, ma'am.
So you viewed this person without clothes on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long, I understand that it was $500 for a half-hour session. How long did the session last?
It was about 15 minutes.
15 minutes, okay. Is that from the moment he arrived?
Yeah, the moment that he walked in the door, we probably finished around 6:15, 6:20 at the latest. It was not the full 30 minutes.
Okay. And you indicated that he was in your room for an hour.
After the session, yes.
So a total of an hour and 15 minutes or so?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall what time he left?
Not to the dot, no, I do not. But
Okay.
I remember like staring at the clock, waiting for, some indication from where my room was at. If he would have went out the front lobby, I would have been able to see him. But he didn't exit that way, and I didn't know if he had left, if he was, still inside of the hotel. So I don't
Okay,
know.
I'm just asking for when he is actually
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
room. Do you know what time that he left?
No, I do not.
Okay, so is the hour after your
It
session?
was probably around 6:45, 7 o'clock. It was late.
So it's an estimate?
Yes,
Fair to
ma'am.
say? Okay. Now, what time did the security come to do the wellness check?
They had arrived maybe 20 minutes after he had left.
Okay. And in that 20 minutes, you stayed in your room?
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't go out into the hall or anything?
Nope.
Okay. So for the rough hour or so after your session where he was taking things from you, was he doing that the entire hour?
Like rambling through my room? Yes, he was going through my room for the entire hour, yes.
Okay. You've indicated that he took some things that then he gave back to you.
Yes.
One, a charm of some kind?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. When I asked for the charm, I told him like my grandmother had just passed away, and he also had indicated like his brother had just passed away, and that was the only reason that he was going to give me that charm back. I mean,
Okay.
the charm wasn't worth anything, so.
Okay. Was he wearing gloves when he handled that charm?
No.
What about, you said he gave you your hard drives back?
He never touched my hard drives.
All right. Was there anything else that he touched and then returned to you?
He gave me my ID back also.
Okay. Did police collect any of the items that he touched and returned to
No.
you? You've indicated that this session involves sex. Was a condom used?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the condom available and collected
He
by
flushed
police?
the condom down the toilet.
Okay. Now, you gave a statement to the police when they arrived. And in that statement, you described the person that did this as a tall black male, skinny with short braided hair. Male had a chest tattoo of unknown words and unknown other tattoos.
Yes.
Male had almost no facial hair, wearing black sweater with a white teddy bear on the front and a black coat and black pants.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that an accurate description of the person who did this to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that still an accurate description?
Um,
I'm saying from your memory. Does
yes,
that
it's still accurate.
Okay.
I mean, he has facial hair now, but yes.
Okay. The chest tattoo, you said it had unknown words.
I couldn't remember exactly what it said. To be honest, I really wasn't paying attention to that. I had, indicated to the police that I couldn't remember. I thought that he had also tattoos on his arms, but
Okay.
his face, it's burned into my memory.
Okay. You couldn't remember the words on the chest tattoo, but you remember that there was a chest tattoo.
Yes.
Okay. And how sure are you of that?
Pretty sure.
100% sure?
I would say 75% sure.
Okay. You were given a lineup by the police. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember, was that lineup in black and white or color?
I believe it was in black and white.
In black and white? Okay. Do you recall whether or not, well, let me strike that. Do you recall how many photos you viewed?
I believe it was 6. Oh, maybe 8. I'm not really sure. As soon as I saw his face, he was number 1. I can tell you that. And I knew exactly what, I didn't even have to look at anyone else. As soon as I looked at the paper, he was right there.
Do you recall whether those photographs were given to you all at once or one at a time?
They were all at once.
Prior to viewing the lineup, did the police officers say anything to you that made you feel like they had a suspect?
No.
Did anyone ever indicate either verbally or non-verbally who you should pick out of the lineup?
Nope.
Did any of the photographs stick out other than you say you identified the person right away? Did any photographs stick out for any reason?
No, just him.
Now, you indicated that while he was ransacking your room, the gun was always pointed at you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so where were you? You were on a ottoman?
Yes, I was on a, like, there's like a chair in the corner and the ottoman sits in front of the chair and I was sitting on that ottoman the entire time.
Okay. Was there any point in time where his back was to you?
No.
Okay. You indicated that he ransacked through every little bit of your suitcase.
Yes.
Did he do that with 2 hands or 1 hand?
With 1 hand.
And you indicated that he removed your laptop, opened it, and tried to enter a password.
Yes.
And the
Well, I removed the laptop. He told me to take the laptop out of the bag. And then he asked me what the password was. And then he tried to put it in because all this whole time he was doing everything with 1 hand. So there's no way for him to remove that laptop with 1 hand and unzip that bag and all that stuff. So he had me do that.
did you stay on the ottoman or did you move
No,
around?
he told me to get up at that point and had me come to the bed and open everything for him.
Okay.
And then once I was finished doing that, then he told me to sit back on the ottoman.
Okay. Just, have you been, in the last 10 years, have you been convicted of any crimes of theft or dishonesty?
Excuse me,
Theft or dishonesty?
no, ma'am.
I have nothing further at this time.
Miss Bailey.
No, Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Can I say something?
Nope, wouldn't be appropriate.
Okay.
You can step down though.
Okay.
Watch your step on this incline. right?
Yes, sir.
You can out in the hallway. Miss Bailey, next witness.
Your Honor, I have no further witnesses. However, at this time, I would move the court to add a count 2 of unlawful imprisonment, MCL 750.349B. I can make argument as to why I believe the court should add that, but I have no further witnesses at this time.
Your Honor, I'd object to the additional count. The defense does not put on notice that the people intended to add that count prior to my cross-examination.
Your Honor, I do believe that her testimony is fairly self-evident and that she was very specific about how long she was someplace that she was held at gunpoint for an extended period of time. And in fact, Ms. Richards did make questions about those. So I do believe that she had ample opportunity to cross-examine.
What's the prejudice to the defense?
Your Honor, not knowing that she was going to add that count, I could have asked additional questions.
I can bring her back in. We put her back on the stand.
I'm fine with that, Your Honor. I do understand.
If you want her back, I'll bring her back.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Moistusian. Ms. Givaletti, you're still under oath. We're not quite done with you yet. Come back up here and watch your step. Do you have any direct on that issue?
No, Your Honor, I do believe that the people would have met probable cause with the questions that have already been
Okay.
tendered.
Ms. Richards, your witness.
Thank you. Ms. Gavaletti, just a few more questions. You don't know exactly how long, but you estimate an hour after your session.
It was definitely an hour. I just don't know exactly, what minute to the hour that he walked out of my room, yes.
Okay, but you know the minute that he arrived.
Yes,
Okay, and you don't know the minute he left.
no.
Okay, and
I was very distraught when he left my room.
okay, during that time, was the door to your room barricaded in any way?
No, but the way that the room was set up, there was no way for me to move past him or try to run out the room because it was like an L shape coming in. And then it was a very tight, small space, beside the bed. There was no way for me,
So did you ever attempt to and were stopped?
no.
Okay. Did he ever say to you that you couldn't leave?
I asked to use the restroom several times. Like I said, when he first had pulled the gun on me, I peed on myself. So while he was going through my phone, I had asked him several times, can I please get up and use the restroom? I'm gonna pee on myself again. And he kept telling me, no, just sit there and be quiet, don't move.
Okay. The restroom would be inside your room, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And at what point in time did he take your cell phone from you?
He made me place my cell phone at the beginning of everything. So before I was placed on before he set me down on the ottoman, he told me to put my phone on the bed.
Okay. And you said before he left, he took the phone out of the room.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Any follow-up, Ms. Bailey?
Did you feel as though you could leave the room?
No.
Why not?
Honestly, I felt like I was gonna die in that room.
Would you have had to have walked by the defendant in order to exit your room?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Now we're done with it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Watch your step. No further witnesses?
No further witnesses.
Any defense witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
I'm ready for argument.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move for bind over on both the armed robbery and the added count of unlawful imprisonment. Armed robbery, the defendant did enter. He was asked in, I understand that. But after the consented interaction between the defendant and Ms. Civiletti was concluded, he remained in the room, Your Honor. He pulled out a gun, pushed her against a wall, and then forced her back into the bedroom area where he made her sit for about an hour in total. Whilst that happened, he took her cell phone, he took her money, her wallet, watch, phone, computer, and all sorts of other items of, I believe that was specifically what she testified to, while he used a gun to keep her in place. That is armed robbery, Your Honor. He did have possession of a firearm and he did remove her items with the intent of depriving her of them. Now, as for the unlawful imprisonment that people have asked that Your Honor to add as a charge, an hour was spent and a gun was pointed at her. And she was told, don't move, shut up. The defendant knowingly restrained the complaining witness for over an hour in her room on a single piece of furniture. She wasn't allowed to leave the room. She wasn't allowed to go to the bathroom. And he restrained her whilst committing a felony. He committed armed robbery whilst holding her in prison. She couldn't go to get help. She couldn't call anyone for help. She couldn't leave the room. She couldn't even go to the bathroom, Your Honor. I do believe that the people have met the burden by a probable cause standard for unlawful imprisonment. And I do ask that Your Honor, one, add that charge and bind over on both charges. And I can repeat the MCL if Your Honor needs it.
Give it to me.
750.349B.
Ms. Richards, argument.
Defense objects to the bind over without argument.
All right.
I'm gonna bind over on the original count 1, added count 2. AOI date next Wednesday, 9 AM. Anything as to bond, ladies?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing from the people.
Mr. Whitfield, good luck downtown. Thank
Thank
you,
you, Your Honor.
ladies. You guys need any footage of the building or anything like that? Do you want any footage of the building? Try not, I just don't want you to film my staff. Other than that, do what you gotta do. Yeah, be safe. Miss Richards, could you approach? That's all right. No, it's unrelated. Totally unrelated.
Trust Your Honor, just checking.
Yeah. Once again, we're easy to get hold of. And we could have told you, don't stress, it's gonna be adjourned. All right, thank you. Thomas?
Thanks.
Appearances on Thomas.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good afternoon, Judge. Jeff Perlman on behalf of Thomas P. 80517.
And what are we doing?
Judge, we are gonna waive the exam today.
Mr. Thomas, you understand the purpose for an exam?
Yes, sir.
You've discussed your rights and options with counsel?
Yes.
You understand all those rights and options?
Yes.
Understanding all of that, are you waiving the exam today freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You understand that a waiver means the file is going to be sent downtown for the next court proceeding there?
Yes.
And that's what you want to see happen today.
Yes, sir.
Counselors, are you satisfied with the waiver?
Satisfied, Judge.
All right, so am I. AOI date is 2 weeks from today at 9 AM, and I wish you luck downtown. Bond is continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Have a good day, gentlemen. And then there was one. Okay, appearances on the People versus Jenny. Is it Deal?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Spencer Clayton, appearing on behalf of Steele, who stands to my left, who sits.
She did stand to your left.
P number 77302.
All right, and you don't have to jump up to talk to me. It's okay if you do, but I won't think it's disrespectful if you stay in your chair.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Let's call a witness.
At this time, people would call Madison. Her last name is Deal, Madison Deal.
You don't have to send an email. Obviously, nobody else's time is important. That's the problem. Ms. Deal, all the way up front, please. Watch your step on this incline ramp. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth today? Yes. Have a seat right here. Settle in.
I'm just making sure we're maintaining sequestration.
Understood. State your name, please.
Madison Deal.
Put her up, all right? Okay, go ahead.
Madison, can you please spell your first and last name for me?
Madison, Madison, Deal, Diehl.
And Madison, I'm gonna be asking you a series of questions here today, okay? So I need you to verbally respond to me. I know it's habit to nod your head or shake your head in one way or the other, but I do need it to be verbal. Additionally, or anything of that like, our lovely reporter here cannot type it down on a transcript and actually get what we're talking about, okay?
Okay.
Madison, do you remember October 17th, 2020?
Yes.
And on that day, were you at 9,908 Kennedy Court?
Yes.
Is that here in Van Buren Township,
Yes.
Wayne County?
Yes.
What were you doing there?
I was attending my little cousin's birthday party that I was invited to.
Now, was it your aunt or uncle's home?
Yes, it was my aunt's.
And what time was this party at?
It was in the afternoon or the evening.
Do you remember around what time you arrived?
I think it was around 4
PM that you arrived at the home?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Who were you there with, if anyone?
I was there with my boyfriend, Gabe.
How do you spell Gabe?
Gabe.
What's Gabe's last name?
Wheeler.
Can you spell Wheeler?
Wheeler.
And Madison, while you were at this birthday party, did something happen?
Yes.
How did the incident start?
She came up and sat down in a chair right in front of me.
All right, so let's talk about who this she is. Who is this she?
My mom, Jenny.
You see Jenny here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you please tell me what she's wearing and point to her?
Appears to be a pink blazer.
Is she seated at one of the tables?
Yes.
Here? Okay, thank
Over
you.
there.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
No,
So you said she's your mom?
Yeah.
Your biological mom or your
Yes.
stepmom?
My biological mom.
And did you go to the party with her?
No.
When was the last time you saw your mom before this?
May, when I moved out.
That be May of 2020?
Yes.
So who did you move in with?
I moved in with my dad, Scott Noda, and my stepmom, Sean Noda.
So was your mother's taking a seat and sitting down directly in front of you the first interaction you'd had with her that night?
No.
What had happened before that?
She was sitting behind me and I did not interact or pay any attention. And then she had gotten up, walked away crying.
And how long before her sitting down in front of you was this?
Roughly 10 minutes.
So were you sitting down when she approached you the second time?
Yes.
Where were you sitting?
I was sitting on this glider swing. It was a 3-person swing.
Inside or outside of the home?
This was outside next to their garage.
What happened? anyone sitting with you?
Yes, I had my boyfriend Gabe and my cousin Gwen was sitting next to me and I was in the middle.
What happened after your mom sat down?
She just stared at us and stared at me until she said something and
What
then
did she say to you?
hi.
So she said hi to you. What happened next?
She started asking questions.
Like what kind of questions?
I don't remember.
Were you wanting to engage in this conversation with her?
No.
What, did you attempt to stop the conversation?
Kind of.
What do you mean?
I looked at my boyfriend and we said we're leaving and I grabbed his hand to start walking away.
And what happened after you got up and started to walk away?
She pushed me back, which separated us.
Okay, so let's take a minute. So you're standing up and walking away. Is your back now towards your mom?
She was in front of me, so we stood up and started to take a step, and so she was about right next to me.
Okay. So where does she push you?
My shoulder,
Which shoulder?
my left.
Is Gabe on your left or your right hand side?
He was on my right, and my cousin was on my left.
Okay. With what did she push you?
Just her hand.
Open, closed, or something else? Open fist, closed fist, or something else?
I believe open.
So an open hand. Okay. What happened after she pushed you?
I grabbed Gabe's hand again, and we continued walking, and she separated us again.
How did she separate you this time?
Grabbed my shoulder.
You said grabbed your shoulder this time. Which shoulder did she grab you?
Left.
Did she use her hand to grab you?
Yeah.
All right. What happened after she grabbed your shoulder?
I grabbed Gabe's hand again, and we started walking away.
Now, when she had grabbed your shoulder, did she pull back? Was she just did she just put a pressure on your hand, on your shoulder, or was she trying to move you?
It was kind of a pressure, but it kind of pulled me back.
Okay. Did you say anything to her?
No.
Try to grab Gabe's hand again. What happens next?
We continued walking around the fire pit and headed up towards the house to get past the gate.
So this swing was in the backyard at a near detached garage.
Yes.
How far from the house were you at this point?
I'd have to guess maybe 15, 20 feet.
Okay. So you grab Gabe's hand again for, I think this is now the second or third time. What happens next?
We started walking. We got to the concrete next to my aunt's house.
And how large is this concrete? Is it like a concrete patio?
It's like a concrete driveway.
Okay. And does this concrete driveway lead into the house or off of the property?
Both. To the right is the house, and if you continue straight, it's off the property.
Okay, so you were attempting to leave the property.
Yes.
Okay. What happened next?
We got closer to the house, and she separated us again.
And when you say we, you mean yourself and Gabe?
Yes.
Okay. How did she separate you again?
She kind of pushed us apart, and
All right. So when you say she kind of pushed us apart, do you mean that she came up in between you and pushed you guys apart at your shoulders or something else?
at our shoulders.
Okay. What happened next?
She pushed Gabe into the house, the siding of the house. And I looked at Gabe and he told me to go.
Okay. Now, when she pushed you and Gabe away from each other and he was by the house, was she still holding on to you? Was she touching you in any way?
No, she was touching Gabe.
Okay. What happened next?
She was screaming as I was walking or approaching the fence, which was locked. And I tried unlocking the fence, and she came over screaming. She like
Remember what she was screaming at you?
give me my fucking phone.
Did you have her phone?
It was my phone, but on her plan.
So she was paying for the phone,
Yes,
at least as far as you knew.
yes.
Okay. What happened next?
Um, she took my phone and.
Where was your phone?
It was in my back pocket, but then I moved it to my hand.
Did you give the phone to her or did she take it from you?
She took it from me.
Okay, what happened next?
She walked away and Dave and I left and walked off the property.
Now, I know you said back in May of 2020, you had moved out of your mother's house. How long did you live with her?
For 16 years.
Were you 16 at the time of this incident?
I had just turned 17.
When you moved in with your dad, do you know if there were any legal proceedings that had occurred?
Yes.
Do you know what occurred?
Scott and Sean were attempting to get full custody of me and my sister.
And do you know if they were successful in their attempts to get full custody of you?
They were, but this was after this incident.
So they didn't get full custody until after this incident?
Yes.
Okay. Did you give your mom permission to push you?
No.
Did you tell her it was okay?
No.
Did you ever ask her during this interaction to stop pushing you to leave you alone?
No.
Why?
Based off of previous experiences I've had where she has been in this mental or emotional state, I knew it would be best for me to leave as quickly as I could before anything else worse could occur.
Let's talk about, so you mentioned that she was yelling and screaming.
Yes.
Was there anything else that she was doing that led you to this conclusion?
Erratic behavior.
Like what?
Screaming, crying, grandiose gestures, like arms flailing.
Thank you. Did you file a police report?
I did.
When did you file the police report?
After I had logged out of my social media through my boyfriend's phone.
Did you write a statement?
I did.
Okay. No further questions for this witness.
Your witness, counsel.
Yeah.
You testified this occurred on October 17th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And you also testified that you were a minor, you were 17 at the time, correct?
Yes.
What is your birthday?
September 21st, 2003.
Okay, so you just turned 17, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what you were talking about with your mom when you were at the bench?
No.
Okay. Was there an argument?
No.
Okay, so you just got up and left?
Yes.
Was she trying to talk to you still?
Yes.
And at some point, she put her hands on you, correct?
Yes.
Testified that she had pushed you and grabbed your shoulder at some point.
Yes.
And she was trying to get your phone, correct?
Yes.
And that was a phone that she had paid for.
Yes.
You testified that you weren't living with your mother at the time, correct?
Yes.
Where were you living?
I was living at my boyfriend's house with his parents.
Okay, but earlier you testified that you were living with your father, is that correct?
I had moved out to my father's house.
So you weren't living there though?
Not at that time.
You were at your boyfriend's house?
Yes.
Okay. Did your mom ever strike you? Did she punch you? Did she kick you?
No.
Did she cause you any injuries?
Not at this incident.
What happened after, she got the phone?
She walked off.
Okay.
And started to screenshot stuff from private conversations between me and my friends.
Okay, but you're a minor at the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
How many times did she ask you for the phone?
I have to say more than 3, but I'm unsure.
Now, was she asking for it before you had gotten up from the,
Swing.
thank you, Your Honor, from the swing and attempted to leave?
No.
When did she first ask for it?
When we were walking to the gate, about to leave.
No further questions.
Madison, you step down. Watch your step on the ramp.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Bailey, any other witnesses?
Gabe Wheeler?
Mr. Wheeler, all the way up front, please. Watch your step on this ramp over here. Raise your right hand for me. Swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Sit right there. Settle in the chair, state your name, spell your last.
Gabe Wheeler, Wheeler.
Thank you.
Mr. Wheeler, do you remember October 17th, 2020?
Not really.
As in, you don't remember that specific? What do you mean by not really?
My memory of the whole day is fairly vacant, you could say, I guess.
So do you remember something taking place at a party
Yes.
that you were at
Yes.
with your girlfriend?
Yes.
What's your girlfriend's name?
Madison.
Madison.
Deal.
And do you remember if this party was at 9,908 Kennedy Court?
Yes, it was.
Is that here in Van Buren?
Yes.
Or not, it's not here, but is it in Van Buren Township?
Yes.
Wayne County? Yes?
Yes.
Do you know someone by the name of Jenny Deal?
Yes.
How do you know Jenny?
She is Madison's biological mother.
And had you met her before?
Yes.
And did you see her on the day of this party?
Yes.
Do you see Jenny Deal here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to her and tell me something she's wearing?
Pink shirt.
I'm sorry?
A pink shirt.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Noted.
So did you come into contact with Miss Deal at this party?
Yes.
When did you first come into contact with her?
When she pulled up a chair and sat in front of us.
Where were you when she pulled up a chair and sat in front of you?
We were sitting on a swing talking to Madison's cousin
And where is this swing located?
in the backyard.
And you said Madison's cousin. Were all 3 of you sitting on that swing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the order that you were seated?
Not specifically, but I was on the very end.
You were on
Madison was, well, that I do. I was on the very end. Madison was next to me and Glenn was on the far end.
Okay. Now, when the defendant sat down in front of you, what happened next?
She just sat there for a minute and stared.
Did that change? Did a conversation happen?
Yes,
What was the nature of this conversation?
it was aggressive.
Who was aggressive?
Jenny.
Was Madison aggressive?
No.
Was Jenny trying to talk with you, Madison, or Glenn?
Madison.
Did she try to talk to you?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
No? Why conversation was aggressive?
You just hear the aggression in her voice and the stare is intimidating.
Her stare?
Yes,
What about her stare was intimidating?
there's just nothing there.
What do you mean there was nothing there?
If you look at her, there's nothing there. There's not a human there.
So what about her, what qualities did you hear in her voice that made you think she was being aggressive?
Angry?
Anger, you could hear anger. So at some point, did you attempt to leave?
Yes,
Did something happen when you were attempting to leave?
yeah. We got up and
When you say leave, who do you mean by leave?
me and Madison stood up and we walked around the fire. We were walking out and then she attacked us.
Who do you mean by she?
Jenny,
And what do you mean by attacked?
she ripped us apart.
When you say ripped us apart, what do you mean by ripped us apart?
Pulled us apart and then she pushed me and she took Madison's phone. That's all I remember about that particular part of it.
Did you see her touch Madison?
Yes,
Where on Madison's body did you see her touch?
I don't remember.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Sir. Mr. Wheeler, you were in a relationship at the time with Madison, correct?
Correct.
Are you still in a relationship with her?
Yes,
Okay. Where was she living at that time when you guys were in a relationship?
at Scott and Sean's.
Okay. And you stated that your recollection, you don't have very good recollection these days, is that correct?
Correct.
And this occurred approximately 2 years ago in a couple weeks.
Correct.
And you testified that Jenny had separated the two of you, correct?
Correct.
And she pushed you, correct?
Correct.
And she was trying to get a phone, correct?
That's correct.
And she got that phone, is that correct?
Correct.
What happened after she got the phone?
We left. Well, we went to my car and then we called the police.
Okay. What did Jenny do?
She started going through the phone. And we could tell because I got a notification that she was screenshotting our conversation, me and Madison's conversation.
Okay. I don't know if there's questions, Your Honor.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Can you step down, Mr. Wheeler, and watch your step?
People have no further witnesses, Your Honor.
Defense witnesses,
None, Your Honor.
argument?
Your Honor, at this, I'll wait for Mr. Wheeler to exit. Your Honor, at this time, I move for Your Honor to reach a verdict of guilty. The people have presented here today 2 witnesses. Madison Deal, who is the daughter of the defendant Jenny Deal. Yeah, Miss Madison Deal indicated that she had lived with Miss Jenny Deal for 16 years of her life. One of the elements of domestic violence is that there be that special relationship. One of those special relationships is either a resident or a former resident of her household. By living with the defendant for 16 years, she does meet that prong of being a former resident of Miss Jenny Deal's household. Additionally, Your Honor, did make an assault or assault and battery upon Madison Deal. An assault or assault and battery, as I'm sure Your Honor is well aware, is an offensive touching or apprehension of an offensive touching. By repeatedly placing her hands on both Miss Madison Deal and Gabe Wheeler, pushing them apart. Sorry, pushing them apart repeatedly. Madison did not consent to these touchings. They moved her, they prevented her from leaving, and getting herself out of a situation that she didn't want to be in anymore. I would also argue, Your Honor, that the aggressive and removal of her phone, well, although paid for by the defendant, it does belong to the complaining witness. That is her phone for her use. And by taking it against her will, that is additionally a domestic violence and a battery upon Miss Madison Deal's person, by forcefully removing it from her. Mr. Gabe Wheeler did corroborate these events. He did say that they were ripped apart and Jenny Deal was aggressive and angry. And Madison was attempting to remove herself from the situation, Your Honor. I believe that the people have met their burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and I would ask that Your Honor find Ms. Deal guilty, and I will reserve any further argument for rebuttal.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the victim in this case is a minor child. She testified to that. At the time this took place, my client was the custodial parent. She still had guardianship. There was testimony from both Madison and Gabe that the victim in this case was not living with her, but that still doesn't change the fact that she's the parent, she's still the guardian. She's paying for this phone. She had the opportunity to get that phone back. She did. Once she got the phone back, nothing else escalated. There was no more arguing. They went their separate ways. She's a custodial parent. In the state of Michigan, she can use reasonable force to discipline her child. This child is 17 years old. I wouldn't expect her to give that child a spanking or anything ridiculous like that. She placed her hand on her shoulder to get the phone. She got the phone. It ended. This isn't a domestic violence. This is a situation where a custodial parent has a child living with her boyfriend and she gets the phone back. So that being considered, I'd ask the court to find my client active.
So, Your Honor, while I do understand the idea of parental discipline, that hasn't been established. There wasn't a give me your phone, you're grounded. You're not allowed to have that phone anymore. It was, you're ignoring me. And I'm gonna make sure you stop ignoring me. And how am I gonna do that? I'm gonna grab you and I'm gonna rip you away from your boyfriend. I'm gonna take away your phone. I'm gonna follow you, yelling at you, screaming at you, berating you. That's not parental discipline, Your Honor. There was absolutely no evidence or any testimony that makes that plausible. Nothing. Madison said, I didn't say anything to her. I got up and I walked out. She followed me throughout the entire party. When I ignored her, she ran off crying and screaming. And then she came back, plopped herself down in front of me and said, hi. And when Madison got up to not engage because she didn't want to, her mother got aggressive and angry and put her hands on her in a way that is not consistent with parental discipline. The taking of the phone, not consistent with parental discipline. We haven't heard anything about that here, Your Honor. She didn't say when she sat down, give me your phone, you're grounded. No, it was an interrogation of Madison that she chose not to answer. She chose not to get involved with. And when she attempted to remove herself from the situation, Miss Deal followed her, continued escalating the situation, yelling, screaming, gesticulating her hands wildly, and ripped two people apart repeatedly, not once, not twice, but 3 times, and then snatched the phone out of someone's hands for non-parental disciplinary purposes. And I still think that people have met their burden of beyond a reasonable doubt, and I ask that Your Honor find guilty.
Thank you both. Counsel chamber. Have a seat. Okay, Madison's back in. Yeah. All right, so for the record, I didn't hear any testimony that this interaction or these interactions started out as discipline. Certainly under the circumstances that may have been in mom's mind, but that's not the testimony I heard today. So Ms. Deal, I'm finding you guilty of the domestic violence. Madison, any objection if I call you by your first name? Right. Anything you want to tell me before I sentence? Anything else? Could you come up here so I don't have to shout at you? Thanks.
Thank you for holding her accountable for her actions. This is the one time that I have been able to see that she has actually been held accountable on multiple instances, and I greatly appreciate it. And thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Physically, where are you living? Which
Right now,
community? I mean, you live in Belleville, you live in Wyandotte, where you live?
currently,
Yeah.
I live in Toledo.
Okay. You're 18 now?
Yes.
What are you doing? Going to school?
I'm going to school.
Where at?
The University of Toledo.
Good. What are you studying?
Nursing.
Good for you. First year?
Second year.
How's it going?
Kind of stressful. There's a lot of homework, lots of
It's gonna
reading.
get worse after school.
What?
I said it's gonna get worse after school.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
I'm not the first one to tell you that.
No, definitely
Okay.
not.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Counsel, by way of allocution from you or your client?
Your Honor, obviously this is a difficult situation for my client. Her daughter's living with her boyfriend. She's trying to have some communication. Did she go about it in the best way possible? Maybe not. My hope is that there's a relationship for them sometime in the future.
Me too.
I don't know. She just was put in a very difficult situation. And that's not to say that it excuses any of her actions, but it was a difficult situation. So I'd ask the court to take that into consideration. My hope is that someday this can be put behind and they can have a positive relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Deal, anything you want to tell me? Don't feel that you have to, but I want to give you the opportunity.
A lot that wasn't presented. Get it clean and over with.
Okay.
Like a lien violation that's pending in regards to this warrant, in regards to Officer Noda and him running it to get us to this court date. And so he's got a felony waiting on him in regards to this particular little warrant. And there was, Madison knew there was an agreement. She was supposed to keep me notified when she signed the agreement for all sports. And I've got the agreement from Onstead Schools with me to keep me updated where she was and all of that stuff at all times. That was something she signed when she was 15 and got in contract with the phone, her and her sister Matt. It was something, it was a get-go, it was a get-in. There's text messages from Sean and Scott and stuff to us and to them saying they were fighting over the phones and him not even willing to pay the bill for the phones. We just didn't want to waste any more of the court's time and have to sit and present all that stuff. It's just going to come out and go public anyway. So this little misdemeanor is okay because I'm taking it public to the civil cases.
Good. Anything else? That's a no. I see it, but I don't hear it. It's for the record. Okay, that's all right.
It's fine.
That's all right. You want to object to a 769.4A?
I do.
Okay, I'm going to do it over your objection.
Understood, Your Honor.
I'm going to put you on a delayed sentence for 12 months. No new criminal convictions. I am going to order that you do some counseling. I'm not sure yet what I'm going to order.
I need counseling.
I didn't ask any questions, ma'am. Now it's my turn. I had a meeting last week with one of our service providers about a new program. So I'm not sure yet if I want to utilize that program or just the conventional anger management program we use. So what I'll do, counsel, is we'll just reach out through your office after I have some conversation with my probation department, and we'll reach out to you and let you know what the order is as far as where.
Okay.
You're living in Adrian, though. Okay. All right, I'll take that into consideration. I don't want you driving all the way back here for some kind of session. So we'll try to find something that satisfies me and Adrian. We might ask your office to facilitate that as well. But I'm going to order some counseling. Other than that, just stay out of trouble. Court costs are $500. Court costs are due within 5 days. Either pay it within 5 days or make other arrangements with the collections clerks downstairs. Any questions, like way of clarification necessary? Okay. All right, Madison, get yourself some counseling. If I'm hear my heart, kid, get yourself some counseling, because there may be a day in your future where you want a relationship with your mother. And it sounds like there's crap you got to deal with to get past. So if you want some help with referrals and so forth, if you just contact, you can do it up by email. You can contact our court on our website. You can go downstairs right now and make an appointment to talk to one of the probation officers. Just tell them that I highly suggest that you get some counseling, and they'll help you find something. You know, Toledo, what's it, 20 minutes, 30 minutes to get here, depending on traffic?
50.
Yeah. All right. So we might be able to help you find someplace closer to Toledo. Hear my heart. Get some counseling. Okay. And I know it sounds like you got a lot going on, but find time for that, because it'll help you get through school too, especially with the stress. Okay. All right. Thank you all. We'll be in touch. All right. I guess that's all of it.
All right, I'm gonna shut this down. Joe, would you turn off the TV while you're there?
If you need to make changes